Hi, everybody.
Hi, everyone.
Morning, afternoon, all.
Welcome.
Howdy from Texas.
Okay, I guess we're ready to roll. So welcome everybody. We have numbers growing all the time, up to 74. So very warm welcome to everybody. Hi to Katie over there, our co-host for today.
Hello, John. It's great to be here. I'm Katie, WY7YL, here for Ham Radio Outlet, and I really appreciate the opportunity to participate in the SDRplay-awayday today. We're very excited to share all the great educational activities that are happening today, and of course, you know us, we are the U.S. distributor for SDRplay, and of course, we've got some great sales for you this weekend, which I'll talk about as the time goes. So we will, I'll be here all day with you guys, and looking forward to chatting with you on the live stream on YouTube. And if you have any questions, feel free to post them. We'll do our best to keep up with that, with all of your questions, and have a great day, everybody. Have fun.
Should be a lot of fun, and what we're going to try and do is keep a good eye on all the chat and respond, and as we go, make this your event and start to steer our time and energy to answering your questions and making sure that we get a nice mixture of fun, education, some tough questions answered, and a clear direction of where we're going for you all to see. So that's what we're going to be doing. I will be just sharing my screen with you. Can I just check the audio is good? Is the level okay?
You're better now, for sure.
Okay, everybody, I'm just about to share my screen here.
Hey, John, before we did that, do you want to dive in and let everybody else say hello first?
Yeah, hey, that's a good point.
Hey,
yeah.
See, that's why you got me here to
yeah.
remind you that stuff.
So
who's your,
else?
I should have asked you that. Who's the team from SDRplay here today? Of course, we all normally would be together at Hamvention in Dayton, Ohio, which sadly we're all missing.
Exactly.
But we're here virtually for you. So who's out there? I'm sure everybody regular.
So I'm John, G4ABQ, based here in the UK, and Steve.
Hi, this is Steve, talking to you from very rainy Dallas, KI5ENW.
Hello, everyone. I'm Mike, KD2KOG from South Florida.
And hi, guys. I'm Andy, responsible for software for SDRplay, and I'm in the southeast of England.
Okay. Good. So I'm going to share the screen here. If we can just slight technical hitch. Okay, so I just want to say a few words for those of you new to SDRplay and maybe just been invited along here for the first time, and also a little catch up for those of you who maybe haven't been in touch for a while. But the SDRplay family of RSPs are general coverage receivers from 1 kilohertz to 2 gigahertz, no up converter needed. And I guess the big difference between the RSPs and the cheaper dongles is all the additional hardware filters that we have built in to give you that wideband coverage all the way from long wave up to microwaves. And again, for those of you new to SDR, the huge difference compared to a traditional radio is you can visualize the signals. You actually see those signals. And as time goes on, more and more is being done with digital modes than is possible with a traditional receiver. And because of the engineering that's gone into the RSPs, they also double as a fantastic lab tool with calibrated RF power meters and spectrum analyzer as well. And of course, all our products, which I'll just briefly go through are tied together with our own SDRUno SDR software. And a couple of things that really set us apart here is I think the two things that we keep hearing are fantastic about the SDRUno is the band framing, particularly for all those returning hams or newcomers to ham radio in particular, where obviously the amateur bands are sprinkled throughout the spectrum. And with a wideband SDR, there's a lot of setting up to get the exactly the portion of spectrum you want. With the RSP software, the SDRUno software, we have these automatic ham bands. So you can just literally click on a button that says 20 meters and bingo, you've got the spectrum from 14 to 14.3.5 megahertz all set up for you. And the other cool thing about SDRUno is the integrated scanner. And we'll have a look at that a bit in detail later, but this is a super opportunity to be able to set running through whether it's ham bands or air bands or either your own preset library of favorite frequencies, or just to set the intervals for stopping and starting. So just two of the many things that SDRUno does, additionally to what you would expect in most SDR receiver software. So we've got three current production products. Our value product, the RSP1A, which is all the way from 1 kilohertz to 2 gigahertz with up to 10 megahertz visibility. And this really gives you all the basic functionality. It's in a rugged plastic box to keep the cost down, and is really an excellent sort of step up from a dongle. For those of you who want to go the next step, then the RSPdx brings a number of things. It brings in multiple antennas. Is probably the key thing here in terms of the ability to switch between antennas, enhanced HF performance, and below 2 megahertz there's an additional HDR mode and additional filtering for the really demanding conditions down there. It's got things like external clock inputs for GPS accuracy for up at VHF and beyond, and it comes in a really rugged black painted steel case. And then our flagship product, the Duo, as well as giving you all of that, additionally, you can have two independent sections of the spectrum, up to 2 megahertz of visibility, simultaneously anywhere between 1 kilohertz and 2 gigahertz. This one's also got the high impedance port, which is kind of neat if you want to directly connect a wire antenna or some kind of balanced feeder. The two independent tuners, as well as giving you this ability to listen to, say, top band and 2 meters at the same time, also allows you to do simultaneous real-time antenna comparisons and diversity reception, and this is really key. I have actually got a live demo set up, if time permits later, to show what is possible here, both in terms of noise reduction and also enhanced reception using the simultaneous processing of the two channels coming in, the two antennas on the two independent tuners. There's an example of SDRUno screen with the two independent widely spaced bands. You might want to mix the air traffic control on VHF at the same time as the dump 1090 ADS-B aircraft telemetry. And here's an example of the diversity tuning. Okay, I don't want to take too long because I want to move on to the demos and the rest of the program. But you'll find this on our homepage on the website. A nice comparison chart if you're not quite sure of the specific capabilities of the RSP1A, the DX, and the Duo, all listed here in this comparison chart. So, as well as all the amateur stuff, which I think most of the folks here today have got the ham radio interest, but as you branch out and realize there's a lot more you can do in terms of receiving stuff outside the ham bands, whether it's high resolution satellite imaging, all the sort of aircraft stuff. And increasingly, as we get interference from DSL and so on, then EMC detection, data logging, and using the RSP as a spectrum analyzer, we'll see more of that as we go, are all additional things that you can do with an RSP. We also put a lot of effort into providing videos and having documentation that you can search from our applications and support catalog. Again, if we have questions about that, we can show you how that works live today. We have Mike, KD2KOG's informal YouTube channel, which is very much real time. If you post comments there, you get custom videos back on topics of interest. Our own Facebook news page, as well as probably the most amazing community we have of all, is the SDRplay independent Facebook group, which we're indebted very much to Paul NN4F for really kicking it off. Obviously, Mike, before he joined us, was an early founder. Along the way, Preben here in the UK and Rick have been great helpers in terms of maintaining this group, which is now up to 13,000 people. Rick is also supporting a non-Facebook forum, the SDRplay users, and we also have Ruben has formed this new IO group, which is just starting to gather momentum this year. So lots of independent ways to get help, because here at SDRplay, we really just focus on the hardware, the API, SDRUno, and interfaces. And of course, we are not experts on the applications, on a lot of the third-party software that people want to use. But where it relates to our own software and hardware, you can always raise a ticket, whether you buy directly, in the case of the rest of the world there, through our distribution network, or from in the US from HRO. We provide technical support in pretty much real time with our ticket system. So anyway, enough of me rambling on. I just wanted to kick things off and say a really big welcome. Thanks to my colleagues here. Coming up in the next couple of hours, we're going to move over in a minute to HRO news and special deals with Katie. We'll then move into some demos from Andy, which will cover Uno and the roadmap and some of the non-Windows stuff we do. We have a whole bunch of demos from Mike and Steve, but as I say, we'll try and adapt, and as we see the interests popping up on the chat, we'll try to adapt what we do, and we really will try and get those questions answered. To give some structure to the day, there'll be a short break before 1700 UTC and again before 2000 UTC, which is when the programs will kind of recommence and we'll kick off again and take a whole new bunch of comments and questions. So that's, I don't know, Katie, if you've had a chance to see some of the chat there and see if there's anything we need to sort of address right now.
Well, so far I've seen a lot of hellos from all around the world, which is amazing. It looks like we've got over 160 people that I can see live watching. Oh, South Africa just said hello. We've got France and Holland and Rhode Island. Oh, Rhode Island, yay. Norway. There's Golf 0 Mike Echo Juliet. It was also KG0PL. Someone in Dayton, Ohio, Kettering, UK. That's you guys. So we've got a lot of great folks here that are watching from all around the world. And for those of you just logging in and wondering who I am, if you don't know, I'm Katie Allen, WY7YL. I'm the social media manager for a ham radio outlet. And John very kindly asked me to participate in the SDRplay-awayday today, since we weren't hanging out together at the Hamvention. We decided we would hang out virtually and give everyone the chance to learn all that they can about the various SDR plays available. And again, Ham Radio Outlet is the U.S. distributor. We are the only ones that sell the SDR play here in the U.S. Of course, we do ship worldwide, but and we've got some great sales for you this weekend, and I'll be plugging in links into the chat as the day goes. And of course, and we are fully stocked, so you don't have to worry about that. I just double checked our stock around all of our stores, and we are ready to ship them out to you. You can save $20 to $40 on the different units that are available, and I'm sure as the day goes on, you definitely going to want to have one. I tell you, I was in Plano, Texas a few months ago with Steve. We were down at the HRO, and I was learning all about the SDRplay 1, and I thought that would be a great starter for me. And you know, it's funny, as a ham radio operator, my initial thoughts were, why the heck do I want a receiver if I can't talk to anybody? But I tell you what, after spending a day with Steve and playing around with it and seeing all it can do, I was like, oh, I'm bringing one of these home with me. These are really cool. And so we've got our setup here in the shack, and after doing some of our little test runs and saw some more of what some of the other items can do, I myself might be taking advantage of some of our sales. So I'm really looking forward to everything that the guys are going to be talking about today, because I think you're going to learn a lot of tips and tricks of all of the interesting things that you can do with your SDR play. And again, there's the 3 different varieties, and you're going to learn about all of those today. So I hope you guys will stick with us. Feel free to put your questions into the chat here. We'll do our best to keep up with all of them. And I look forward to our next session. So with that, let me turn it back to you, John.
Okay, that's great. And without further ado, I'm going to pass it back to Andy. So, Andy, tell us a little bit more about the software side of things.
Yeah, so I've muted myself, which is brilliant. That's a great start. Great start. I'm in control of the buttons, so I'm not sure that was a great idea, but hey, we'll carry on. So we've got some really great stuff to show you, and we'll get started right now. So the big thing that we've got to talk about is to show you is we've got SDRUno 1.4 that's going to be released very soon. I'll come on a little bit and talk about the release process, but I just want to tell you about some of the features that are in 1.4. First of all, we've got the plugin system. This is quite a step change. Nobody can hear me? Really? It says it's got audio on my end. Hello? Yeah, it's working fine, Steve. I don't. Okay, I'll carry on. I just got told I've got no audio. Where was I? Yeah, 1.4 plugin system. Sorry, we've got a lot of great stuff coming up in the plugin system. It's a bit of a step change for SDRUno. It gives anybody that wants to develop. Yeah, thanks guys. It's very quiet. Okay, I'll just try and talk up a bit. So we've got it gives developers the ability to develop plugins directly to support SDRUno, and it also gives end users the ability to see some great applications that come from other people, which is a really great idea. So let me just turn that off. Okay, so with the plugin system for developers, we'll be giving template source code, and it'll be fully documented system, and we'll help developers get up and running as best we can. We're also going to be developing our own plugins, and I'll talk to you a little bit about those. But you can access both the IQ stream. Both the input stream, the demodulated IQ stream, and also all the other powerful features of SDRUno. So let me let me just and the great thing is anybody can develop one. If you've got an idea, that's great. And if you've got some even a small amount of coding talent, then you'll be able to produce one. So just to give so the whole system, Steve, is C++. We'll be giving out template plugins, so it will require a small amount of knowledge of coding, but not as much as you might think. So for our own plugin roadmap, we're going to be producing some plugins that are available now. We have a DAB and a DAB Plus plugin that will go out with SDRUno, and also an audio recorder. So to record the audio output in either WAV format or MP3 format. And then some. I'll just demonstrate those for you in a second. In fact, let's do that right now. So this is SDRUno 1.4. What I'll do is I'll move myself out of the way. Probably down here is a bit better. And so you can see now we've got a plugin up here. We've got a plugin control panel, and I've got a couple of plugins that are available to me. And I'll show you the audio recorder. Unfortunately, because of broadcast restrictions, I won't be able to broadcast what I'm recording, but I can show you the plugin recorder loading. So it opens up in a small window. You specify a folder where you can save, and then what format you want to save the recording in. Start record, and it'll record the audio into a file, which you can then use later. That's the audio recorder. Nice simple function, but very effective. We've also got the DAB player, which is a slightly larger window, and you can see that it's already changed the frequency to my local DAB station, or one of the multiplexers that I have available to me, and I can scroll through the list of stations. I can play them, and then I'll also get the RDS output as well. So I'll get the text output when that's available, and I've moved it right behind myself so you can't actually see what's going on. So there we go. So that's the list of stations on this particular multiplex, and then you can over here you can select any number of these multiplexes to load in. That's I'll just stop that there. So let me go back to the slides. Okay, and okay, that's fine. And so some other plugins that we're going to be producing. I'm going to be producing an ADSB plugin, and one for DX clusters, an MPX output. So we'll take the MPX output, and that we can feed that straight into an application called RDS Spy, which is quite a popular application. So what we're showing here is a future benefit of these plugins is that they can be used as interfaces, so we can improve the connectivity between SDRUno and other applications. They don't have to just be end applications. They can be links from SDRUno to something else. And we'll also be doing a direction finding app, or plugin, I should say, which will work with the RSPduo. So these are really great ideas, and we'll be very interested to see what the community comes up with. We've already been in discussions with some people about developing plugins, so we know that there's already some people that will be doing that. So that's it's going to be very interesting to see. I mean, this is a massive change for SDRUno, and it's going to be great to see the sort of applications that people can produce. I'll just talk about some of the other features that we've done in 1.4, which is The big one is auto LO mode. So if you're listening to an AM station down in HF, and if you're in 0IF mode, you've got the DC spike to worry about, and you need to make sure that the VFO is away from the LO. It's something that we've sort of mentioned to a lot of people. We've mentioned to a lot of people over the years. So we've now got an auto LO system. So it will, by default, it will have an 11 kilohertz offset. I mean, you can actually see if I switch back to the to SDRUno and move myself out of the way again. If I now tune to, we'll go down to megahertz. We'll start looking at some. So this is AM. This is the medium wave band, and you can see that up in the top right hand corner, you used to see the word LO and the LO frequency. So now that's all taken care of for you. So all you have to just now do is literally just worry about the VFO. You don't have to worry about the LO ever again. You can turn that now if you want to set the LO. You can turn the system off and go back to how it used to be. So you can see the separation between the LO and the VFO if you want to, but by default you don't have to worry about the LO anymore. It's gone. Let's just catch up on some of the other things that we've got. So there was an issue with the stereo wideband FM audio. When you turned it up above 50%, you get distortion. That's been completely fixed now. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to demonstrate that for you. I'm kind of worried about the copyright issues. I'll try and do it here, and then see if I can unmute it for you. If I set FM, if I turn that up. Yeah, unfortunately, the audio from there isn't coming in. In our next session, in a couple of hours' time, I'll try and get a better demo of that for you. But I can't do that right now because I'm kind of slightly worried about the copyright strikes. But I'll show you that in the next session. I'll do a good demonstration of the distortion that's been fixed. You now no longer have to have an RSP connected to start SDRUno. So if you don't have an RSP, but you have a pre-recorded WAV file with IQ content, then you can start SDRUno up with just a WAV file. And so that was, I know, was quite a big request. Again, we're kind of catching up with a lot of these requests that have been with us for a while. You can now also auto start the stream. So when you start up SDRUno, you can automatically have it set to start playing without having to press the play button. Again, that was a request from some people who are doing some cat control. They wanted SDRUno to automatically start streaming as soon as it started. We've improved the squelch function. Let me see if I can switch back over and show you that. So the squelch function used to, this squelch function here used to, let me just press play and turn the squelch on. So we now have a visible line for squelch, and it's so it still operates with the same slider as before, and you can see that the slider is going from green. I don't know if you can see that. It's going from green to white, where it's actually operated for. Now, this is obviously working at a dBm value. You can't read it off of the... you can't use these values off of here, but this is operating now as part of the power measurement system. And the power measurement system is done using the SP2 bandwidth. But that's going to be a big help, I think, to a lot of people, having the visible line and also operating in dBm. I think that will help. That will help a lot of people. So basically, what you need to do is when you're adjusting the squelch, use that in conjunction with the power measurement display, rather than the dBm value in the SP1 screen. Okay, let's go back and have a look at some of the other things. Some extra levels of zoom in the SP2 display. When you activate those levels, you may see that the display takes longer to update. That's because the FFT size is increasing, and so what you're seeing there is you're seeing that the just the sheer amount of time it takes for the data to collect together. But yeah, I think that was another request of some people who are looking at very small signal changes, and that will be a very good help for them, hopefully. Hope that the status bar has been slightly improved, so it's now less intrusive. It still gives you the time and date on the right hand side, and it will give you some useful information on the left hand side, as well as showing any errors or warnings down there. And of course, we've as with all of our versions, we try and do as many bug fixes as possible, and so we've caught up a lot of bugs that were in the previous version. So that's really all the features and the plugin system. And what we're doing with the release of 1.4 is now different to what we've done before. So what we would normally do at this stage, because you can see 1.4 is running, we've started to enter the test phase and the beta testing, and what we would normally do is we would stay in this phase until the software is as bug free and as ready for public use as possible. We decided to do this slightly differently with the 1.4, so we're going to release 1.4 next week as open beta, and there'll be a mechanism by which you can feed your beta feedback to us. Now, it does use a different version of the API, so if you download this version of 1.4, it will download a new version of the API which is not compatible with SDRUno 1.33. So if you go forward to 1.4, you decide that you don't like it, it's something that doesn't work that you want to work, then if you want to go back to 1.33, you've got to reinstall 1.33, and then it will put the right version of the API on there for you. So as long as you're installing the version that you want to use, a lot of people will try and have SDRUno 1.33 and 1.4 located on the same drive and then try and switch between them. You won't be able to do that. So don't try and do that because it won't work. But we'll put out instructions on how to install it, how to get it, what to do about API differences, what will work, what won't work, and so on. And then we're going to see how that works, and we'll be able to update 1.4 beta with fixes and improvements as we go, and we'll see how this works. We'll see how how quick we can get from where we are now to a final 1.4 release, because that's obviously the objective. What is API? So the API is the application programming interface that the software uses to talk to the hardware, and that is a very key piece of the system. But as improvements have been made, sometimes it makes it incompatible with other versions of software. Just a little bit about the roadmap, where we're going from here. So we've got some. Obviously, everyone's going to go straight down to version 2 and cross-platform. That's our goal. That's where we're going. We've got a few. We've still got a few features to release in between now and then. I'll just talk about those very briefly. So we've got the generic scheduler in 1.41, which is more than just for doing timed recordings. you'll be able to do multiple timed events. Maybe it'll be a recording, maybe it'll be tuning to a specific frequency or setting a certain mode. Maybe you'll want to tune, you'll set the receiver up for receiving satellite reception at one unmanned time, and then for another one you might have a completely different setup requirement. So it's a generic scheduler. It's exactly what it is. Multiple timed events. I'm not going to say recordings because it's, like I say, it's more than just recordings. That's coming next in 1.41. 1.42, we're going to be delivering a remote server client. So this will work both on LAN and WAN. And on the WAN, we're going to have a low bandwidth system. And the server will be cross-platform. So the server can run on any platform that we support the API on. And then SDRUno client will then run still on Windows at that point to be able to communicate with that remote RSP, just as if it was sitting on your desk on a local device. And we've got some memory panel and scanner improvements to make for 1.43. I put them together because they are somewhat linked. So we're going to improve. So we're going to increase the amount of fields that are in the memory scanner. We're going to add things like threshold and some other frequency related settings that will be useful to the scanner, and also just for general tuning as well. And the scanner will have some improvements like be able to record statistics, which I know has been asked as well. So we're going to do all those improvements because they've been queued up for some time. And like I've said before, when we on our road to 2.0, we always do something in each version that makes it that bit easier to get to 2.0 and make it cross-platform. And so we'll be doing those things along the way as well. And then when we get to 1.43, the focus will then be on getting a cross-platform version of Uno, Windows x86, Linux x86, and Mac OS. I'll just finish up with what we're doing about some other software. There's been a lot of interest with Steve Andrews' Spectrum Analyzer. So he's got version 1.1, which I will show you right now. Let's have a look over here. I'll move myself out of the way. So this is now running on a RSPdx. So it supports API 3. So it'll be running on an RSPdx, and it'll also be running on the Duo master slave mode, you've still got all the usual features of a spectrum analyzer. Average, peak, hold, all the mass functions of the traces. So anyway, this will be out next week. So we'll be releasing this. I think the plan is we get this out on Monday. I think that's the plan. So Spectrum Analyzer out on Monday. What else have we got to show you? Let me go back to some of the slides. The Raspberry Pi image. So with the advent of the RSPdx, we've obviously had a new API. And the RSPdx isn't supported on the Raspberry Pi image that we've currently got out there. So I have got a Raspberry Pi image that's started to be built. I need to finish that work and get that. So we get to an image that can support the Raspberry Pi. So Raspberry Pi with the RSPdx and the RSPduo master slave version. So that work will then go in. We'll do full-time work on that one. 1.4 has been out a beta next week. Just to mention also about SOAP SDRplay. So this for the SOAP SDR framework, there are now two versions of SOAP SDRplay. You've got the one that's on Pothosware GitHub that supports API version 2, and then there's the API version 3 version that's on our GitHub site, which you can see that if I wasn't in the way. There we go. You can see where you get the API 3 version from. So this is still in development. There's a guy called Franco Venturi, and he's done a great job on this. It's not finished. It probably needs a bit more testing and a bit more polishing. But it's a great. It works great. We've got some issues that we're still looking at. But if you can test on there and feedbacks, what you find, Franco, that'd be great. And then also we're going to be starting some work on the GNU Radio source blocks to support the API 3, which is for the RSPdx and for the Duo. And that again is going to be a community collaborative effort. And we've got a couple of guys, again, Franco's involved, and Frank Werner Krippendorf. So we do have support for GNU Radio right now on API 2, but that's for the 1A, the 2, and the Duo in single tuner mode, and the 1, obviously. But for the RSPdx support and for the Duo master slave support, we need to go to API 3, and that'll be the work that we do with GNU Radio there. There was I do have another slide that I forgot to show earlier. I don't know how I'm doing for time. John, am I good for time? I don't know how I'm doing for time. Am I alright for time, John? I'll show this other slide. If I've got it, which is the MPX output. I forgot to show it earlier. So this is the MPX output plugin running into RDSPy. So you can see that it's all working. We've got some more work to make to kind of get it finalized and finished, but we can show that that's all progressing as well. So bottom line is lots of software. There's going to be lots more to come, and we could really do with some help in the beta test environment, and yeah. So throw us some questions, and we'll see. We'll see where we go from there. Okay, John? John, can you... Hang on.
Noticing a question from Paul Elliott.
Okay.
He asks the question, does that mean I can now use my RSPdx at a remote location? Say a bit about server.
So we do have an RSP TCP server right now at version 3. It supports the version 3 API. And so, yes, a version of the TCP server is out there. We do have the EXTIO TCP plugin that goes with it to work with HDSDR. So, yes, that does exist today. We'll obviously be improving that with our remote server client server with software with SDRUno.
Okay, that sounds good. I don't know if we want to bring in Katie at this point and see if she's picked up any questions. I think I'm having some trouble with my audio here.
Oh, it sounds better now, John.
Okay.
That's great. I think it's just sometimes if you're not close enough, it won't pick you up as good. But let's see. I did pick up a couple of other questions, but I'm not sure if Andy grabbed them all during his
I guess this is one about locking the windows together, maybe?
Oh, I saw that, yeah.
Yeah, so I think there is an application that that you can use to do that right now. That's not part of SDRUno, but that will come with version 2. When we go cross-platform, we'll be able to do that. We'll be able to lock the windows together.
Great. You might have asked, or I saw a question that came in earlier, and it was about how easy is it to set up on Mint Linux 19.3.
So we've done.
I'm not familiar at all with Linux, so I'll leave that one there.
Okay. Yeah, so we've got we've got some videos on our apps catalog, which will tell you where to find them on our YouTube channel. I've done a video of taking you from a clean Linux install all the way through to getting cubic SDR running with SDR, SOAPy SDRplay. So that all works as well. Excellent.
And then I saw someone else said that they had some difficulty. They couldn't get their RSPdx to work with their FTDX 3000. So if someone's having an issue like that, is there a good place for them to start in terms of just requesting support? Is that generally how it would go?
Well, Mike's done. I think both Mike and Steve have done some great videos on Panadapters. I think specifically with the 3000. Mike, was that? Let me see if I can grab Mike and get him to answer that one. Sure. Mike, are you...
Yes, can you hear me?
Bit low.
You're a little bit low.
It should be...
I'll go back to the whole team.
I have no audio settings here. I'm maxed out
better.
on my end. Okay. Yeah, I do have a video. There should be one on the SDRplay YouTube channel, specifically using the FTDX 3000. You have two options, the IF out or the RF out. In my video, I use the RF out. You're welcome to use the IF out, and it's a complete walkthrough from the rake settings to OmniRake to SDRUno. It's like a 10-minute video, but it walks you through the complete steps.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Great. Absolutely. Now, someone also was asking, kind of, I think, generally in the chat, but there might be a good generic answer. Someone was wondering what receive antennas people are using out there. And I did see someone replied with a mag loop, but I'm guessing pretty much... an antenna that's going to get you out there. Do you have any specifications, or is it, what would do you guys have any general recommendations when you say, like, I know for us, we just plugged it into our 20-meter antenna with a little adapter, but any specific answers or generalizations that you can give for someone who may be just getting started and trying to figure out what kind of an antenna to use?
Well, maybe I could take that one, Katie.
Great.
So really, it works so many different. I think there are the people who get an RSP maybe just to explore the spectrum. They want to see all the ham bands. They want to see broadcasts. They want to look at aircraft. They want to listen to MDB stations down in long wave. So if to really get started, really one antenna can't do it all, but actually, two antennas can go a long way, and essentially for the very low frequencies, particularly if you're in a built-up location, you can't get away from a building, the mag loops, these active mag loops are just getting better and better. I've got one here. The
John's joining in.
Show and tell.
Show and tell. This is the Bonito, which is quite an expensive one, but that really does work well down into the low LF region. And the good thing about the mag loop is that it's much more immune to the electrical interference that is picked up from house wiring and so on. But those are expensive. They're more expensive sometimes than the RSPs. So if you just want to get going for really everything up to even VHF, a long length of wire. And what I'm talking about there is literally this kind of wire, and trying to just, if you can get outside and if you can get like 20 meters or more length, so that's 60, 70 feet of this, and get it a few meters up in the sky and connect that ideally with a length of coax. Now, I'm not going to get into all the impedance matching stuff,
right?
Because there's really two levels here. To just hear a lot, you don't need to worry about matching, and this is not a transmitter where you're going to, have to worry about VSWRs. you can get good, clean signals. The important thing is to minimize noise. So if you're in a indoors, deep indoors, running a wire antenna out through a window to get to the outside world, it will be picking up a lot of RFI. So just run a length of coax, and then literally your end-fed wire, just sling it up. I'll tell you a thing that's really useful these days is cable ties make great insulators. In the old days, you had to buy these egg insulators, but if you just take a cable tie and keep it a little bit loose, there's a lot of places in the world that are dry for days on end. If you're lucky enough to live in a dry place, you can actually sling this, ideally insulated wire, but even non-insulated wire would just, over bushes, over trees. Actually, I did bring in a little implement into the house with me. This is the perfect sort of size stone on a piece of string.
Oh.
And if you just have a ball of string, very lightweight, and this weighs maybe a few ounces, maybe a couple of 100 grams maximum, because there is a limit to how far you can do this. But if you can find a tree and there's no one around you can just sling this over the tree and make sure you hold on to the other end. When it drops down, that's a great anchor point for a wire. So wire antennas, you also need to have some sort of counterpoise on the outer of the coax, or ideally a ground rod. And again, just get that away from the electrical interference, and that will give you good reception, certainly all through the HF bands and up to VHF, the strong local VHF stations.
Right.
Above 100 megahertz, something like even a cheap mag mount whip antenna. So if you're into ham bands, obviously you can get these kind of HRO sell these with 2 meter 77s for $20 or so with a coax. One of the common problems we have when people come in with support problems is this, because it's an SMA connector, then it's very important that you have a proper male SMA plug.
Right. Because
so many consumer electronic little whip antennas for Wi-Fi and stuff it looks exactly the same, but it doesn't have the point inside. So you need the male plug to make sure you've got a connection. So you could just use a mag mount, ideally on a ground plane, and get that as high as possible. VHF obviously is all about line of sight and trying to sort of get high up. Now that's kind of generic listening, but as you get into whatever it is you're doing, I mean, up at 1.6 gigahertz, there's these kind of patch antennas. Which, this is one from SDR kits for Inmarsat, which I think Mike will be talking about later. These kind of dedicated antennas, these patch antennas are great because they're not too directional. Again, they need to be mounted on a metal surface, and they can pick up without having to point exactly at the satellite. But of course, if you really get into a particular, frequencies, you're into the world of Yagis, directional gain, and the guys right down at VLF experimental stuff. I mean, they even do these ground antennas where widely spaced pole spikes driven into the ground. And I mean, antennas could be a lot of fun. And the great thing about the RSP is, particularly with the DX and the Duo, is the ability to compare in real time, because so many of these signals are constantly fading up and down by 10 dBs. So if you have the ability to compare them in real time, you can truly see, hey, this one's working. And I think I did a very crude demo video showing the power of a good ground, where I actually get a bucket of water and make the ground extra ohmic and wet, and you can see the signal coming up at the same time. So long answer, guys, but antennas is fun, and again, on the Facebook groups and the various forums, and there are other Facebook groups specifically on every breed of antenna, and it's really fun to see people using RSPs to demonstrate how good or bad their various experiments are with antennas.
Well, I'm certainly learning that, it's not just listening to 20 meters, for example, that there's so many different things you can do. And so I know that, Mike, you live in an HOA. Is that correct?
Yes.
So I bet you've learned some tricks because obviously you're listening around and doing all kinds of things. Do you have any other suggestions?
Well, for me, the antenna that worked the best was a mag loop. I tried end feds, I tried long wires, I've tried every type of dipole there is, and all it did was pick up massive amount of noise. When I switched over to a loop, I was able to null the noise and greatly enhance my reception. So being in an HOA and having, air conditioning intakes along the back end of the apartment, it was a challenge, but I do pretty well thanks to using a loop.
Right. That's great. And how about you, Steve? Did you say you were saying that you also, I don't think you're in an HOA, but you're
I'm not
you're from the UK, but you live in Texas now. So what do you got going on down there?
Well, I think like everybody else here, I've become a big fan of the mag loop antennas. I started off with just a random wire strung across from the house to the backyard. It wasn't particularly high up, and I think it suffered because of that.
Okay.
And I was delighted when I installed a mag loop antenna to find that it's only like 6 or 7 feet off the ground, and it's between my house and my neighbor's house. And in terms of the QRM it picked up, it was just about vanished compared to the random wire. It's so much better. But I would say in general, if you're already a ham and you've already got antennas for HF or whatever, maybe you've got beam antennas or whatever, use them. It's not like the RSP needs anything special.
Right.
But if you're new to this and you're looking for something to do for HF, I would say the mag loop wins hands down, even if you can only use it inside. Okay. And then once you go up to VHF and beyond, John already showed the patch antenna. I've got this little antenna here I brought for traveling purposes. It's just a little telescopic thing with an SMA connector on the end.
Right.
This works fine for picking up like VHF, 2-meter stuff, FM broadcast stations. It also works at UHF. I've been picking up the local police department and so on that use those frequencies. I've even managed to pick up ADSB transmissions from aircraft flying overhead. So, a lot of it, as John mentioned, depends on what your frequency of interest is. And I can't leave this without mentioning my famous blue wire. If anyone's ever seen me give a talk at one of the ham shows, I'm a big fan of the blue wire antenna, which you can just throw in your bag. It's got a little crocodile clip on one end, and that you can use either as a mechanical support at the far end, or sometimes if you connect it to a metal window frame, it helps. You experiment, right? And then the other end of this is just a simple banana plug, which fits into an SO239, so you can go use your regular SO239 to SMA adapter on the end. Yeah, there's John's got one handy right there. So basically almost anything will work. But don't, some people, they make the mistake of thinking, okay, Steve said this little telescopic antenna works. Yes, it does, but you're not going to DX on HF with this little thing right here.
Right.
So to a large extent, it depends on what frequencies you're interested in. And of course, a lot of people getting an RSP, suddenly they've gone from an HF only world to, wanting to see the whole spectrum all the way up into the gigahertz range. And my recommendation would be for HF and down, get a mag loop. And then for VHF and up, I actually went to the trouble of putting up a disco antenna mounted to the side of my chimney, and that works very well for VHF, UHF, ADSB, and all that stuff. So experiment. That's the other key thing. A lot of people have lots of fun playing with different types of antennas, and I think John made another important point is we're talking here primarily about receive-only antennas. And in the case of the mag loops, the receive-only antennas have a much wider frequency span than the ones that are designed to transmit, which have very high Q and really aren't very good for use with an SDR because you don't get to see that much of the spectrum.
Okay. Well, and I've seen a lot of folks in the chat here also. They're all chiming in with their comments as well. So it's great. So, you've got so many communities available from on your website, your forums, the videos that you've produced, the various webinars, Facebook groups. So there's definitely a lot of folks out there that are ready, willing, and able to help provide some suggestions. And that's the fun of all of this. We do this together, and like you said, experiment. So I would say we definitely got that covered. So thanks, and thanks everybody in the chat room too. So lots of good suggestions on what to do, and it sounds to me like the sky's the limit as far as your budget and your willingness to experiment, and what you can put out there too.
Yeah, I see a question come in from John Ogg. Yep. Hi there. When will SDRUno be available for the Raspberry Pi or Linux, if ever? So that basically is version 2, which is a bit further down the road. As I don't know if you want to add to that, Andy. But of course, today the Raspberry Pi will support the TCP server for the Raspberry Pi, right, Andy?
Okay.
And I'll say that again, I'm muted. Yeah, it'll be running on a Linux x86, not Raspberry Pi.
Thanks, Andy.
All right, so what's next, folks?
Okay, well, I think we will turn it over now to Mike to talk through one or two of the application demos.
Okay.
Mike.
Yay.
Yes, I have a bunch of videos queued up. Andy will start. The first one, I believe, is DMR. It's going to be with SDRUno. Piping the audio using virtual audio cable. And just so you guys know, I mean, the video is going to play, but just so you guys know, all of these videos that you're seeing now, there are how-to videos on the SDRplay YouTube channel and on the SDRplay Ham Guides channel. So the first one is DMR, and what I'm doing here is I'm loading DSD Decoder, and I'm just basically testing the decoder using my HT and hotspot. So I'm monitoring, as you see that big signal pop up, that's me keying my radio, keying the hotspot that I use, and it's going to come back. There might not be audio in this, or there might be. Hopefully you guys can hear me. Any issues with my audio? Okay. And basically what it's doing is it's going to take the signal, pipe it through virtual audio cable, and start decoding transmissions. So in this transmission, it's decoding DMR. It can do DMR, D-Star, NXDN, P25, non-encrypted, phase 1 and phase 2, I believe. It does a bunch of modes, but it's just a proof of concept video here that shows that it is decoding these signals. And it's like a 3-minute long video, and hopefully you guys can see the screen clearly, but it is showing the transmission on the bottom right in the black screen, and it's showing the mode that are available in the upper window. And it will show color codes, it will show the DMR IDs. So if you're trying to find, let's say if there's a repeater in your area, DMR repeater, and you don't know the color code or you don't know what time slot's in use, you can find out using DSD Decoder, using an RSP and SDRUno. And as I said, it's a 3-minute video, and we'll let this run, and then we'll queue up the next video. And in the meantime, if anybody has any questions in between these videos being played, please ask in chat, and I'll do my best to answer them. Oh, also to point out, all of these videos were pre-recorded by me. I took these videos yesterday, and my location is South Florida, West Palm Beach. The antenna I'm using, believe it or not, for all of these demos is a Megaloop FX. So it's It performs phenomenal. And as I said earlier, I'm in an HOA and extremely antenna restricted, and this antenna works out. Any loop, I've tried numerous loops. They all work fantastic for me. Sure. The next video should be FT8. I'm sure everybody is familiar with FT8 transmissions, JT65 signals, FT4 signals. And basically what I'm doing here is the same thing. I'm using virtual audio cable, piping the audio from SDRUno into the decoder. The decoder is decoding the transmissions. And what it will do is it will take those transmissions and upload the spots to, I forgot the website that I use, but you can see all the transmissions on the map. PSK Reporter. Everything goes to PSK Reporter, and then I can see, as you see that map right there, it's going to show my location and the location of these transmissions that I'm receiving. So I'm just setting PSK Reporter to say I'm on 20 meters, I'm on 14.074 or 075, and I'm my call sign, and I'm set to receive only. And right there it starts showing me all the transmissions that I'm picking up real time. And as I said, if anybody has any questions in between these videos pertaining to these videos, please ask and I'll do my best to answer them. And as this goes, as it's receiving transmissions and decoding them, it will start populating the map further and further. So as DX rolls in, I use JT65 to gauge propagation. I also use Whisper to gauge propagation, or time stations, WWV, CHU, or the Russian time stations, which are really good ways of checking to see if the bands are open. And before we queue up the next video, Andy, I just want to show the antenna that I used for the next video. Should be all right. Yeah, sure. Why not? Okay. The next video is Gero, which is ACARS messaging over Inmarsat. So the transmissions are 22,000 miles away from the Inmarsat satellites. And the antenna that I use is an outernet patch antenna, as you can see here. This was used in my vehicle, and I use just a basic LNA that's powered over the RSP. And in the next video, you'll see that I'm picking up ACARS messages, which are aircraft messages over Inmarsat. So it's all through the satellites, and it's extremely line of sight. We can queue up the Gero. And right here, as you can see, are the Gero transmissions. It's at 1.5 gigs. And as I said earlier, all the videos are using virtual audio cable. I use VB cable, which is free. And I just select the output in SDRUno, select the input in the decoder, and I hit play, and I center up on the transmission, and it starts decoding. If you, just in case my face covers that screen, you'll see that it's starting to pick up messages, aircraft messages over Inmarsat. Now, if you're connected to the internet, I was in my car, so I didn't have an internet connection. You can pull up more information about the aircraft that's being decoded real time. So if I clicked on that message right there where the plane is, I would get additional information being shown. And this is all real time. So there's multiple transmissions there that are ACARS messages. Some of them contain messages, some are just the transponder sitting idle. So just basically I bounce around and I see which signals I can decode, which is, you know, the fun part of this hobby. Yes, all these videos are available. If you go to the SDRplay YouTube channel, you'll see numerous videos there. If you go to the apps catalog on the SDRplay.com website under support, or if you go to SDRplay Ham Guides on YouTube. Okay, I think we can queue up the next video, which should be Slow Scan TV.
Oh, hang on. Yeah.
Okay, in this video, I'm decoding 20-meter slow scan TV. Again, virtual audio cable. Some people like it, some people don't. This is the way I prefer to pipe the audio from one application into the decoder. And I just let it sit on 14.230. I set the mode and I have the decoder running, and I use this also to gauge propagation. Now, slow scan TV isn't always broadcasting 24/7, but when the band is open and it's hot, you'll get a lot of pictures coming in from all over the world, which is fun. This is what I enjoy doing. I don't only work for the company. I enjoy, listening to all the bands, listening to HF. And we'll see here a couple of pictures we'll decode. And slow scan TV is just basically sending out it's amateur radio transmission. They send out a picture with their call sign, and they'll send out a CQ with their call, and then other slow scan TV stations that are capable of transmitting slow scan TV will respond back with their picture, and it's just a quick exchange. And we're going to see a couple of pictures decode. Yes, slow scan TV off the International Space Station. Jerry DX brought that up in chat. Yes, it is quite a bit of fun, and I actually enjoyed decoding slow scan TV transmissions from the International Space Station. And we'll see here we have another picture coming through.
Hey, Mike, a quick question.
Sure.
So is this with the RSP1A, or do you need the Duo or DX to do this with
any of the RSP models? Any of them. I'm basically just taking SDRUno. I'm telling it to use the virtual audio cable as my output versus using my sound card in my computer, and I'm telling the decoder to pick up that input and decode the transmission. So you can use any RSP. 1A, 2 Pro, Duo, DX, any of them.
That's cool. I never realized you could do that with the RSP. So I'm glad I'm here today. I'm learning some more new stuff I can do.
Oh, there's a bunch of stuff we got queued up that you're going to see.
Good.
Okay, I guess we can pull up the next video, which is also using the Inmarsat satellites, and it's the Tekmanoid decoder. So I use the OuterNet patch antenna. The video will queue up in a second. Andy, just pause the video for one moment. Okay, I'll talk faster. The patch antenna I use is from OuterNet, and it's along the same lines as when you're decoding the Gero messages on Inmarsat. And the two messages that I decode are the EGC, which is Enhanced Group Call, and the LES, which is a Land Earth Station. And these are all coming in over the Inmarsat satellite, 22,000 miles away. And you can decode messages off these satellites, and I believe I'm using the RSPdx in this. In all of these demonstrations, I'm using the DX. And again, it's virtual audio cable. Some people like it, some people don't. I prefer to use it, and it just makes things simpler for me. I can just take the audio coming out of Uno, bring it into the decoder, and let the decoder do what it was meant to do. And as you can see here, there'll be messages that pop up. In the Tekmanoid decoder, it's going to populate packets, and when it can compile the packet completely, it will decompile the message real time on the screen. So on the right side, you're going to see packets coming in. Some of them are complete, some of them have errors. But when it has enough information to compile that packet, it's going to display the information on the screen, and you'll have reports coming in from the military, reports coming in from other boat vessels. There's so many things being broadcast over Inmarsat. And I do have a PDF. If you go to SDRplay.com, support catalog, and you type in L-band or Inmarsat, the video should populate, and so should the PDF. I use, there was a comment that came in from Gene. What is a virtual audio app you use? I use VB Cable, which is free, or you can use the virtual audio cable. There's a second one that's paid for use. One allows for more cables than the free version. The free version allows for one cable in and out, and the paid version allows for unlimited number of cables. For most decoding, you only need one cable. Now in the next video, this is going to play for a little bit. I'm going to mute my audio, and it's going to be a demonstration of the noise blanker within SDRUno. As you know, they said earlier, I'm in an HOA, so I have massive amount of air conditioners behind my apartment, and they generate noise. And there's only so much you can do to get rid of the noise, but I use SDRUno's noise blanking function to basically null out that noise in the DSP and digital signal processing. Uno is getting rid of all the noise in this upcoming video. NBSW is fine. I'm going to mute my mic, and hopefully you guys will be able to hear the audio and the difference. It would be in the next video, but I'll let you guys know when, all the people that are watching. And just to explain, what I'm doing is I enable the noise blanker in SDRUno. It's in the RX control panel. And the adjustment is done in the EX control panel. I make that adjustment ever so slightly using my ears to hear the difference that the noise blanking function provides, and looking at the waterfall. And there are videos, there is 2 in-depth videos that I've done on the noise blanking feature of SDRUno. And it's not device dependent. The noise blanker works across all the devices. There's a question that came in the chat. Where can I find that noise blinker? It's in the RX control. It will be on your right side. It's going to be labeled as NB or WNB, and the actual adjustment is in the EX control, which if you don't have the EX control panel populated on your screen, you can hit the EXW button within the RX control panel. But there is an in-depth video that goes over the complete operation of the noise blinker. Sure. Okay, in this video you can see the wideband noise that I have down on LF, and that's electrical noise. You can see it pulsating. That noise will kill reception for me from the bottom of the band, DC, all the way up to 30 megahertz, as you can see it. And I'm going to tune to an NDB, which is a non-directional beacon, and I'm going to use the noise blinker to alleviate the noise and try to peak that signal of the station I'm trying to monitor. All right, the next video is going to be the final video, then I'll answer any questions that came up in chat regarding these videos. It's going to be whisper decoding. As I said earlier, I use whisper to gauge propagation. That's what this mode was meant for. It's weak signal. Some stations are transmitting in the milliwatt range, and I use the map here to see where I'm receiving these whisper transmissions from. And as I said, I'm located in South Florida, East Coast, within West Palm Beach, and I monitor this regularly. This way I can see how propagation is doing, and then I'll take that information that I learned from Whisper and see if I can pick up some DX stations, some shortwave DX stations. And the software I'm using is WSJT-X. It has a plethora of modes that you can download, and it's free. And we're still using virtual audio cable out from SDRUno into the decoder. It's a 2-minute long transmission. It's 2 minutes on, then the next station goes. So it's not as fast as, well, nowhere near as fast as FT8 or JT65, but it's a great mode. So I'll receive the transmission. You won't see anything in the waterfall. The signals are below the noise. And then it will start populating in the WSJT-X screen. And then from there, I use a third-party website to look at the spots on a map. And spots meaning different transmitting stations. And as you can see with the map, I'm just checking the locations of the broadcast of the transmitting stations that I'm receiving. And every time a new cycle goes within Whisper, I'll refresh the page and see if I have any new spots on the map. Okay, which question?
Hey, Mike, I hope you don't mind me jumping in on your video here, but while you're waiting for that to populate, I just started using WSJT-X recently, and for new users who don't know what frequencies to use, I thought it was really cool that there's a deal within WSJT-X that will tell you which frequencies are used for which modes.
Yes, there's
Made it much easier for me.
There's two things you can do. You can use virtual COM port pair and have WSJT-X automatically tune SDRUno, or there's a question within a question. There was a question about my frequencies. You can I have a complete bank of frequencies, and all the WSJT-X frequencies, JT65, FT4, FT8, all of the FT-JT modes are already pre-populated in a bank that I compiled. So yes, you can do it. You can have WSJT-X automatically tune SDRUno to the proper frequency depending on the mode that you pick within WSJT-X, or you can use the banks that I already have populated with all these frequencies. Thank you.
Let me just put the microphone on there. Hope everyone can hear me okay. I just want to pick up on a couple. Yeah, thanks, Mike. There was some great demonstrations there. I just want to pick up on a couple of things that were said in the chat there. One thing was about how difficult it is to use SDRUno's frequency input. So I think the best thing is if I'll quickly demonstrate that. Let's demonstrate how easy these things are. Typically, software can be as complicated or as easy as you want to make it. So I'm just going to start up SDRUno, and I'll show that here. So we have SDRUno here. I'm going to move myself down out of the way, and here you can see we're on 89.1 megahertz. So up in the FM broadcast band. So if I want to go to, hi Glenn, good to see you. If I want to go to 10 megahertz, say for argument's sake, there's a number of ways to do that in Uno. but I can just click on the frequency in here, up where the RX control panel is, and I type 10M 10 megahertz. You can also press the space bar, and that will again trigger this frequency input, and I can go say to 20 megahertz 20M, or maybe I want to go to 11.4 megahertz, space bar 11.4M. I think like I say, I think sometimes these things people can kind of get themselves maybe tied around in knots about them, but I think the frequency input in SDRUno can be quite straightforward. It doesn't have to be very complicated. You can also use the mouse scroll. So like I say, there's a number of ways to to change the frequency, but that is by far the easiest. And then as John mentioned before, we've got these band buttons. So if you want the 40 meter band, click on 40 meters. Shows you the entire 40 meter band. So there are a number of ways to set the frequency in Uno, and it doesn't have to be that complicated at all. There was another comment about we've been talking about plugins and why are we showing, what was it? If I go back up, we're talking about plugins, now we're showing piping audio with standalone apps. Yes, so up until now, this has been the only way to integrate SDRUno to third-party applications. Going forward, when people write plugins to either do the interfacing or actually to do the decoding itself, then it will remove the need for virtual audio cable. But right now, this is the way it's done. So okay, you're showing us things all the SDR receivers can do. I want to see functionality to make me jump to buy. And or because SDRUno is the only one to do it. We're demonstrating our product range, and and Steve's got some videos now that will demonstrate yet another a sequence of functions that we can do with SDRUno and Panadapting. So I think I should just hand over to Steve and let him carry on.
There I am. That's great. So, in this segment, there's two pieces I wanted to cover. Firstly, I wanted to talk a little bit about Panadapters. And then after we've done that, I want to come back and talk about third-party software. It kind of pertains to some of the discussions we were having just now, and it certainly pertains to the demos that Mike showed us earlier. So, Andy, if you'd like to run the video, I'm going to do a video because of the delays, it's much easier. So I recorded a little video on Panadapters, and as soon as that's done, I'll come back live and we'll have some further discussion, okay? So, Andy, if you can run the video. One of the most popular applications for an RSP is to implement a Panadapter. That allows you to visualize the entire band you're working and immediately see when any signals pop up. Alternatively, you can use the RSP to look at a totally different band, and again you can look for signs of activity before moving your rig over to that particular band. Even if you have a rig with a built-in band scope, you're able to implement a larger display using the RSP, and again you have the ability to monitor different bands on the external display to the one that you're looking at on the built-in band scope. And then finally, the ability to click to tune. You can tune on the waveform in the software and it will tune your rig to that same frequency. So there are many reasons to implement a Panadapter. Let's have a look at some of the implementations we've shown you so far.
Okay, go ahead and change the frequency, Eddie.
My first Panadapter was set up at the local HRO store, and it consisted of my portable notebook in conjunction with the Kenwood TS590.
There you go, yeah.
We're on upper side. Of course, many brands of rig can be synchronized with SDRUno. I went back to HRO and set up an ICOM IC7300, another popular radio. Once we had the basic Panadapter concepts out of the way, I started making some videos showing you how to use some of the more advanced features. In this video we showed how you could work splits using the RSP as a Panadapter and the use of VFO-A and VFO-B. This was just one of several tricks that showed up in the video titled Panadapter Tips and Tricks. Up to 7.238, and you'll see that the rig has followed us down to 7.238. So now we're 7.233 on VFO-A and 7.238 on VFO-B. And if we now go over to the rig, if we press the split button, we can see our two split frequencies are set up ready for operation. I guess I'll turn the camera just a little bit, yeah, and then you can see both of them. So it's not that hard to set up the splits on the rig itself, but using SDRUno just gives you another option to set it up. Let's just turn that off. And I showed how we're using switching between VFO-A and VFO-B and how that gets reflected on the rig. You can see right now we're on VFO-B on both. If I use the A to B button on the rig itself, not only does it move the rig to VFO-A, as indicated by this indicator in the display here, you'll see the VFO-A button is also lit up. And I'll do that again, and we'll go back to VFO-B, and once again we see that both the rig and SDRUno remain in sync. If I want to look... In one of the earlier videos, I showed how you could use multiple VRXs to monitor multiple bands in a Panadapter environment. It involved carefully setting the LO frequency to be midway between the bands you wanted to monitor. If, however, you have an RSPduo, the dual tuner feature makes it really easy to monitor multiple bands, even if they're widely separated in frequency. It's just so much easier. So right now, the master tuner rig sync button is active for this one. So as we change frequencies on this tuner, you will see that's reflected on the rig. I apologize for the reflections on the display there. Now, one clever thing, even though we run separate instances of SDRUno for each tuner, the sense of the rig sync button is transferred between the two instances. So for example, if I press rig sync on tuner 2, now we find that the rig is synchronized to tuner 2 as opposed to tuner 1, and I can go back and forth at liberty. So let's say we're using the tuner 1 here, we've synced up to the rig, and we just want to have a little look around on the other bands. We can freely go from one band to the next and just see what's going on. Not much going on there, that's for sure. Do some extreme things. So one of the RSPduo's party tricks is illustrated here, where we are monitoring HF on the rig while at the same time tuning to the 2 meter band on the second tuner in the RSPduo. Of the Kenwood, by the way, it's a 60 megahertz receiver, but luckily the RF out from the Kenwood is a pretty broadband signal, and that allows me to push on up into the 2 meter band and see what's going on there. I've also used it for airband frequencies and so on, and it works very well. The same would be true if you were using, say, a TR switch in front to split your antenna between the rig and the RSP. You could look at widely different bands. The only time you can't do this kind of trick would be if you're using IF out from your rig, in which case the only signals that the RSPduo could look at on either tuner would be within the IF bandwidth of the rig itself. So hopefully that's somewhere else on the spec. If you happen to be a Mac user, then you can certainly implement Panadapters on that platform also. Here we're using Cubic SDR, again synced up with the trusty Kenwood TS590 SG. Now we can have a listen. And there we hear WWV. Now that's listening through the speakers connected to the Mac. You still have the option to listen to the speakers on the rig itself. I'll turn up the volume. Now you wouldn't want to have both sets of speakers on at the same time, for the simple reason that the digital signal processing within Cubic results in a delay in the audio signal from the analog receive signal you hear on the rig, which is fine if you're just scanning across the band and wanting to listen to different stations. But if you're on a QSO, for example, that delay may be a bit annoying, so you might be better off turning down the audio coming from the Mac and listening to the audio through the rig speakers. So having done that, what we can now do is we can change to a different frequency. Seems to be some sort of station going on down here. I didn't quite center it. We can do that up here. And we can listen. And there we hear that station. And we see that the frequency 9.265 is now reflected on the rig as well. Turn on rigs. We can also combine SDRUno controlling a rig with other popular third-party programs such as Ham Radio Deluxe. In this particular example here, we show SDRUno with HRD and the rig, all three staying perfectly in sync. So 14.073 on SDRUno, Ham Radio Deluxe also 14.073, and as you can see the rig is displaying the same thing. I can tune on the rig and it will all settle down. 14.08181 again shown in both pieces of software and the rig, and of course I can tune within HRD as well, and everything stays in sync. There's no conflict. All HRD is doing is talking back and forth to Uno, and then Uno is talking back and forth to the rig. They're not both trying to talk to the rig at the same time. So at that point, you've got everything in sync, and it was all fairly easy, as I hope you can see. Normally, once you've done this once or twice, you can do this whole thing in less than 5 minutes. It's really not too hard. That last clip was taken from our most recent live webinar on the subject of Panadapters, and that's probably the most comprehensive look we've taken at the RF hookup involved with the Panadapter, and looking at the various places within a rig where you might be able to make the attachment and the pros and cons of each. So I encourage you to check out that full video, and that part of the planning process is probably the most important part of setting up your own particular Panadapter. That's about it for a quick look at Panadapters. We welcome any questions. Please type them in the chat box, and you can either address Panadapter issues or anything else you want to discuss, and we'll do our best to answer them for you. Thank you. There I am. Okay, great. So yeah, because of time constraints, we can't do the full demos of everything, but all of these are available at the SDRplay.com website. You can either go to Mike's videos on YouTube, you can go to our YouTube channel, or you can go to our video and applications catalog at SDRplay.com. And invariably, each time there's a video, if you go down to the description, we will provide links to all the software that's required. I hopefully am not echoing anymore. Let me know if that's the case, but I believe I turned all the sound down. And I did mute YouTube, so I'm not really sure what might be going on here. Am I okay? Okay. So the question came up, am I using a TR switch for a Panadapter? You will always need some form of TR switching. In the videos I showed, I was using the Kenwood TS590 and it 590SG. I should be careful about that. That has a DRV output on the back that can be configured for use with a Panadapter, and it's protected internally with TR switching within the rig. And that kind of gets back to the bit I was mentioning at the end with the block diagram of various transceivers that are out there. Usually, if you're coming either IF out or RF out from a rig, those outputs are protected by internal TR switching. If those options are not available to you, then you will need to have some other form of external TR switching. And I recommend using the MFJ 1708B-SDR, which MFJ developed in conjunction with us to be ideal for this type of application, in that it allows you to protect the RSP during transmit, and it also allows you to listen to audio both on the RSP through SDRUno and through the audio circuits on the receive side of the rig itself. Again, we have numerous Panadapter presentations available from our website. The most recent one was a recording of a live webinar we did a couple of weeks ago, and I think I probably covered the RX signal routing in that video more so than any other one we did before. So hopefully that answers those questions. Oh, it was Mr. Hudson that screwed up the audio earlier. Good, we can blame him. So I'm not seeing any more questions come through on Panadapters. I did see someone mentioned FL Digi, which I'd like to kind of come back to that after the next video, which follows on nicely from the demos we had from Mike earlier. And one thing you might have noticed is there is a lot of third-party software out there that can be used in conjunction with SDRUno and your RSP. But there's certain ways of setting it up that tend to be common across just about all of them. And I kind of wanted to do that. To me, I regard it as being a software toolkit. And that will enable you to interface SDRUno with just about any third-party software that's out there. So if Andy could roll the next video at this point, we'll just take a few minutes going through the pre-recorded part, and then we can come back and discuss in detail any questions arising.
The chances are one of the first things you did when you received your RSP was download one of the popular SDR software packages. Here we see SDRUno, but perhaps you also tried SDR Console or HDSDR. When any of these packages are used in conjunction with an RSP, the result is an extremely capable general coverage receiver with a very wide operating frequency range. Built-in capabilities in this software include standard AM and FM modulation techniques and things such as upper sideband, lower sideband. However, the airwaves are used for many other functions these days in addition to this. There are digital modes, weather satellites, weather fax, many different things going on in the bands, which are now accessible to you and your SDR by using third-party add-on software packages. Some of these were previously illustrated by my colleague Mike Ladd. Now, one thing in common, regardless of which of these packages you use, is there is a need to seamlessly tie them together between SDRUno and whatever third-party package you wish to use. And what we're going to look at here are some of the most common software packages. I call them a software toolkit, which tend to get used over and over again as you experiment with different third-party software. First up, let's take a look at OmniRig. OmniRig is primarily used for rig control. Its function in life is to act as an interface between your SDR software, in this case SDRUno, and whatever rig you happen to have in your shack. OmniRig allows you to specify a connection for up to 2 rigs, and within the program itself are initialization files for a very large number of rigs that are out there with Cat support. Once you've got it set up, It allows you to point and click on the waveform in SDRUno, for example, and your rig will immediately retune to the corresponding frequency. Alternatively, you can turn the dial on your rig, and that will cause the settings within SDRUno to track it as well. So it's an incredibly useful piece of software, and it's fairly easy to set up and really enhances the capabilities of your rig, especially if your rig does not have any form of band scope already built in. But synchronizing rigs is only one of the functions of OmniRig. It can also be used in other applications. For example, the third-party program CW Skimmer uses OmniRig to sync with a rig, and can be used in that case to synchronize CW Skimmer with SDRUno. Another interesting application I've illustrated before is using OmniRig as a means of synchronizing the two tuners in an RSPduo, whereby when you change the frequency in one tuner, it will cause the second tuner to follow to the same frequency. This is extremely useful if you're comparing two different antennas connected to the two antenna ports on an RSPduo. Another method that's commonly used to transfer control information back and forth between third-party software and SDRUno is the use of virtual COM ports. They just look like any other COM port to your PC, which may be the result of plugging in some peripheral, but they're implemented entirely in software. In this particular case, we're looking at one called CommoCom, which is free of charge and generates basic COM port pairs. Other packages are also available, two of the more popular being VSPE and VSPD. However, in some cases they will require the payment of a license fee. Up until now, we've looked at transferring control signals back and forth between third-party software and SDRUno. In addition to that, when it comes to wanting to decode signals, we also have to have a way of sending signals from SDRUno into our third-party decoding software or other processing software. And the way to do that is by the use of virtual audio cables. And I'm going to show a couple of examples here. First up, we'll start with VB cable, which is a very basic, straightforward method to do it. Another popular choice is VAC, virtual audio cable. It has the ability to generate multiple virtual audio cables, and you have much more control over the settings within the package. But once again, a license fee may be required to unlock all the features. So that's what I regard as your basic software toolkit. If you have these pieces of software in your arsenal, then you can interface SDRUno and your RSP to just about every piece of third-party software that's out there. And once you grasp the basic principles of each, you'll be able to use them from one software to the next with relative ease. Of course, if you need any help with any of this, we have an extensive catalogue of both videos and written application notes showing you how to use these tools with
Okay, so hopefully there was something beneficial there for you. And the point I was trying to make was you saw Mike mention several times during the course of his demos how he was using virtual audio cable to send signals from SDRUno out to his third-party software. In general, any time that there's any control information going back and forth, usually virtual COM ports are used, but as you will have seen from the video, in some cases, OmniRig's used for that. CW Skimmer being a notable time where OmniRig is also used. I'm going to try and share something on my screen here and bring up that list of software again for you. The
chances
audio cable, VAC, for example. He's also covered doing virtual COM port implementation and so on. And once you've learned how to do that, it really doesn't matter which kind of third-party software you're using. It becomes flavors of the same thing. And the other thing I'd like to stress is, using this approach, everybody uses SDRUno a little differently. Early on today, you saw John talking about using the band select buttons in SDRUno. I use those buttons almost exclusively when I'm using SDRUno. On the other hand, Mike never uses the band select buttons, right, Mike? Similarly, as Mike mentioned in his demos, he is a big fan of using VAC to send the signals back and forth from SDRUno to the third-party software. I'm a big fan of using VB cable. And on a related note, I did see a question came up that said, can you hear what you're tuned to if you use VB cable? And the answer is yes, for either one. If you go into the Windows settings, you have a choice to monitor that virtual audio cable through your system speakers as well. Some applications have the ability to do that within the application itself. For example, if you use CW Skimmer, there's a little loudspeaker icon. Click if you want to hear the CW going through. In my opinion, if you're tuned to digital signals, there's nothing worse than hearing those things screeching at you through the speakers, so I always turn that off. Again, I want to stress that we've shown clips of things and extracts of things today. If you do go to our website and go to our video catalog, go look at Mike's videos, we've got much more detail on all of these. And once you become comfortable with them, it's very easy to pick up a new piece of software, and that resource is there for you to use, and feel free to do so. And if all else fails, there are the user groups, there's the groups.io, there are the Facebook groups if you don't mind being on Facebook, and there's always the ticket support system at sdrplay.com. So I know we've not been able to necessarily go into great detail about all the questions you have today, but we'll open it up to questions here real soon. And as Andy mentioned a couple of times, right now, it's not that difficult to talk to third-party software. We think it's going to be a whole lot easier in the future now that 1.4 SDRUno is there with the ability to do plugins. We're depending on the authors of that third-party software to implement plugin support, which will make it much more tightly integrated with SDRUno. So, Andy, I don't know who you want me to turn it over to now.
Okay, yeah. That was great, Steve. Thank you very much.
I'm not hearing John.
Okay, is that better? Has it gone quiet? Hello? Are you hearing me?
CQ,
Can you hear me? Hello? Is that coming through?
Yep.
Is it loud enough? Can you? I don't know what's happened there, but I was going to just pick up on a couple of areas where we referred to the various resources in the website, and I just wanted to run through that with you. So if I could just share my screen here. And just take a look at the SDRplay website. So along the top here, let's just take a couple of things here. First of all, we talked a lot about this applications support catalog. So under the support tab, you'll see applications and support catalog. And if you click on that, you then get the full directory of all the videos that SDRplay has created, and some of our the YouTubers out there who've been very prolific, and we've got links to some of them. You'll either see a YouTube little video symbol, or you will see a PDF. So depending on the topic, you can either select by category. So there's stuff specifically around, for example, SDRUno. If you click on that, you'll just get the links to stuff to do with SDRUno. We have, for other countries, we have a bunch of stuff in foreign non-English languages. We have articles on, accessories and so on. Also, you can select here, for example, we talk about virtual audio cables. So just type in virtual. There's various ways of searching through this, and these are links to all the videos. So that's pretty good. There's also the community, the various communities out there that were referred to, and you've got links directly to the various forums. And a question came up specifically on the a list of links to third-party software that people use with SDRplay. And on the new forum run by Rick, he's done a great job and provided a link here specifically on software. Here we are, SDR software that's RSP compatible. And there's a whole list of stuff there. And just going back to the homepage, I would like to say a big shout out to all our other worldwide distributors who are listed here, all the resellers around Europe by country. And hello to any of you that are joining in from around the world. And indeed, I think in the past, we've always enjoyed meeting some of you actually over in Dayton. So again, that's, as near as we could get to it today was to bring everyone together. So the other key area is, of course, downloads, and a lot of the software, or all the software that comes from SDRplay. So this is for the basic software itself. And for the different platforms can be found under downloads, and then you just click on the tab. So that's for the Mac, Linux, Raspberry Pi, and so on. So that's a little bit about the website. I think what I'd like to do now is just bring up the whole team and just take another check at the chat. And maybe we've got time to actually do one or two kind of impromptu demos. I think this is coming to the end of our formal initial 1400 UTC session. The next formal session will kick off again in just under an hour at 1700 UTC. But until then, let's just open it up for further questions. And I've got a setup here. Potentially, I could do some more live demos. And I know Andy has, and I think Steve might even have a cubic demo up his sleeve. So let's open it up to everyone.
Well, while we're waiting for the next question to come in, this goes way back. I noticed Katie was doing a shout out to all 200 or so of you that joined us today, and I'd like to thank you for coming and listening to what we had to say. If there's anything we didn't cover during this session, we can either try and do it right now before we finish, or we can do it in the next session, which is coming up just under an hour's time. And I'd like to give a special shout out to the gentleman whose name I forget right now, but he called in from Norfolk, and I'm feeling a little bit upset that my plans to visit Norfolk coming up next month have had to be cancelled. That was going to be my reward for going to Dayton and wearing my feet out for 3 days solid, and then I was going to go relax on the beach in Cromer, but I'll have to save that for another day.
Katie, it's probably a good time to just remind people about the various deals that you've got going.
Oh, absolutely. Well, for anybody who is interested in just getting started with SDRplay, or maybe ready to move on up in the world to something that has more capabilities, we have sales this weekend at Ham Radio Outlet. You can get $20 off the RSP1A. It's now on sale for $109.95, and I've been putting links in the chat, and we'll put links in again. And the SDRplay-Duo is $40 off, which is a great deal at $239.95. I think that seems to be one of the most popular items. And then the RSPdx, which I'm thinking after today's session, I might have to add one of those to my pile of stuff here in the shack. And that's on sale right now for $179.95. And again, I'll re-put the links back in here in our chat so you can check on those. And as the U.S. distributor for SDRplay at Ham Radio Outlet, we really appreciate the opportunity to join in today with the SDRplay-awayday, since we aren't playing away together at Hamvention this weekend, but we're still here together, and really appreciate everybody who's showing up and watching and learning and asking lots of questions, and looking forward to the rest of the sessions this weekend. So please feel free to continue to comment, even if it's in between our live sessions. We'll go back and double check to make sure we can answer all of your questions. And appreciate everybody who's watching, and just continue on and have a great day. And for those of you that are here in the US or anywhere else, you might still want to get on the air and check things out. But I know I've learned a bunch of stuff this morning, so I'm really excited, because there's a few things I've been wanting to do with my RSP. I have the 1A here at home, and I didn't even realize some of the things I could do. So when this is all done today, I'm going to be playing around here in the shack and trying out some of these new things I'm learning today. So thanks, guys, for all of the stuff you've been teaching us.
Yeah.
I'll send it back to you, John.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I can only echo what Katie said. From all of us here at SDRplay, we really appreciate all of you taking trouble to join us, and seeing some of those names there, people that we only get to see at events like this, and ham radio in Friedrichshafen, of course, also cancelled. So this is really just something that allows us to feel we're still connected with you. I think I just remember one other question is about, what is the process for us to prioritize the new plugins that are coming, or encourage our third-party partners to develop plugins compatible for SDRUno. And I think, the best thing to do is just drop an email to feedback@sdrplay.com. All that stuff gets read. We don't always have a chance to give detailed responses, but you can be sure that we take that stuff seriously. And, if we see different people also all voting for the same capability, it'll surface, it'll come up the priorities. So anyway, and thanks to all my colleagues, and we're going to just take a short break now, and then we'll be back at 1700 UTC. And we'll so get out there, tell your friends, anyone who's never. I think there's a lot. Oh, sorry.
Sure. There's been a lot of questions about the plugin system and about installing SDRUno. So let's just.
Okay.
Let's just cover both those very, very, very quickly. So first of all, when 1.4 is released, if you want to use 1.4, then install 1.4. If you want to use 1.33, install 1.33. They won't. There's not much point having them installed on different directories, because you can't run the two together at the same time. So install the version of software that you want to use. Both pieces of software will use the same ini file, so all of your setups will be maintained. But like I say, just have that in your mind. If you want to use 133, install 133. If you want to use 1.4, install 1.4. The other thing about the plugin system, I noticed somebody said about whether it's for developers or for anybody. The plugin system is for anyone. We will publish information on how to get up and running with the plugin system. People that are interested in developing any applications for SDRUno, there will be a template, a very simple template design, and you'll be able to take that and run with it. and so yeah, for developers and for end users alike, it's a system for anybody. I thought we just wanted to cover those 2 points there, John.
Yeah, no, that's a very good point. Yeah, I was going to just finish by saying there's a lot of I know personally people who played with radios when they were kids. They're probably even older than me now, some of them, and maybe they never really came back to radio. But particularly if they're restricted in travelling and being locked down, and don't want to kind of spend too much money, an RSP is a great way to rediscover that hobby with just lengths of wire. If they've already got a PC, and with perhaps someone who's used an RSP or a dongle, help them get started. I mean, they might even want to just start with a dongle. You just get a cleaner experience by paying that bit more for something which isn't going to pick up a bunch of birdies and problem signals and so on. So that's certainly something I've been personally encouraging old friends to start to explore again. And maybe if you have friends that used to play with radio, get them to join us today. Tell them to come back to one of the next sessions, and we'll welcome them. And hopefully there's a little bit in there for the newcomers, as well as addressing the more detailed usage that we've seen today in the chat. And so, once again, thanks a lot. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back in 45 minutes. Well, I very much hope you're enjoying our day of live shows here on May the 16th. It's certainly the time that those of us here in the UK would wish to be over in Dayton, Ohio, and meeting customers, old and new. But that's not to be this year, so we're doing the next best thing, and hopefully you're enjoying the demos. We've got live demos, and we're very pleased to have a joint effort here with HRO, and that's Katie over there on the right, who'll be coming back in a minute when we start up the next show. Also, you'll be seeing some of the key contributors here from SDRplay are over here on the left-hand side. There's Mike at the back there, and he's based in Florida. There's Andy over here in the UK, and Steve from Dallas, Texas. I'm John, and I'm also based in the UK. So we're your guides for the day, and as I say, we'll be back very shortly with more live presentations and a chance for you to ask your questions. So a little bit about SDRplay, and for those of you who perhaps have come across this for the first time, so SDRplay, we make an SDR receiver, and it's essentially a box which you just need an antenna and a computer to create a general coverage receiver, which goes all the way from 1 kilohertz up to 2 gigahertz. Unlike some of the cheaper dongles, there's no up converters needed, and it also has a lot of built-in hardware filters to really minimize the kind of problems you can have with a wideband SDR. This keeps a lot of the sort of phantom signals away, and the key thing for those of you who haven't played with SDR before, I would say the biggest difference compared with a traditional radio is the fact you can visualize the signals. You can actually see them as well as tune to them and pick up the signals. So here at SDRplay, we make the radios, the RSPs we call them, radio spectrum processors, and we'll be talking in a moment about the different models available. So we provide the hardware, we provide the API software which controls it, and we also provide SDRUno SDR software. So this is the RSP 1A, which is our value product. We've done everything we can to keep the cost to a minimum. Some of you may remember the old RSP1. This is a major upgrade to our original RSP1, which came out nearly 6 years ago. As with all our RSPs, they give performance from 1 kilohertz all the way to 2 gigahertz, and you can visualize up to 10 megahertz of spectrum anywhere within that range. So 1 kilohertz is right down at VLF, 2 gigahertz is up into microwaves. And if you imagine, you're basically able to tune into and look at any 10 megahertz slot within that spectrum. And with all our RSPs, you have the capability of using it as a serious piece of RF kit. A very popular capability, together with our RSPduo software, is the ability to use it as a versatile RF power measurement or field strength meter. Literally, you can take a portable laptop, take any of the RSPs out in the field. With our SDRUno software, you can measure the absolute RF power being presented to the 50 ohm input at the RSP, and that accuracy is within around 1 dB. So you're within 1 dBm of the exact power being presented. This is great for comparing antennas, for looking at the signal strength out in the field. Another popular application is a totally separate spectrum analyzer software that we have available for all the RSPs. The DX version is imminent right now. If it's not there today, it'll be there very, very soon from the developer over in Australia, Steve Andrew, who's made a super job of providing this this software, which again, it works on even the RSP1A. Another popular capability is the GNU Radio, GNU Radio Companion software, which is very good for research, experimentation. It's popular in universities for learning about signal processing. And we have, again, via third-party collaborators, there are source blocks for each of the RSPs to allow you to just treat the RSP as the radio block and then go on to do all sorts of manipulations with the signal path based on the growing library of blocks available out there as part of the whole sort of GNU Radio effort. And now we come to the RSPdx. The RSPdx is a complete redesign of the popular RSP2, RSP2 Pro. Again, we get the 1 kilohertz to 2 gigahertz coverage with up to 10 megahertz of spectrum visibility. But we have 3 antenna ports. To really do justice to the entire range from LF up to microwaves, it's not really practical to have one antenna for all those frequencies. So you typically need multiple antennas if you want to easily tune from one end to the other. And so the ability to switch between antennas using the software is very powerful. So we've come up with choice of 3 antenna ports. 2 of them are these SMA 50 ohm ports. There's also a 50 ohm BNC port, which is up to 200 megahertz. It's limited to 200 megahertz simply because of the performance of the BNC sockets at the higher frequencies, but also we've been able to make a slightly more rugged protection for those lower frequencies. There's enhanced HF performance compared to the older design of the RSP2, particularly for large signal handling, but additionally we've added additional hardware and software filtering below 2 megahertz, specifically for the challenging conditions involved down at MF and LF. So this does give outstanding performance using what we call HDR, the high dynamic range mode, which, as I say, it uses a combination of the additional hardware filtering and also the software filtering within SDRUno. And the whole thing comes in a very, very rugged black steel case, which really feels very solid, as well as having the external clock input for extra accuracy using a GPSDO, which is typically useful up at UHF and beyond. So here's a little bit about the HDR mode for the RSPdx. So the way that works is in conjunction with SDRUno Windows software, which we provide, and there are band buttons which are shown here in the software, which whenever you select a band below 2 megahertz, it will automatically put you into the HDR mode. And here you can see the bands provided, which are just different spans within that spectrum from 1 kilohertz up to 2 megahertz. And they're kind of useful spans, like the medium wave broadcast band, the long wave band, some bands for NDBs, and because there's a filter at 500 kilohertz, there's a choice of either having it kicked in or not, for extra resilience down at these very, very challenging LF frequencies. So this then takes us to our flagship product, the RSPduo, which is a dual tuner version of the RSP. Again, it has multiple antenna ports. This time, instead of a BNC, it has a high impedance port, which allows you to connect directly to either a wire antenna or a balanced feed. It just eliminates the need for one external balun. So that's the third antenna option on the RSPduo. But the key extra features embedded within the Duo is the fact it's 2 independent tuners. So if you remember, the other RSPs give you total visibility, or 10 megahertz visibility, anywhere between 1 kilohertz and 2 gigahertz. Well, you still get that with the RSPduo, but you'll see over here it's got essentially 2 tuners, duplicate banks of filters and 2 tuners. So this means that you can get up to 2 megahertz visibility in 2 different places in the entire spectrum. So you could actually be on down at 40 meters with one and up on 70 centimeters with another. I'll give a few more examples of where this comes into effect. Probably the next most exciting thing about the Duo is the ability to do diversity reception. Again, we'll talk about that in a moment. So here, just showing how the Duo has the 2 independent tuners, and of course everything goes through one USB interface, which is why we've had to limit it to 2 chunks of 2 megahertz, because otherwise you just can't get the throughput down the USB cable. But as I say, this gives the opportunity for signal enhancement and noise cancelling diversity applications, as well as monitoring 2 totally widely spaced bands as shown in this example. So you actually have 2 versions, or two instances of SDRUno running simultaneously and totally independently able to tune. In this example, we're looking up at the aircraft band as well as at 40 meters. Another great application is for those aircraft enthusiasts who want to simultaneously listen to the air traffic control transmissions down on 120 megahertz, the VHF AM transmissions, as well as doing ADS-B detection and looking at the telemetry data up at 1.09 gigahertz. You can have the 2 things going on simultaneously. When it comes to diversity, the key addition in the SDRUno software is this rosette display here, which allows you to control by dragging the end of this line here, which is representing the relative phase of signal on tuner 1 to the signal on tuner 2. And the absolute length of this line, if it's set to the center, you've got unity, you've got the two signals of equal amplitude, and you go to a 2-to-1 ratio if you go fully out, and half to 1 if you go the other way. So this, again, this is just for the RSPduo. This won't work with the single tuner 1A or the DX. And the way this works is once you select tuner mode and diversity mode, it will automatically give you the ability to get maximum ratio combination for signal enhancement. So the software will do real-time measurements on the signal and try and compare and maximize the two together. Now this works very predictably up at VHF and above, where the type of signal paths are much more direct, and tend to be fairly stable, apart from sporadic E events and very nearby big aircraft. But down at HF, it's where it comes into its own is to combine fast changing signals from, say, a horizontal antenna and a vertical, or two differently oriented horizontal antennas. Obviously the spacings get quite big down at HF, but it's really impressive to see and hear the effect of when the two signals are fading in and out rapidly. You can actually maintain and hear a very good, much easier to read signal. And then the next capability is interference rejection. And when it comes to using RSPduo diversity for cancelling like local interference, then you have on one tuner, you typically have an antenna set to pick up the best possible signal, and then the second antenna, as long as it has some of the good signal, it needs some of the good signal there, but is perhaps picking up all the noise. The two together can be used using diversity in manual mode to phase away the unwanted signal. And again, this is very, very effective. So anyway, let's just recap on the three different models that we have: the RSP1A, the RSPdx, and the RSPduo. This chart, which is, again, it's available on our website, really highlights the basic features you get for the RSP1A, which gives you all the core capabilities. It then goes on to show how the DX has the extra rugged metal case. It has the external clocking capability. It has this special mode for below 2 megahertz. So that's the RSPdx. And then on top of that, the Duo brings you dual tuners, simultaneous processing of two completely separate parts of the spectrum, along with the ability to do diversity tuning. So that's those are the RSPs, and then of course the software is constantly evolving. So if you get an RSP today, the capability you'll get with the SDRUno software will be evolving over time, new capabilities coming in, and a lot of the third-party software is improving as well. So it's constantly being refreshed. So this is what SDRUno looks like: a lot of separate panels which automatically tessellate onto your size of Windows display. This looks particularly good if you put it on a big HDMI monitor. You have a main control panel, which is your main interface to the RSP itself, and a lot of drop-down options. And we really encourage you today to take time to ask questions if you're already a user and want to understand more. If you're thinking about using SDRUno, to ask questions. But the look and feel of SDRUno is to mimic traditional radio. Here's the receiver control panel with the frequency readout in the center, and you can control all these the frequency with the roller wheel on your mouse, which becomes a bit like your tuning knob, or you can individually scroll through different digits. You can select the particular mode for decode, whether it's FM or AM, and then SSB, lower sideband. There's a bunch of filter options with some sensible defaults already preset. There's an extra control panel with powerful noise filtering capabilities. The main part of the display is the spectrum window itself, where you visualize the signals across the spectrum, and through time that forms the waterfall below. There's a recording function, there's a scanning function, and there's the ability to manipulate the decoded demodulated signal in this SP2 window here. So there's a lot to get into, but there's very good documentation, and as you'll see later, a bunch of help in the way of videos that you can look at. Within that receiver window, there are the ham or the band buttons, where you can select from ham or broadcast bands, and these are preset bands where the framing and all the settings has been worked out in advance. So you literally might choose the ham lower set of bands, which goes all the way from the experimental 2200 meter band up to 15 meters. We're going to pick on, say, 20 meters in this example. And once you click on that, then your main spectrum window is automatically set to span from 14 megs to 14.35. So you don't have any further adjustments to do. And here now is our Windows-based SDRUno roadmap, which takes us all the way through to version 2, which a lot of people are waiting for, where we eventually migrate across to run on some of the other popular computing platforms, particularly Mac OS, Linux. So a whole bunch of improvements, additions, capabilities. In 1.4, probably the plugin capability is going to be the most dramatic in terms of opening up the ability to work with other third-party software without always having to use a virtual audio cable or some kind of intermediary software. So that will give a much more cohesive feel to many of the applications which today are, clearly separate. When it comes to applications, obviously this is very much a ham radio day as we celebrate Hamvention and Dayton, and kind of really nostalgically missing it. And this is, as I said, our attempt to just bring a live day of demos and be able to answer your questions just as though you were with us at Dayton. And in the next chat session, we really encourage you to ask questions, and we'll do our best to answer them. But like I say, it's mostly ham radio, but there are other applications of just having such a great general coverage receiver, which a bit like a Swiss Army knife opens up the possibility to try things that maybe have been out of reach. So I've just listed some of them here. And satellite comms is probably one of the areas, satellite imaging, and so on. And I'm going to go on and show a few pictorial examples of this. So let's take a look. But before we do that, I just should mention what a lot of people use their dongles for, and also the RSP1A in particular, is as a Panadapter. A panoramic spectrum adapter for an existing transceiver. and the RSPs, all of them work really well with all the popular radios, the Yaesus, the Kenwoods, and we do have some great videos which I'll come to later that show you how you can set these up and give you the ability to simultaneously control. You can simultaneously control your rig from the SDRUno software. So with your mouse click, when you see a signal, you click on it and it resets the frequency on your rig, and vice versa. So that's obviously a very, very popular use of an RSP. But as I was saying, there's a lot of other things outside ham radio that are of great interest to anyone who likes to explore what's out there in the spectrum. And there's Inmarsat signals that can be picked up with a very simple patch antenna. This one is supplied by SDR kits. It's dedicated to this 1.6 gigahertz part of the spectrum, and you can pick up all sorts of messaging information, particularly from ships at sea and that kind of thing. Here's just an example of the fact with SDRUno you can simultaneously explore different frequencies, have each of these virtual receivers set up to pipe to a different application. So it could be WSJT, it could be some sort of WFax decode. There's limitless possibilities. And here's a great example of a surveying satellite image. And these are really high resolution images that you can access up on 1.7 gigahertz. With all our hardware and software products, we've tried to do as much as we can to provide guides as well as the documentation around SDRUno and the API, which are the two key things that we provide with our hardware. We've put links to other software as well, and we have both on our website www.sdrplay.com. If you go to support, you can find the applications and support catalog where you can search by keyword. You can find videos on a wide range of topics to help you, as well as on our YouTube channel. If you just go to YouTube and select SDRplay, you'll find our YouTube channel, which is full of links and playlists to various aspects, including in other languages as well. We also have a second YouTube channel, which is called SDRplay Ham Guides, which is run by Mike over in Florida. And this is a very informal channel where Mike personally will respond to comments and quite quickly come up with new videos and content for his regular Zoom events. It's a little bit informal, and it's growing and very, very popular. So that's the SDRplay Ham Guides YouTube channel. We have a Facebook news page where we publish news and information, not to be confused with the SDRplay Facebook community group, or the group with now 13,000 members. This is a group that was started. Mike was involved right at the beginning, but also Paul Jones has to stand out as the pioneering enthusiast of our product before anyone had heard of it, and he sort of stayed with it throughout. And he's a great friend of SDRplay, and he works for ELAD, which is a very great companion company complementing what we do. And like I say, we're very, very pleased to see that we're over 13,000 members. So you can post a question here and expect to get some comments and replies pretty quickly, which all helps. We've also got a forum. Again, we're very much indebted to Rick King in particular for managing this forum, which is perhaps better for those of you who don't want to use Facebook. There's also now a Groups.io forum, which has just started this year. I should just add that was NB4R, Ruben, who we have to thank for the new group that was started this year, the Groups.io. So with all our products, you can get direct support from SDRplay. Doesn't matter if you buy it from HRO or direct. You can get technical support from our support center. You can raise a ticket, and we will do our best to support you. Obviously, our main capability is obviously our hardware. We stand by that. We'll support you any questions or problems you have with the hardware, and also the SDRUno software and the API. But some of the third-party stuff is obviously outside our expertise, but we'll do our best to give you pointers. So. We really try and turn around our tickets as quickly as possible. We are limited to English speaking. We are somewhat limited to UK and US hours, but again, it's something that we're trying to constantly improve and learn from and build in, any problem areas and improve our documentation, improve our website, improve future upgrades to our software. So anyway, with that, I just want to say how pleased we are to be at least able to have some time sharing our products with you, even though there's no Dayton, there's no Hamvention today. We're with you, we're online, we're going to be back at the time shown below for the next round of demonstrations and a chance for you to ask your questions, and looking forward to it. It's a really, really good day, and as good as we could do without actually getting over there with you. So anyway, with that, 73s. Well, I very much hope you're enjoying our day of live shows here on May the 16th. It's certainly the time that those of us here in the UK would wish to be over in Dayton, Ohio, and meeting customers old and new. But that's not to be this year. So we're doing the next best thing, and hopefully you're enjoying the demos. We've got live demos, and we're very pleased to have a joint effort here with HRO, and that's Katie over there on the right, who'll be coming back in a minute when we start up the next show. Also, you'll be seeing some of the key contributors here from SDRplay are over here on the left-hand side. There's Mike at the back there, and he's based in Florida. There's Andy over here in the UK, and Steve from Dallas, Texas. I'm John, and I'm also based in the UK. So we're your guides for the day, and as I say, we'll be back very shortly with more live presentations and a chance for you to ask your questions. So a little bit about SDRplay, and for those of you who perhaps have come across this for the first time, so SDRplay, we make an SDR receiver, and it's essentially a box which you just need an antenna and a computer to create a general coverage receiver, which goes all the way from 1 kilohertz up to 2 gigahertz. Unlike some of the cheaper dongles, there's no up converters needed, and it also has a lot of built-in hardware filters to really minimize the kind of problems you can have with a wideband SDR. This keeps a lot of the sort of phantom signals away, and the key thing for those of you who haven't played with SDR before, I would say the biggest difference compared with a traditional radio is the fact you can visualize the signals. You can actually see them as well as tune to them and pick up the signals. So here at SDRplay, we make the radios, the RSPs we call them, radio spectrum processors, and we'll be talking in a moment about the different models available. So we provide the hardware, we provide the API software which controls it, and we also provide SDRUno SDR software. So this is the RSP1A, which is our value product. We've done everything we can to keep the cost to a minimum. Some of you may remember the old RSP1. This is a major upgrade to our original RSP1, which came out nearly 6 years ago. As with all our RSPs, they give performance from 1 kilohertz all the way to 2 gigahertz, and you can visualize up to 10 megahertz of spectrum anywhere within that range. So 1 kilohertz is right down at VLF, 2 gigahertz is up into microwaves. And if you imagine, you're basically able to tune into and look at any 10 megahertz slot within that spectrum. And with all our RSPs, you have the capability of using it as a serious piece of RF kit. A very popular capability, together with our RSPduo software, is the ability to use it as a versatile RF power measurement or field strength meter. Literally, you can take a portable laptop, take any of the RSPs out in the field. With our SDRUno software, you can measure the absolute RF power being presented to the 50 ohm input at the RSP, and that accuracy is within around 1 dB. So you're within 1 dBm of the exact power being presented. This is great for comparing antennas, for looking at the signal strength out in the field. Another popular application is a totally separate spectrum analyzer software that we have available for all the RSPs. The DX version is imminent right now. If it's not there today, it'll be there very, very soon from the developer over in Australia, Steve Andrew, who's made a super job of providing this this software, which again, it works on even the RSP1A. Another popular capability is the GNU Radio, GNU Radio Companion software, which is very good for research, experimentation. It's popular in universities for learning about signal processing. And we have, again, via third-party collaborators, there are source blocks for each of the RSPs to allow you to just treat the RSP as the radio block and then go on to do all sorts of manipulations with the signal path based on the growing library of blocks available out there as part of the whole sort of GNU Radio effort. And now we come to the RSPdx. The RSPdx is a complete redesign of the popular RSP2, RSP2 Pro. Again, we get the 1 kilohertz to 2 gigahertz coverage with up to 10 megahertz of spectrum visibility. But we have 3 antenna ports. To really do justice to the entire range from LF up to microwaves, it's not really practical to have one antenna for all those frequencies. So you typically need multiple antennas if you want to easily tune from one end to the other. And so the ability to switch between antennas using the software is very powerful. So we've come up with three antenna ports. 2 of them are these SMA 50 ohm ports. There's also a 50 ohm BNC port, which is up to 200 megahertz. It's limited to 200 megahertz simply because of the performance of the BNC sockets at the higher frequencies, but also we've been able to make a slightly more rugged protection for those lower frequencies. There's enhanced HF performance compared to the older design of the RSP2, particularly for large signal handling, but additionally we've added additional hardware and software filtering below 2 MHz, specifically for the challenging conditions involved down at MF and LF. So this does give outstanding performance using what we call HDR, the high dynamic range mode, which, as I say, it uses a combination of the additional hardware filtering and also the software filtering within SDRUno. And the whole thing comes in a very, very rugged black steel case, which really feels very solid, as well as having the external clock input for extra accuracy using a GPSDO, which is typically useful up at UHF and beyond. So here's a little bit about the HDR mode for the RSPdx. So the way that works is in conjunction with SDRUno Windows software, which we provide, and there are band buttons, which are shown here in the software, which whenever you select a band below 2 MHz, it will automatically put you into the HDR mode. And here you can see the bands provided, which are just different spans within that spectrum from 1 kHz up to 2 MHz, and they're kind of useful spans like the medium wave broadcast band, the long wave band, some bands for NDBs, and because there's a filter at 500 kHz, there's a choice of either having it kicked in or not for extra resilience down at these very, very challenging LF frequencies. So this then takes us to our flagship product, the RSPduo, which is a dual tuner version of the RSP. Again, it has multiple antenna ports. This time, instead of a BNC, it has a high impedance port, which allows you to connect directly to either a wire antenna or a balanced feed. It just eliminates the need for one external balun. So that's the third antenna option on the RSPduo. But the key extra Okay. So, welcome everybody. A very big hello from England. This is John G4ABQ from SDRplay. In a moment, I'll introduce you to the rest of the SDRplay team. But first of all, a special welcome to Katie, who's joined us today to help co-host this great all-day event as we celebrate the fact we're not at Dayton. I guess it's you could word it better, Katie.
Hi, John. Hello, everyone around the world who is watching today. I'm Katie, WI7YL from Ham Radio Outlet, and we are not at Hamvention this weekend, as everybody knows, but we just couldn't bear to miss out on the opportunity to be able to share all the great things about the SDRplay products with you this weekend. So we teamed up with SDRplay, and we're the gang's all here today to share. I've learned so much this morning already, and I'm looking forward to seeing what else comes out with our next sessions. And we've got some great deals on the SDR products this weekend from Ham Radio Outlet. I'm posting links in the chat, and just check out our website, hamradio.com, and you'll find some great deals on the SDRplay and, of course, other products as well. And really pleased and honored to be invited to participate in today's activities with SDRplay. And I'll turn it back to you, John. Thank you so much, and we'll look forward to talking with everybody as this session moves on.
Okay, because really, I mean, the Hamvention is the highlight. Hello, Mike. Oh, can you hear me? Okay. Okay, I'm going to have to just adjust my settings here. Okay, is that better? Okay. Yeah, I was saying, you know, Hamvention is the place where we not only meet customers and get feedback and inspiration for our coming roadmap of what we're going to release, particularly in terms of software. And, you know, we meet so many friends, so many, all the great people from Ham Radio Outlet. We meet European resellers who are over there, and a lot of characters, a lot of fun. And we really are missing that. But this is really the next best thing. And we want to encourage you through the chat to share with us your questions, and we'll do our very best to answer them. We have the opportunity to run specific demos. We have some demos all lined up. We're going to come to those in a moment. And I'll run through initially what our products are, and then get into the demos in a bit. But before that, during the little interval we had from our first session, we've picked up a few more questions, which we'd like to just go through. I think they're of general interest to those of you who are just joining us for this second session. But over to you, Andy, for if you want to just pick up on the questions that have come in the last half hour or so.
Okay. So, first one.
Oh, should I just introduce everybody?
Yeah, let's do that.
Or let everyone introduce themselves. So, do you want to start, Andy?
Yeah, sure. So, my name's Andy. I'm responsible for software at SDRplay, and I'm based in the southeast of England. Nice day here today for a change.
Go ahead, Steve.
I'm Steve, KI5ENW, based in Dallas, Texas, and I'm here trying to teach Texans how to speak proper English.
And I'm Mike, KD2KOG, in South Florida.
I already said hello to you guys, so KDWY7YL again. From Ham Radio Outlet. Yay.
And John, G4ABQ, in Bedfordshire.
Okay. So just while we had the intermission there was a few questions. So let's just try and catch up some of them fairly quickly. There was a couple of questions about remote operation. John, we've got the remote server client coming in 1.42. Do you want to talk a little bit about what that will allow people to do? That's kind of where we're going. John?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so remote server client operation in 1.42 we've got coming in SDRUno. There was a question about whether what we're doing about remote operation.
Oh yeah, so with version 1.42 we'll be able to our server software will be able to send audio and the enough information such that you can have a very efficient use of the internet link to give you full access on SDRUno to a remote RSP running on a number of platforms. Even the Raspberry Pi, it'll run on Linux, it'll run on Mac, on Windows. So that's going to be a really good step forward for 1.42.
Okay. I just noticed a question here about WebSDR and the RSP1A. Do we have anything on WebSDR on our applications guide? I'm not sure that we do we?
We haven't. We started to see a number of people adding RSPs onto the WebSDR. So I think that's something that's certainly
it definitely works, right?
growing.
I think that's the point. It works. It just
yeah.
Maybe they could if you contact somebody in the WebSDR community, they'll be able to help you get up and running.
Yeah, I think yeah.
Yeah.
There's certainly at least one article on the in our catalogue that refers to one of the approaches. I think with the RSP1As.
Okay, Steve, there's one about OmniRig and an ICR8600. Do you know what that is, or Mike? Can you help with that?
Well, I'm not sure what the issue would be with the 8600. It should work fine with OmniRig. Now, I did do a quick check, and I don't see an INI file for the 8600 within OmniRig, but there is an INI file for the 8500. So the chances are that would cover it just as well. If not, it's quite possible to edit the INI file. There's another program called OmniRig Client you can run to verify whether communication's happening back and forth between OmniRig and the rig itself. Alternatively, search around some of the ham groups, put in the part number and put OmniRig and see if maybe another user has developed an INI file specifically for that radio. But my guess is it probably works out of the box using the existing INI file for the 8500.
Okay, thank you.
I also wanted to add, jumping back to the remote operation, while we wait for updated versions of SDRUno, you can still do remote operation using the TCP server software. It doesn't give you full functionality, but it is a way, for example, to remotely access an RSP connected to let's say a Raspberry Pi mounted out on the antenna to stay away from noise within the shack.
Yeah, and in fact, somebody's asked about how to set up a headless server. So you literally just apply power to the Raspberry Pi, and it will just start up as a server. I've done that before with Odroid devices, which are very similar, and so I can probably dig out some. Maybe John will find a way of getting that information out to people as to how to. I've done it before, so I'll just dig out the information and I'll post it, so you can literally just apply power to a single board computer, Raspberry Pi, Odroid, doesn't really matter what it is, and it will start the server software up so that you can automatically connect.
Yeah, we're going to be adding a bunch of links to the comments on this video after the show, so that can be one of the items on the list there.
Okay, and the only other one I saw was somebody asked about the scheduler. I mean, what I think. My bit's coming up, so I'll go into a little bit more detail about the scheduler and kind of where we're going with that in the next release of SDRUno. And then I think lastly we'll touch on, someone's asked if we can go up to 6 gigs. Will there be a spectrographic capture oriented model receiver? Like Windows software.
I can't help you on that one, Andy. I've never heard of it.
Yeah, I mean, I could only comment that we're looking at sort of companion devices to give higher frequency operation, but
I mean,
nothing.
You can do that today, right? You can block down convert from higher frequencies down to like an IF below 2 gigahertz. You could do that, right? If you really wanted to, you can do that today. That's how. Yeah. That's how the satellite reception is done. Just block down convert to a lower IF and then use the RSP down at the lower frequency.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that's, unless I've missed. Apologies if I have missed any, but I think that was all the ones that came in. We'll obviously be here for a while yet, so if you have questions and I didn't pick them up and you want to ask them again, please do so, and we'll capture them either in mine or Mike or Steve's sessions a bit later, or maybe we'll capture it back up again in the Q&A at the end of this section. But we'll make a note of any questions that come in, and we'll definitely get to you. Okay, so we'll kick off then, John.
Yeah, so I'm going to just spend a few minutes, which will be a little bit of a recap for those of you already familiar with our products, but hopefully of extra interest to anyone who's joined for the first time. I won't go on too long, and I'll try and take questions at the end of this. So, did the screen sharing work? There we go. Okay, can you see the screen, everybody?
Perfect.
Good, excellent. Okay, so just to go through what we have planned for you, and as we said before, we can steer this any way you guys would like, but the current plan at the moment is for the next couple of hours. I'm going to just do a quick introduction. Katie will just mention the special deals that HRO have going on at the moment. Then we're going to have Andy go through what's coming up in SDRUno version 1.4, which is coming out next week, and we'll be looking at that, the roadmap for SDRUno, and a bit more about those non-Windows platforms. Steve's going to go through a very handy toolkit for software interfaces, and then Mike will be going through some demonstrations on DMR, FT8, and various other stuff. Steve will go through Panadapters, but as we watch the chat, hopefully we can fit in ad hoc demos or illustrate specific questions where you would like guidance and comment, and a chance to see some of the other capabilities not listed here. So we'll be answering questions as we go, and the whole thing will end around about 2.5 hours from now, 2 hours from now, and we'll restart again at 2000 UTC. So just a little bit, basically the RSP is a software-defined receiver, which all you need is an antenna and a computer to give you general coverage reception, 1 kilohertz all the way to 2 gigahertz, no up converters, no gaps, and a bunch of hardware filters built in to minimize any problems with spurious signals. And the whole thing's a 14-bit A to D, very, very good, high resolution, and up to 10 megahertz of visibility. The key thing with an SDR, of course, is you can visualize those signals as opposed to just flying blind. And of course, as more and more goes to digital modes, then having the same software in the computer just makes the whole thing a tighter fit. And as we move into plugins, you'll see that more and more. All our RSPs double as lab tools. They come as calibrated RF power meters, field strength meters, to within 1 dBm. And there's independent software for Windows, which turns it into a spectrum analyzer. And I know those of you who recently bought a DX and RSPdx have been waiting. And the good news is on Monday, we'll be releasing the version of Steve Andrews' spectrum analyzer from our website to enable the spectrum analyzer on an RSPdx. So gluing it all together is our SDRUno software, and two things really worth mentioning, which are unique and special. One of them is band framing, which is particularly good if you're a returning amateur or an amateur who perhaps hasn't played with a SDR before. Then the band framing capability is superb, because you can literally let me just bring up the pointer here. You can literally click on one of these special buttons for example, a 20-meter band, and that will automatically set the main spectrum window to span from 14 to 14.35 megahertz. And you don't have to worry about all the special settings of to get that exactly the window you want. So it's really like having true preset buttons for particular slots within the radio spectrum. The other thing we're particularly proud about is the integrated scanner. And this is a truly integrated scanner where you can set your start and stop frequencies, the step frequencies. You can set this threshold here to make sure you don't get false readings. All the and you have a start and stop, and all the frequencies where there's activity can be captured and stored into your own memory bank. You can even scan from your own memory banks, and there's a bunch of preset ranges provided, including things like the air bands for North America and the rest of the world. So that's just something that we didn't have time to demonstrate that earlier, but we had actually a question about the scanner, and we're going to try and fit in a little video showing it in action in the next couple of hours. So our value product, the RSP1A, we've tried to keep the cost as low as possible. It comes in a very rugged plastic case. It gives you, as do all the RSPs, 1 kilohertz to 2 gigahertz. You have 10 megahertz of visibility anywhere in that range. And it's so this gives all-round functionality, unlocks the full capabilities of SDRUno. The scanner will be supported, and all the other field strength measurements and logging facilities that come with it. It's just a single antenna port. And obviously, a single antenna port isn't really capable. One antenna can't really cope with everything from 1 kilohertz to 2 gigahertz. You need 2 or 3. So that's why the DX has multiple antenna ports, which are software selectable. And many of you may have the RSP2 or the RSP2 Pro out there. This is a complete redesign of that product, giving enhanced HF performance, better signal handling. And on this one, we've actually put a BNC on the third antenna socket, just for ease of connection to particularly the active magnetic loops, which are becoming very popular. So you can just connect straight into that. All these inputs go from 1 kilohertz upwards. There is a limitation on antenna C of 200 megahertz. So you've got your software selectable ports. There's also extra filtering below 2 megahertz. Below 2 megahertz is particularly demanding. And so for people who go chasing NDBs, then or long wave DX, then HDR is an extra feature. High dynamic range mode. The DX has an external clock input for GPS and comes in this very, very heavy black metal case. And then our flagship product, the Duo, as well as doing everything that the in terms of visibility from 1 kilohertz to 2 gigahertz, you've got your 10 megahertz visibility. You could also have 2 independent 2 megahertz slots anywhere in the spectrum. So you can be on 2 meters with one and top band with the other. You've got on this one a high impedance port, which is an extra feature if you want to connect a long wire directly to the RSP if you're out and about, or even a balance feed. This is a sort of kilo ohm impedance. So that's the high impedance port. There's two independent tuners, which, as well as giving the ability to do real-time antenna comparisons, you can actually do diversity reception. And diversity reception, there's an example of the two independent chunks of spectrum being received at the same time. You can mix and match applications simultaneously, like air traffic control, ADS-B. The diversity tuning, the diversity tuning gives you this rosette capability on SDRUno to give you the maximum ratio combination for signal enhancement of the two signals. So if you've got some kind of diversity in terms of spatial separation, polarization, then you will get the optimized maximum signal of the two. This is particularly good if fast fading conditions, even on HF, and potentially during the at the end of the show, because it's a little bit hard to set up, we might even be able to do a live demo of that. And interference rejection is particularly popular for the diversity capability. So there's a comparison chart. It's on the homepage of the SDRplay website, which really summarizes these differences between the various products. And of course, a lot of people have a lot of fun with ham radio, but you can really branch out with this general coverage receiver and get into aircraft, ADS-B, potentially satellite comms up at in the gigahertz, decoding high resolution satellite images, and so on. Just a couple of words about where to get information, and we'll again make sure you've got links to this, but we've got this growing applications and support catalog with links and searchable links to videos that we've made, one or two third-party videos, documentation. There's also the YouTube channel itself. Mike, KD2KOG, has his own informal YouTube channel, which is more interactive. If there's a particular feature you'd like to see a video on, Mike will put that together and post it up there. There's the SDRplay Facebook news page for ongoing information. And then the community support group. I must mention in particular these two. The independent Facebook group, which has been running now for 4 or 5 years, was founded by Paul NN4F, our good friend over at ELAD, and Mike was another founder. We've got Rick, Preben, and others really helping to make this a fantastic community, and we're over 13,000 members now. Rick, over here in the UK, has set up the SDRplay users.net forum, which is growing in popularity. And there's even a new one, and thanks to Rootman for that, started this year, which is a groups.io forum, because I know different people like different formats. When it comes to support, as well as super support from Ham Radio Outlet, you can always come straight to SDRplay for technical support. And we do our very best to support, particularly where it's stuff we know about. Now, the stuff we know about is the RSPs themselves, the SDRUno software, and some of the interface software. Obviously, a lot of the applications, a lot of the other software out there, we're not the experts, and but we will, so we encourage you to work with the forums and the third-party vendors themselves, who many of whom we're in touch with, to try and get a more seamless experience. And you'll hear more about plugins coming, which really goes the next step on that. So just to summarize then, we've got coming up in the next 2 hours, we're going over to Katie in a moment. Let me just, Katie in a moment, and then into a bunch of demos. So I just want to check the chat here, make sure any obvious questions. Screen. There aren't any. Okay. I shall stop scaring my screen. Okay, that's good. So, Katie, maybe you'd like to say a bit about HRO.
Well, thank you very much, John. I appreciate that. And again, I'm Katie, WY7YL, here for Ham Radio Outlet today. And we very much appreciate the chance to partner up with our friends from SDRplay today for this SDRplay-awayday. It's been a great day so far of learning and opportunities, and I hope everyone's having a great time so far. We do have all of the SDRplay products in stock in all of our stores and ready to ship to you, and they're also on sale, so it's a great deal for this weekend. So while we're not at Hamvention, we're still having our virtual Hamvention sales. Just check them out at hamradio.com. And I will be continuing to post links to the SDR products here, the SDRplay products in the chat, with a link directly to the RSP1A, which is $20 off. The RSPduo is $40 off, and the RSPdx is also $20 off. So in addition to learning a lot of great things, you can also save some money and get some more fun in your shack. So with that, there's our little sales pitch for the moment. and I have one of these in my shack too. And I tell you what, so far from our session this morning, I've learned so many more things that I could be doing with it. So I hope for those of you that are also newer with the RSP product, with these products, that you're going to really learn a lot and discover all the fun things that you can do with them, just like I am today. Sending it back to you, John.
Yeah. Okay. No, that's great. And yeah, thanks for that. Like I say, it's been great fun. I hope we're not doubling there, but in the first session we had a real variety of questions, and hopefully we're able to answer those. And just if there's a particular demo you want, we can see if we can do it for you. So there's a challenge to us, but when we're over in Dayton and Friedrichshaven's coming up, that we again won't be going to this year. One of the great things for us is the actually planning and setting up live demos, and all the challenges of getting antennas and space and power, and even simple things like having enough UK style main sockets. We get a real buzz from just bringing it all together and sharing it with you guys and girls out there. And this is as near as we're going to get to it. But we still, I think, all in our own homes this year. Certainly, all of us have had fun the last day or two, just pulling stuff together, making sure it works, and So we want to share that with you. But we have got some stuff lined up we do want to talk through. So I will. I think next up is over to Andy.
Okay, so thanks a lot, John. We've got a few things to talk about on the software side with SDRUno 1.4. We've got a new version that's coming very soon. In fact, it'll be out a lot sooner than you may think, and we'll cover that in a minute or two. The first thing to say is that this version of SDRUno has something quite different. We've got a plugin system. We've already sort of talked a little bit about that in the previous session today, but for those of you that have just come to this session, I'll recap what it's for, what the capabilities of it are, and to try and inspire some of you to create plugins. We're going to provide some template source code of a working plugin, so that you can take it and you can change it and make it do whatever you want. We're going to publish some plugins that we've done ourselves, and we've also got a list of plugins that we'd like to also do over the next period of time. You can get access to all of the powerful features of SDRUno via the plugin, and I think this is a system that will just continue to develop and continue to grow, and it's going to be something quite special. Just a word on the plugins. So we've actually got some plugins right now. So we've got a DAB and a DAB Plus player, which I'll demonstrate for you in just a minute, and also we've got an audio recorder. It's quite a nice simple plugin. It literally allows you to record the audio of whatever VFO you're tuned to in either a WAV file or an MP3 format. So let me, before I talk about some of the things that are coming in the future, let me just give you a quick demonstration of that. Let me just run it very quickly here, switch over the monitor. So you can see, I'll just move myself out of the way. Okay. So you can see that we've got this plugin panel, plugin control panel, and I've got a few plugins here that I can select from. So if I tune to, it doesn't really matter what frequency I'm tuned to. I'm actually in the 40 meter band, I believe, at the moment. So I can fire up the audio recorder, and a small window appears. I specify the folder that the file gets saved to, and whether it's a WAV file or an MP3 file format. And then once I've made my choices, I just press record, and now just that VFO audio frequency is now being saved in that location. And I can select a different folder if the default one is not. Maybe you want to put it on a different drive, an SSD drive or something like that. But that's a really nice simple little plugin, and it just shows, this plugin is running outside of Uno. It is not part of SDRUno. It's running outside of SDRUno. That's the important thing to remember. We've also got the DAB plugin, so I'll just fire that up quickly and show you how that works. So you can see that instantly, as soon as it started up, you can see that it switched to a DAB frequency, and if I just adjust the gain a little bit, you can see that it's picked up the multiplex. I've got about 3 multiplexes here that I can choose from. Some are just full of DAB stations. Some have got DAB Plus as well, and I can play either. You just literally pick the radio station that you want to listen to, and you'll get the RDS text as well. And again, that's a nice plugin that will go out. Just actually, while we're in the plugin system, this isn't something that will be going out with the plugin system, but it's just a little kind of demonstrator that we have to show how the plugin system can access all the good stuff about SDRUno. So if I put that window there, and if I adjust the squelch, you can see. And so this is a plugin system this is a plugin that's running outside of Uno, and you can see that I've got control of the squelch there. I've got audio levels here. I've got noise blanker, and one of the features that was requested was that we can actually annotate onto the SP1 display, so we can do things like DX clusters. And so we've got just a little simple demo that just shows, if I run that, you can see that there's call sign and station text that we can annotate anywhere on the SP1 display. And so we're gonna be using this system to do a little sort of a simple DX cluster plugin. So that's kind of broadly speaking what the plugin system is capable of. We'll go back and have a look at some of the plugins that we're talking about doing ourselves. Yeah, the plugin system works with SDRUno, and SDRUno supports all the RSPs. RSP1, 1A, 2, and the 2 Pro obviously, and the RSPduo and the RSPdx. So the plugins work across all RSPs. Will the audio recorder plugin work with an active IQ WAV file as a source? It should do. It should do. I'm not sure that's something that I've tested, but I can certainly. That's certainly something we can have a look at, but it should do. There shouldn't be any reason why it couldn't. Obviously, you've got 2 different file operations now going. So you've got the file operation to read the data in, and then you've got a file operation to write the data out. So you kind of need a pretty good file system, probably SSDs for that to work properly. But that's something that we can take a look at. So aside from the plugins that we're going to be delivering with 1.4, we're going to do an ADSB plugin. So that will use dump 1090 under the hood, and it will be dump 1090s. For those of you who run dump 1090 currently with an RSP, you get like a command prompt window, and then all of the data just kind of scrolls up in there. So we're going to present the data in a better way. We'll kind of, we'll optimize the options so that it works properly with an RSP without having to set anything. And so that one's quite exciting. I'm quite looking forward to doing that one. We've got the DX cluster plugin that I've talked about before. MPX output. I can actually show you a screenshot of that. That's running. That's running right now. Let me show you a screenshot. So this is RDS Spy running with SDRUno. And we've got the MPX output. So we're taking the MPX output from SDRUno straight into RDS Spy. So this is a great example of where a plugin doesn't necessarily need to be an end application. It doesn't need to show a window of any kind. It's literally taking the output that's from SDRUno and it's feeding it directly into another application. So this is sort of when we talked about this before in the previous session, a lot of people talked about why we're still doing things with virtual audio cable. Well, this is obviously new. Virtual audio cable systems, the system has been around for a long time. What we now need is we need either the community or application developers to take the output of SDRUno straight into third-party demodulators and decoders, and so that will, So the possibilities for this system are huge, and so both end user applications and we'll call them interface plugins both be a great advantage for this system. So let's go back to the slides and carry on. And we're also going to be doing a direction finding application for the RSPduo. So that'll be a plugin that you'll obviously need a Duo for, but it will just work with the Duo basically. It's not possible for us to do that with another RSP because we need the clock and phase relationship between the two tuners in the RSPduo. We're taking advantage of that system, and then we're doing direction finding. So we've obviously done diversity and noise cancelling. We've done so you can do those sort of functions with the Duo. This is extending that functionality even further to direction finding. Okay, let's see. And yeah, we're really interested to see the sort of applications that the community can come up with. I'm sure you're sitting there thinking, it can do this, it can do that, it can do this, and that's going to be great. Unfortunately, someone's going to need to do all those great things. Maybe it's you. Maybe you're the one that's got the ideas and the skills to be able to do this together. Like I say, we're going to be delivering a template plugin, and I'm sure that a community will develop around the plugin system of like-minded developers, great minds will come together, help each other. Maybe some are free, maybe some are part of a commercial offering. Who knows? That's not for us to decide. But the plugin system is there for anybody, developers, end users, anybody to use as they wish. Okay. So we'll talk a little bit about some other features in 1.4 aside from the plugin system. We've also done quite a lot of work. It's been a while since we've done an update to SDRUno, and it's because we've actually got so much in. We've got so much into this one. We've got quite a program between now and when we go cross-platform. So we are trying to get this stuff out as quick as possible. And I'll talk a little bit about how we're going to release this in a minute, because that is different to what we've done before. So going through some of the features, we've now got an auto LO mode. So you can see if I quickly switch back to SDRUno, which I've still got running, and I move myself out of the way, you can see that what you'll be familiar with if you're a user of SDRUno is that you've got the LO and the VFO displayed on the screen at the same time. So now in ZIF mode, we've got in ZIF mode you have to be aware that you've got the LO that's obviously in the center of the spectrum. There is a DC spike there, and so you need to, when you've got an AM signal, the carrier needs to be away from the LO. And so what we've got is a system. I'll just enable that, and obviously it won't be much use to anybody up at 200 megahertz. But if we go down to here, so now I'm back in the ham bands. I'm still in 0IF mode. There's no LO frequency displayed. You don't have to worry about it. You don't have to worry about about making sure that your VFO isn't coincident with it. You just focus on the VFO. That's it. Worry about the signal that you're interested in, and Uno takes care of the rest. Okay, so let's go back and have a look at some of the other things. There we go. The stereo wideband FM audio distortion has been fixed. I'll see if I can do a quick demonstration of that in a second. But there was a problem when you went above 50% volume control. There was a really bad audio distortion. Basically, the DACs, the audio DACs, were being overloaded. So we fixed that. That's now resolved. I'll just catch up on some of these other ones. So you've now got the ability to start SDRUno without an RSP. So you don't have to have an RSP connected. If you had a pre-recorded IQ WAV file, then you can use that as the input to SDRUno. So maybe you've recorded some IQ data at one location. You've then got you've got a network drive full of these recorded IQ files. You could then go to another station and just then load up the IQ WAV file on the other station with SDRUno. You don't have to have the RSP to run at Uno in each location. Auto start the stream. So there's an option now such that when Uno starts, when Uno starts up, that automatically starts the IQ stream. That was requested by a number of people who particularly writing Cat software. So we have some people that write Cat control software around SDRUno, and one of the problems they had was that Uno started up and then just sat there. So now it starts up, it auto starts, and then you can just run your Cat control software like that. So that's quite a nice addition. The squelch system has been improved. I'll come back and show you that in a second when I show you the wideband distortion fix. We've got 2 extra levels of zoom in the SP2 display, the auxiliary display. That was requested by some people who want to do very sort of close in, very small frequency. They're looking for very small frequency differences. So you may find when you use that the update to that window is small. That is slower than usual. That's because the size of the FFT has now grown substantially. So the amount of data that needs to be processed is greatly increased. with those levels. So every time you increase the level of zoom in the SP2 display, you have to double the size of the FFT. So that's a lot more data than has previously been used. So that's why. But it works perfectly fine. We've modified the status bar to be a bit less intrusive. So we had some comments back. I know people don't like change, generally speaking, but some of the comments were that it was kind of a bit in your face, a bit out of keeping with the rest of Uno. So we've done some work to kind of make that a bit more in keeping with Uno, and that's it's an important part of the system. There wasn't really a way of getting kind of error information, warnings, or just information generally about what was going on in Uno back to the user. So this is now a very clear. We've got human readable messages that go into the status bar. So that's a lot more. That's a lot better for users, and also a lot of bug fixes. When this goes out, there'll be a change log obviously with it, and then you'll be able to see what we've done with that. So let me just quickly go back to SDRUno, and for some reason it's moved the window. There we go. Okay, so we've now got SDRUno back. I'll show you a couple of things. I don't know if I'm actually going to be able to get the audio from. I haven't been able to. Let me just see if I can do this quickly. I haven't been able to set this up. But hopefully I can do this and you can hear. Maybe you're going to hear me twice now. That's the danger with this, trying to do this stuff on the fly. I didn't have this working before the. No, it's all right, I'm only coming through once. Okay, so let's start SDRUno up on the FM. So I know my local. Hang on. Local. We'll get to radio 4. For me, is 93.5 megahertz. So I'm on FM stereo wideband FM 192 kilohertz. I'm slightly overloaded, so I'll back off the gain a touch. Let me see if I can hear that. Now I've changed the audio properties. I may have to restart Uno. Hang on, let me just. SDRUno doesn't like it if you change the audio setup while it's still running. So let me do this. Start it again. So I obviously need to listen to see if I've done that right. Turn off the scratch. I don't know if you could hear any of that. No. For some reason I'm not getting any desktop audio. This may not be something I can do whilst the stream is running.
The point that you get to in your life when you feel like something's missing, and then in turn.
I can barely hear it. I don't know what's.
In their case, it's children.
Maybe I need to boost the audio.
Jobs or whatever, but it's about a certain, on a meta level, a holistic level, getting to a certain point in your life when you feel like, is this it? And for them, it's children, and the pursuit of.
You'll have to let me know if you can hear that.
Is arduous and long and complicated. complicated and shines a light into every aspect of your life.
It's very quiet.
Yes, I didn't realise that in order to check you out, they might, or they always do.
See if I can boost it a bit.
Talk to your ex-girlfriend, your ex-husband, your ex-wife.
But sort of reassuring, because you shouldn't just give a kid to anyone.
I don't know if that's any better.
If you conceive a child naturally, you're allowed to own and get on with it. But I mean, even if you adopt a dog from Battersea Dogs Home, someone comes to your house.
For some reason it's very low. Oh, hang on.
Have one naturally, then you just carry on. So
maybe my mixer.
My discovery of the adoption my research,
Here we
what I learned
go.
about it is that it was reassuringly arduous. So yes, they look into your past relationships and your family and your career, your medical history.
Unfortunately,
and I think if you can get to the end of that process and you still want a child, then you must.
Reception for me here isn't particularly great. But what I can do now is
consecutively like that. But
I can go above. I can go up to maximum volume.
You become more, I would say, more
and
sensitive,
although there's
more
a bit of noise
understand
there,
your own
that's because of
position
my
as
reception. There's no
series
distortion. I can't really check any other stations because we've got copyright issues if we do that. But that is fixed. And also we've got the squelch improved system now. So the squelch works in dBm. We have this yellow line that goes across that you can disable or enable from the SP1 display, and that now works in dBm. You can see the dBm readout above the squelch display. Now you need to use this in conjunction with the power meter reading, not with the scale on the left hand side here. It's the power measurement is done with the SP2 display. It's in the audio bandwidth, not with the input bandwidth. So use the squelch here in conjunction with the power measurement, and then you'll be okay. So this is a much better system than before. So that's definitely another improvement. Okay. I think that was all of the 1.4 features that I had. What I just wanted to mention was about how we're going to release it. So normally when we get to this stage, what happens is we now go into a kind of a large sort of beta testing period, and we try and make sure that everything is working as best as we possibly can. We really want to get this out into the hands of people, so we've decided that with this release we're going to make this an open beta. So we're going to put out 1.4 as an open beta next week, and we'll have a mechanism by way of which you can feed your comments and what you find back to us. It won't be a way for you to request features. Obviously, the software's frozen. We're now into bug fixes, but you'll be able to feed back what you find to us, so that we can get it fixed and then updated and back out. Hopefully we'll get that released to a release date as quick as possible. We'll leave 1.33 on the download system, so if you have a problem and you need to go back to 1.33, then you can. Just bear in mind that both 1.4 and 1.33 use two different versions of the API. So if you want to use 1.4, install 1.4. If you want to use 1.33, install 1.33. Don't install both of them and expect to be able to run both at the same time, because that isn't going to happen. So we're looking forward to getting that back out into the so Roger, that's a good point. I expect that we will make several updates to the beta. It depends on what. I mean, obviously, if people come back to us and there's something cosmetic, it's probably not going to warrant sending it out again. But if there's something that's, if there's an issue there that a lot of people are going to run into, then that's probably a good reason for us to update the software and get it back out there. So I would expect if there are issues, I would expect a number of beta updates rather than we're just going to have one beta update and then release. So I think we'll do that. Why did I decide? So I think it's important part. It's something that's important that a lot of people don't realise is that SDRUno. We acquired SDRUno a number of years ago. It was developed by an Italian guy as an application called Studio One. So pretty much everything you see, the way it works, the separate panels, the way the frequency entry is done, that people have commented on, the way a number of this system works, was designed many years before we acquired the rights to it. And what we've been focusing our efforts on is making sure that it is tightly integrated with the hardware, and so that when you buy an RSP and you use SDRUno, you get the best experience. That's really what this whole operation has been. What SDRUno does. It's a way of people to get the best out of the hardware. Other pieces of software support the hardware in different ways. Some use the API directly, some use the EXTO plugin, but you'll never get the full effect, as it were, of an RSP without SDRUno. It does diversity with the RSPduo. We've got the master-slave operation. We've got HDR mode with the RSPdx. It fully supports all the RSPs from 1 all the way up to the RSPdx. It runs on Windows XP all the way through up to Windows 10. And as long as we can continue to do that until we get to something that stops us from doing Windows XP, then we'll, apart from that, we will continue to do Windows XP. So that was a kind of a long-winded answer to why IQ WAV files end in a WAV extension. They were before we got here. So that's pretty much all I can say about that. So look out for keep an eye on our social media website. We'll make you aware of when that beta is available and how to get feedback to us. And so that would be something that we've done that's slightly different. I just want to touch a little bit on the roadmap, where we're going from here. Obviously, a lot of people are focusing on 2.0. That's the end goal. That's where we want to get to. We want to get to SDRUno running natively on a Mac and on Linux x86. We've got a few things that we have had queued up for quite a long time that we need to get done before we get to that point. Just touch on a couple of them. There's a number of things that we're doing aside from these major features, but these next 3 releases, these are the major things for each release. So we've got a scheduler coming in the next release of SDRUno. This is more than just recording. This is more than just scheduling recordings. So this is scheduling events, and not just one event. This will be a multiple schedule, be able to schedule different events. And an event could be a recording. It could be that you want to set up for a band to track satellite for a particular time, and then after that's happened, you may want to set the radio up to do something completely different. So it's really a generic event scheduler, multiple events. So that's coming in the next release of Uno after this one. We've got the remote server client in 1.42, which is a very important step for us. So the server will run on any API supported platform, Raspberry Pi, any single board computer, as long as you've got a decent. It needs to have a decent specification about it, really. Linux, Mac, Windows, any of those can be the server, and SDRUno, the client, will run and operate that RSP as if it was sat locally on your desk. And we've got some great technology coming to support that. So that's coming 1.42, and 1.43 is we've got some scanner and memory panel changes. And the reason why I've lumped them together is because they are quite related. So in the memory panel, we're going to add more fields. So each frequency will be able to have more specified about it. So things like, each frequency will be able to have its own threshold. So when you're scanning a number of different frequencies in one go, you won't be limited to the single threshold that is currently defined in the scanner. So that's why I've kind of linked them together, because they are kind of interrelated. And the scanner will have improvements, not necessarily the way the scanner runs, but we'll do things like statistics. A lot of people have asked us to capture some statistics when the scanner's running. So we'll do that, and that's 1.43, and then from there we go over to cross-platform. And I don't have any dates for any of these releases, but this is the direction of travel where we're going. So that's the roadmap for SDRUno. I do want to talk a little bit about some other software. Obviously, SDRUno is the software that we produce, but there is other software that we're either involved in or the community is. The Spectrum Analyzer application from Steve Andrew. He's now added RSPdx support for that and RSPduo master slave support using the API 3, and that will be out on Monday. So keep an eye on the website, keep an eye on social media, and we'll be able to send you information about that release on Monday. That's looking very good. In fact, I can probably show you very quickly. I can show you it running here. So close SDRUno, open up the Spectrum Analyzer. Let's switch on the monitor. I'll put myself out of the way somewhere. So let's see, get this running. So this is running on an RSPdx right now, and you've obviously got all the usual functions that the Spectrum Analyzer has. We've got averaging, peak hold, all the maths functions that you expect to have, the traces, storing traces. Different you can obviously scan, you can do long sweeps, short sweeps. It's been a very popular piece of software, and adding RSPdx support has been quite a highly requested feature, and so this is here, and look out for that on Monday. Okay. Let me go back quickly to the final few things. So the Raspberry Pi image. So we're gonna we've already started some work on updating the Raspberry Pi image to support the RSPdx and the RSPduo master slave mode. That work will continue when 1.4 SDRUno beta is out. Then we can get that work finished, so we can get that Raspberry Pi image ready for download and to support. In order to do that, we're obviously relying on other software, things like SOAPy SDRplay. So we've got SOAPy SDR framework, and a guy called Franco Venturi has added API 3 support to SOAPy SDRplay library. So if you go looking for it on the GitHub repository on Pothosware, under Pothosware, that's the API 2 version. So that still supports the 1, the 1A, the 2, and the Duo in single tuner mode. But if you need DX support or Duo master slave support, then you need the version that's on the screen now, that's in GitHub under our repo. It's there because it's still in development. It's still being tested. Once we can get it out of that state and into release, then we'll replace the one in Pothosware with this one, so there's one source for everything. And we've also got, we've currently got GNU Radio source blocks for the 1, the 1A, the 2, and the Duo in single tuner mode. That was done by a guy called Frank Werner Krippendorf, and both of those guys have done a great amount of work on all of this stuff, really. And so we'll be working with those guys and having GNU Radio source blocks for the RSPdx and the RSPduo master slave mode. So again, keep an eye out for that. I don't have dates for any of this stuff, but it's you can see that there's a lot going on. Small team, but great community, and we'll just get this stuff done as quick as we possibly can. I see a number of questions. Scrolling up there. Maybe we could have a bit of a chat about some of them before I finish. Any of you guys? Let me just tidy up some of these. In fact, why don't I just go back to everybody? Makes it a bit easier that way. Okay, you should be able to hear everybody now.
Anything or not, but yeah, Andy, I don't know if you caught that. There was the question about customizing band framing buttons, and I don't think it's published in our roadmap yet.
Yes,
but
so one of the I don't have the version number, but in one of these intermediate stages that we're doing, there will be customizable. In fact, there'll be a few customizations coming, so you'll be able to customize band buttons. Customize filter settings. There's the four filter buttons for each of the different modes. So there's going to be, I think again over time we're just going to try and increase the usability of SDRUno, and customizing things like that is a key part of that.
Okay. I see another question that came in that I can answer, talking about running XP in a virtual machine with SDRUno. I can answer this because I did it last week. I ran an XP virtual machine on the Mac in, I believe, both Parallels and Fusion, and was successfully able to run SDRUno with it. So I think, Andy, you mentioned during your presentation that we'll continue to work under XP until some features come along that make that impossible. And I've had great success running SDRUno in virtual machines on the Mac, both under XP, Windows 7, and Windows 10.
I mean, we have when we meet a lot of our customers at shows, they tell us, that they're using Windows XP in a shack. It's not connected to the internet. It just works. So why change it? Mm-hmm. So as long as we can support that environment, we will. If it gets to a point where there is something technically that stops us from doing that, then obviously what we'll do at that point is we'll freeze that version, and we'll make it very clear that this is the last version to support XP, and then we'll move on with the other versions of Windows. But right now, today, touch wood, everything we've done. There are still things we have to test. So the plugin system we haven't fully tested under Windows XP. That's something that we'll need to test. And I can't say yet whether the plugin system will work on XP or won't. That's something we need to sort of check out. But aside from that, everything in SDRUno still works under XP.
Another question from Joshua: is there going to be a pay version of
your volume's low, John?
Okay, can you hear me now? Okay, is there going to be a pay version of SDRUno that maybe has support for other SDRs? And I think, the simple answer is no, but of course we do at the moment still have an XDIO version which will work with the simpler dongles.
Yeah, so
out there.
I think it was last week. We did a stream, the video of which you'll be able to find on our YouTube channel. We did a stream showing how to use an RTL dongle with SDRUno, and we said at the end of that stream there were a number of things that we could add back into the EXTIO version of SDRUno, just to make it a bit more user friendly with the RTL devices. So if you go and check that video out, and you'll see in there some of the things that we're going to be putting back into the EXTIO version. Can't remember off the top of my head, but things like RDS, noise blanker, noise. I think some of the notches. There's going to be a number of things that go back into the EXTO version. I don't have a date for that, but we're going to try and fit that in at some point this year.
On the other hand, though, you're developing SDRUno to be take full advantage of all the hardware capabilities of the RSPs. So
well, that's
we'd much rather you just bought RSPs.
Well, it's true to say that what we've done is we've taken full advantage of the hardware to deliver things like the way we're delivering the band buttons, the way we're delivering the scanner. In fact, I have a video from Matt of TechMinds that's a great video that shows the scanner. Maybe a bit later on, John, if we can fit that in somewhere.
I think that would be great to show because it's very
the
concise.
So we'll fit that in a bit later, or maybe in the description as well. We can make a reference to it as well that people can see. Yeah, so to do things like that, we've had to we take full advantage of the hardware, and so it's not possible for us to keep SDRUno, the main version of SDRUno, going. It's not possible for us to keep that going for all SDRs. It's just not possible. Something would have to be compromised. So we will make some changes to the EXTO version of SDRUno, but our main focus obviously is the main version of SDRUno, and with the roadmap that I've outlined.
Okay, thanks.
Will the DAD plugin have the ability to read station TII numbers? So the DAD plugin right now, the very first version of this, literally has a list of the block numbers and with their corresponding frequencies. You literally pick one that you want to tune to. You'll get a channel listing of the multiplex, and you can select the channel, and then you can obviously listen to it, and you'll get the RDS output. Right now, that's all it does. I say all it does. It does it in a very very CPU efficient way. It's a very good engine, DAB Plus engine. I suspect that if it's depending on the feedback we get, if it's popular, there's no reason why we couldn't extend it to do different things in the future. But right now, that's the first step of that plugin. It's what it does.
There was another question about what does master-slave mean? Anytime you see master-slave, we're talking about using the RSPduo in dual tuner mode.
So there are two dual tuner modes. It's a slight people do get a bit confused about it. So in true RSP dual tuner mode, the two tuners are operating on the same frequency. And both of the IQ streams are clock and phase synchronous, and they come into SDRUno, and we can use them to do things like diversity and noise cancelling. That's what we class as dual tuner mode. Master slave mode is where you essentially take the same piece of hardware, but via software you can now operate them individually. So that each tuner can be two different frequencies. You can have one at HF, one at VHF, and they operate completely independently of each other. And what we've done with that is given the ability for two different applications to access the same hardware at the same time. So you could do things like run dump 1090 on one tuner, and then maybe monitor the airband on the other tuner, which is a great sort of example of how you can use the same piece of hardware, one USB cable, to do two completely different applications. So that's the subtle difference between dual tuner and the master slave mode.
Very good.
I don't know if there's any other. Did we?
Oh, will these slides be available for download? This entire session will be available to watch again on YouTube after we're done today. Individual slides, Andy, I don't know if you want to make your slide deck available. Maybe John could push them on the website somewhere.
To do that if that's if that's required.
Yeah, I think we'll put together a collection and a link alongside this video. Will be in the catalogue, and alongside it in the document column can be a link to some of the slides that you saw today. So we'll set that up. I see staff member was.
We'd rather do the other way around. Use the superior SDRplay hardware with many of the specialised dongle-orientated applications. There's absolutely nothing to stop anybody doing what we do in SDRUno. We use the API just like any other application. We don't do any. We're not doing anything via the back door. We use the API that we publish. So anybody who's got any application can take the API exactly the same as we've done. And can focus their application to work in a more optimized way with any of the RSPs.
Yeah, either with their own software or in the future with plugins to make it a better experience with SDRUno.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, if you take the plugin system, you just write a plugin, and essentially it's hardware agnostic, and we do all of the hard work to make sure that the plugin works well with all the RSPs. So there's two different ways you can do it. Take the API approach or take the plugin approach.
Okay.
I see there's a question about Panadapters, which I'd like to defer until later when I talk about Panadapters. Short answer being either you've got SDRUno in IF mode by mistake, or there are problems with your OmniRig settings, but we'll talk more about that later.
Just one other one that people are asking. There's a question about whether the other versions of Uno will be out as beta. I think it really depends on how this works with 1.4. It's something we haven't done before, so we're going to try do this as a trial. We'll see how it works, and all I can say is we'll just have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see how this release goes.
Very good.
Right.
Good stuff.
So with that, I shall hand over to Steve.
Steve.
Oh, is it my turn?
Yeah. Let's have a look at your toolkit, Steve.
Oh, that sounds almost naughty, John. So, yeah, it's kind of hard to determine what sequence we should do these presentations today. Coming up in a little while, Mike's going to show some of the many third-party applications you can use right now with SDRUno. And just now from Andy, we see the roadmap for the plugins. Well, the fact is all the plugins aren't there right now, but there is a very large repository, if you will, of third-party software that can do all sorts of things in conjunction with SDRUno. And I know when new users come in, I used to be an SWL guy for years. And when I got back into the hobby, just a few years ago, all of a sudden we've got all these digital modes and things that I didn't even know existed. And so what a lot of people do when they get an RSP is it's like, hey, let's start using third-party software. And it can be done. And the various user groups have been a big help in having people set them up. But where a lot of people fall down is with the, you can call it glue software, if you will, between SDRUno and this third-party software. And my own approach to learning is I like to keep everything simple because I'm not that smart when it comes to figuring out complicated stuff. So what I like to do is take the simple approach, and that normally involves having a good high-level look at what you're trying to accomplish. If you understand the principles of what you're doing, then it becomes a lot easier to transition from that into the detail for working with one particular piece of software or one particular rig, you name it. So this is what I call the software toolkit, and it really is a bunch of add-on programs that function primarily to help you join or create glue, if you will, between SDRUno and third-party software. And I did a quick little overview here. This is not a tutorial by any means. We have tutorial videos available from download on our website. And if we try to do a tutorial for everything today, this wouldn't be a 2-hour session. It'd probably be a 2-day session. So bear that in mind. I'm going to run a little video now that gives you an overview of what these software tools are. And then we can come back and discuss it after the video is finished. So Andy, if you can roll it.
The chances are one of the first things you did when you received your RSP was download one of the popular SDR software packages. Here we see SDRUno, but perhaps you also tried SDR Console or HDSDR. When any of these packages are used in conjunction with an RSP, the result is an extremely capable general coverage receiver with a very wide operating frequency range. Built-in capabilities in this software include standard AM and FM modulation techniques and things such as upper sideband, lower sideband. However, the airwaves are used for many other functions these days in addition to this. There are digital modes, weather satellites, weather fax, many different things going on in the bands, which are now accessible to you and your SDR by using third-party add-on software packages. Some of these were previously illustrated by my colleague Mike Ladd. Now, one thing in common, regardless of which of these packages you use, is there is a need to seamlessly tie them together between SDRUno and whatever third-party package you wish to use. And what we're going to look at here are some of the most common software packages. I call them a software toolkit, which tend to get used over and over again as you experiment with different third-party software. First up, let's take a look at OmniRig. OmniRig is primarily used for rig control. Its function in life is to act as an interface between your SDR software, in this case SDRUno, and whatever rig you happen to have in your shack. OmniRig allows you to specify a connection for up to 2 rigs, and within the program itself are initialization files for a very large number of rigs that are out there with Cat support. Once you've got it set up, it allows you to point and click on the waveform in SDRUno, for example, and your rig will immediately retune to the corresponding frequency. Alternatively, you can turn the dial on your rig, and that will cause the settings within SDRUno to track it as well. So it's an incredibly useful piece of software, and it's fairly easy to set up and really enhances the capabilities of your rig, especially if your rig does not have any form of band scope already built in. But synchronizing rigs is only one of the functions of OmniRig. It can also be used in other applications. For example, the third-party program CW Skimmer uses OmniRig to sync with a rig, and can be used in that case to synchronize CW Skimmer with SDRUno. Another interesting application I've illustrated before is using OmniRig as a means of synchronizing the 2 tuners in an RSPduo, whereby when you change the frequency in one tuner, it will cause the second tuner to follow to the same frequency. This is extremely useful if you're comparing 2 different antennas connected to the 2 antenna ports on an RSPduo. Another method that's commonly used to transfer control information back and forth between third-party software and SDRUno is the use of virtual COM ports. They just look like any other COM port to your PC, which may be the result of plugging in some peripheral, but they're implemented entirely in software. In this particular case, we're looking at one called CommoCom, which is free of charge and generates basic COM port pairs. Other packages are also available, 2 of the more popular being VSPE and VSPD. However, in some cases they will require the payment of a license fee. Up until now, we've looked at transferring control signals back and forth between third-party software and SDRUno. In addition to that, when it comes to wanting to decode signals, we also have to have a way of sending signals from SDRUno into our third-party decoding software or other processing software. And the way to do that is by the use of virtual audio cables. And I'm going to show a couple of examples here. First up, we'll start with VB cable, which is a very basic, straightforward method to do it. Another popular choice is VAC, virtual audio cable. It has the ability to generate multiple virtual audio cables, and you have much more control over the settings within the package. but once again a license fee may be required to unlock all the features. So that's what I regard as your basic software toolkit. If you have these pieces of software in your arsenal, then you can interface SDRUno and your RSP to just about every piece of third-party software that's out there. And once you grasp the basic principles of each, you'll be able to use them from one software to the next with relative ease. Of course, if you need any help with any of this, we have an extensive catalogue of both videos and written application notes showing you how to use these tools with various pieces of third-party software. The chances are one of the first things you did when you received your RSP was download one of the popular SDR software packages. Here we see SDRUno, but perhaps you also tried
talking, but you got to see Mike, which isn't a bad thing. So that was my brief overview of what I call the software toolkit. I'm going to try and bring up something on screen here to go back to one of the slides I had near the end there, which listed the particular types of, where is it? Share application window. Well, bear with me a second. I'm having a few technical issues here right now. I've been learning from John, I think. That's the problem. Share application window. Here we go. This is what I wanted. Okay, so hopefully what you're seeing here is one of the last slides I showed in the video. And it basically lists those tools that I mentioned. And one of the things I'd like to point out is SDRUno itself is extremely flexible. And different users will have different workflows. Different people tend to want to lay out the screen a different way to other people. For example, when I lay out my screens using SDRUno and then I save them as my workspaces, they look totally different to the way that Mike does. And you'll see that in some of the upcoming stuff as well. Same way with when you're using these toolkit tools. Rig control is pretty much OmniRig unless you're on Linux or Mac, in which case it becomes Hamlib. But it's also used by some third-party software, as I showed. CW Skimmer uses OmniRig. Virtual COM ports, there's a choice of 3. I tend to use ComOCom because it's free and it's easy to use. You don't have to have all 3. Find one and pick one that you like to use. Same way with virtual audio cables. Mike is a big fan of VAC. I find the interface to that extremely daunting, and my personal preference is to use VB cable because there is no user interface. So to each his own, and I think that's one of the great strengths of being able to use SDRUno and use this glue software. And the same thing when it comes to the third-party apps. I don't think we have a demo of FLDigi coming up today. Someone else was asking about it. Some people like FLDigi, some people like DSD+, some people like MultiPSK, some people like DM780. There's so much out there. And if you get a basic understanding of these software tools, once you've interfaced with one of these third-party softwares, interfacing to another one becomes very easy and almost second nature. So did any more questions come in while I was saying that? Is there anything that... No, I'm not seeing any new questions. So if that's the case, let's go on and talk a little bit about Panadapters, Andy. You may want to queue up the next video. And again, a quick overview of things you can do with Panadapters, and then I'll come back live again at the end and we'll take any questions. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I think we got out of sync. We're gonna actually see some of these third-party softwares being used, and I'm going to hand this over to Mike so that he can talk us through that.
Thank you, Steve. Mike, KD2KOG. Just a few demos here demonstrating the tool chains like Steve demonstrated, interfacing into SDRUno. I use VB cable or VAC, and for my virtual COM software, I use VSPE. The first video is DMR. I'm doing that locally here. I keyed up my hotspot using my Anytone 868. This way I could get a signal. and I'm using SDRUno and DSD Decoder. DSD Decoder is a third-party digital signal decoder. It's taking the audio from SDRUno and piping it into DSD Decoder. DSD Decoder has a plethora of digital modes that it can decode, from DMR, D-Star, Yaesu System Fusion, NXDN, P25, Phase 1, Phase 2, minus encrypted comms. So we'll let this roll, and you guys can see what's happening.
Hey Mike, I just want to ask you how easy it is to kind of get this software downloaded and installed. Is it quite straightforward? Do you want to? Can you talk a little bit about that?
I've not had any trouble downloading any of it, Andy. I just did WSJT-X for the first time last week, and there was no issue.
Okay, so this is.
Yeah, I used DSD Plus, Mike. That guy was that had the issues with VB cable, and again, I answered him because I downloaded it and had it up and running within 30 minutes.
Okay, Mike, you want to go on to the next one?
Okay, in the next video, it's going to be decoding FT8. I'm using the third-party free application WSJT-X, decoding the FT8 transmissions in the 20-meter portion of the spectrum, which is 14.074. Two of the reasons why I like decoding WSJT-X signals is, one, to check propagation really quick, because the transmission times are, I think they're 15 seconds. If you look in the bottom right of my screen, you'll see a progress bar, green progress bar. It's usually, I believe it's 15 seconds. 15 seconds on, 15 seconds off. And I can gauge propagation on a particular band that WSJT-X transmits on basically real time. And you'll see in this video, I'm using PSK Reporter. I'm putting in my call sign. I'm selecting 20 meters, and I'm telling PSK Reporter to just show receive signals. And in that screen, you can see that's currently what I'm picking up, those dots from my QTH. And again, SDRUno is taking the audio from SDRUno using VAC, piping it into WSJT-X. And I'm also using VSPE, which is a virtual serial COM port emulator, to have WSJT-X control the VFO frequency of SDRUno and the mode. So as I change bands within WSJT-X, it will change the frequency for me in SDRUno automatically. It's an optional piece of software you can install. You can still decode all these signals without internal control being passed to and from SDRUno and to and from the decoder of choice. Okay, in the next video, we're going to be decoding some Gero ACAR signals. And Gero is for Inmarsat. It's basically used for Inmarsat transponder signals. And Inmarsat are satellites geostationary around the Earth. And they're 22,000 miles away, these satellites. And as you can see in SDRUno, I'm tuned to 1.5 gigs. Using virtual audio cable, piping that information into Gero, which is a free download, and it's going to decode the ACARS messages that come in from the airplanes. It's ground stations and air stations. So it's almost like digipeating from, if you're familiar with APRS. It's almost along the same principle. But there are ground stations and there are stations that are being broadcasted from the actual satellite. And these messages can contain all different types of information. And if you look at the plane log, it will start to populate with planes that are being decoded real time with messages and information, flight information. And again, this is almost along the same lines as decoding ACARS on VHF, which would be from 118 to 136. Well, usually the ACARS is 131 to 136-ish megahertz. Same principle, but this is over satellite. Okay, in the next video, I'm going to be decoding slow scan TV. The majority of these demos are to show you the versatility of the RSP within its tuning range from 1 kilohertz to 2 gigahertz. And I'm all over the spectrum here, decoding all different types of signals. So this is slow scan TV. It's in amateur mode. International Space Station also transmits in slow scan TV, which is actually a really fun mode. And you'll see some amateur broadcasts on 14.230. It's upper sideband. I take the audio again. Sorry to sound redundant, but I'm a big user of virtual audio cable, piping it into Black Cat Systems HF slow scan TV decoder, and I'm getting pictures real time decoded. Okay, in the next video, we're back at Inmarsat, 22,000 mile away transmissions, and I'm decoding STDC transponder messages. There's two types of messages. There's EGC, which is Enhanced Group Call, and there's LES, which is Land Earth Stations. And these transmissions are in the 1.5 gigahertz range, again, coming off of Inmarsat satellites, 22,000 miles away. And I'm using the third-party decoder called Tekmanoid. And what Tekmanoid is going to do is it's going to grab a bunch of packets that are coming off the satellite and try to recompile those packets. And when it has enough packets for a meaningful message, it's going to display that message. And there's all different types of messages that go out over Inmarsat. A lot of it has to do with marine information, with boating, live firing exercises from the military. You name it, it's out there. Man overboard. There's a bunch of stuff. And as you can see here, it's happening real time. It just has to grab those packets, compile them, and then give you a meaningful piece of information that you can see on the screen. And I also want to touch upon, on these Inmarsat transmissions, I'm using an outer net patch antenna. I'm doing this in my vehicle, pointed at the Inmarsat satellite. It doesn't have to be, deadly accurate, but you want to be within a few degrees. And I use the main SP looking at the transmission to help me gauge how to best adjust the antenna. So the RSP is I'm not just using my ears to hear the transmission, I'm using the main SP to see that signal peak up and try to raise my SNR as best as I can as I'm manually moving this patch antenna, which is about 4 inches by 4 inches. So I move it, and then I look at the signal on the main SP to see if I'm in the ballpark. And that's one of the great things about using the RSP and SDRUno. Okay, in the next video, I'm going to demonstrate the noise blanking feature built into SDRUno. This noise blanker is not hardware dependent. It's part of the DSP built into SDRUno. I want to stop talking so this way you guys can hear and see the before and after difference, but you can see that noise that I have down on LF and the difference that the noise blanking feature makes within SDRUno.
you turn that down a second, Mike, and just ask you about that. I mean, I've obviously used the noise blanking feature quite a bit in Uno. Could you just explain to people how they kind of get a feel for it? Because we've had some people come through to the ticket system that say that their signals have just disappeared, and what they've done is they've inadvertently moved the noise blanker slider all the way to the left, and then it just completely removes the signal totally. You just explain a little bit how you get a kind of a feel for how to do that. Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, sure. The noise blanking feature in SDRUno is both visual and audible. I'm sorry. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Mike. My fault.
Okay, the SDRUno noise blanking feature is two parts, visual and via how you're hearing the signal. It's the DSP, it's the digital signal processing built into SDRUno, and it's twofold. It's using the RX control panel to enable the wideband noise blanker or the narrowband noise blanker. There's really no set preference. I'm a big fan of the wideband noise blanker, and making that adjustment in the EX control panel in very small adjustments, like 2 or 3 digits at a time. You don't want to adjust that noise blanking slider in the EX control so drastically. Just do a little bit at a time like I'm doing in this demonstration video, and you'll hear and see the difference within the main SP and with what you're hearing through your primary sound device, your speakers or your headphones. Inadvertently, if you click in the wideband noise blanker unknowingly and make this adjustment, it could take the whole entire signal away, and you'll think that I have no signal, it's gone. Just make sure that the wideband or narrowband noise blanker is not enabled, and that's within the RX control panel. There's a button there in the mid right section.
Okay, thank you, Mike.
Sure, no problem. Thank you for letting me show all these great, all the demos, and thank you everybody that's out there that's with us today.
Okay, you want the next one?
Sure, and the last video is Whisper. I'm decoding Whisper stations because, as I said, with the FT8 transmissions, I also like to decode Whisper to see how propagation is on certain portions of the band. Excuse me. If Whisper is active and open, let's say in 20 meters, I know that I have a good chance of picking up stations above 14 megahertz in the 15 to 16 megahertz range for shortwave broadcast stations that I particularly like to listen to. I also do the same thing with 30 meters, and that will tell me if the 31 meters is going to be open. So I use Whisper to gauge propagation, and as you'll see in this demonstration, again, I'm using virtual audio cable with WSJT-X. I'm using VSPE, which will control SDRUno's tuned frequency for me automatically, and I just set it and forget it. And then once it's populated a few call signs, I'll go into aprs.fi. I'll load up the map feature, put in my call sign, tell the map function of the website that I'm receiving only, and it will show me all the different transmissions that I'm picking up on a map, which you'll see at the end of this video. And just on a closing note, on all the applications that I'm using, except for one of them, these are all paid. I'm sorry, not paid. These are all free to use apps. WSJT-X is a free application that's free to download. There's no charge for that. VB Cable is a free virtual audio cable. There's no charge for that. And COM0Com is a free virtual serial COM port emulator, which is free to use. So there's quite a big ecosystem of free software that you can bring into your listening environment using SDRUno, which I'm a big fan of. And as I said earlier, I'm not just with the company. I'm a listener also. I listen to the bands every single day, 7 days a week. So I mean, it's just such a great hobby, and I'm so happy to be a part of it.
And also, Mike, can you can you let people know about, because you've done a lot of videos on this stuff already, right? So
yes,
where if people want to see these in more detail with the audio and stuff, whereabouts can they go for that?
First thing I would suggest is you go to sdrplay.com/support and go into the apps catalog. There's a tremendous amount of videos and PDFs there that are searchable. The second option would be the SDRplay YouTube channel, the channel that you guys are watching this stream on. And thirdly would be SDRplay Ham Guides YouTube channel. There should be a link I believe there'll be a link in the description here where I go over from soup to nuts, setting everything up and walking you through one-on-one, just like if I'm sitting next to you or you're sitting with me to get you, started doing these kind of different different things that you can do with SDRUno. And I'm also extremely interactive in the comments. So any comments that are left, I reply to all the comments. I receive emails. I do a lot of communication to and from with the end users when it comes to these third-party applications, at least to the best of my ability.
That's excellent. Thanks a lot, Mike. Okay, so was that? I think that was the last one. Yeah. So.
Yep, that's the last video. I don't know if anybody has any questions towards the end of the videos.
Yeah, if there's anybody that has any questions that Mike can answer in this section, then we'll take those now.
Hey, Andy, a question came by partway through there asking about DMR decoding. They didn't specify which software they were using. Mike, I believe you've done some DMR stuff, haven't you?
Yes, I use DSD Decoder. There's two flavors. DSD Plus, which is the free-to-use version, which allows for 3 or 4 different modes. A little bit tricky to set up because you have to use command line switches to set your inputs. Then there's also the paid-for-use version. I don't know the exact price. I believe it's 25 USD or 20 pounds UK for the Fastlane edition, which is it's amazing. Very easy to set up, very easy to use. I will have a DSD Fastlane setup video out. Give me about a week to 2 weeks, and I'll have something out on SDRplay Ham Guides to show the different things that it can do. I'm far from an expert at using this, but I will at least get you started on the path of decoding these digital modes.
Thanks, Mike.
Yeah, no problem. My pleasure. I don't know if there's any questions or anything in particular that I can help with when it comes to these different third-party applications. Please ask in the comment section in the chat. I'll do my best to answer them.
About WSPR, it is alive.
It's certainly alive. It's alive and kicking. Every day you can check, depending on where you are. I usually check in the mornings. I'll go from 15 megahertz and above, checking stations because I like to listen to Pacific DX shortwave stations. So 15 megs and above. In the evening, I'm 15 megs and below. So I'll use 20 meters, which is the midpoint. I'll check Whisper on 20 meters. If I get spots, I'm on the east coast of Florida. So if I'm getting spots from, let's say, Maine, there's a good chance I'm going to get Western Europe. If I'm getting spots from California, there's a good chance I'm going to get Eastern Europe. So it's just looking at the map and seeing where these stations are coming from and what their signal levels are being received at. So if I'm getting a fairly decent SNR in these signals or a dB reading from using Whisper, I can pretty much gauge where propagation is going to come from. So I use ham-related functions for my shortwave listening, and I'm also a ham.
Yeah, I think one of the things that caught me out when I first started using WSJT-X was the need to actually wait until transmissions are finished before it produces output. I thought it wasn't working, and I wasn't patient enough.
WSJT-X is 2 minutes on, 2 minutes off, I believe. FT8 is 15 seconds. JT65, I think, is a minute or 30 seconds. And the most important thing when using any of the FT-JT Whisper modes, set your clock. The clock needs to be extremely, extremely accurate. You can't just right-click on the Windows clock and set the time. A lot of these applications have a built-in time feature which will parse an NNTP time server and set your PC clock accordingly. So that's very important that your clock is not off. but WSJT-X, I believe, will allow you to do that. If not, you can use a free third-party app called 4D, which will do that for you.
Yeah, I think I just used the option within the program to get the network clock setting or something.
Mm-hmm.
And it's got a lot of good modes there that you can select at the bottom of the window: FT4, FT8, JT65, Whisper.
They're all active. They're all active.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, great. That's excellent. Thanks a lot, Mike.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Okay, Steve, we're back to you.
You're more than welcome. And thanks for that, Mike. That was good to actually see some real-world applications of the stuff I was talking about before. And I think you'll agree that once you got the hang of those virtual COM ports and the virtual audio cables, it makes setting up any of that third-party software that much easier.
Absolutely. As long as you know that it's TS490, I know that it's SDRUno is emulating a TS490 inbound. I'm going to set my decoder to talk via the Kenwood serial command set. It's what I set in WSJT-X would be the same setting that I would use for FLDigi. It could be the same setting that I use for MultiPSK. It's just knowing what that setting is. Once you do it in one, it's like second nature doing it in the rest of them. If I can do it, anybody can do it.
No, that's my line. That's my line.
No, it's
the other thing that we didn't mention today is that because you can have multiple VRXs in SDRUno, up to 16 of them, you can have separate virtual audio cables for each VRX and send its output to a different decoder. So you could have one VRX feeding FLDigi, another one feeding MultiPSK, another one feeding DSD Plus, and so on.
Sure.
And as long as you're tuned within that maximum 10 megahertz window, you can do that.
Absolutely. You can do it with 20-meter Whisper, 20-meter FT8, 20-meter JT65, or even with 20-meter decoding CW. So you could take the whole 20-meter portion of the band, create a bunch of VRXs, which are virtual receivers. Sorry, I'm not looking at you guys. Create a bunch of virtual receivers and pipe each one of those instances to a different decoder, and I can see everything that's happening on 20 meters, from CW to RIDI when there's a contest going on, to JT65, FT8, Whisper, Olivia, any of the modes. You can do basically any of them.
Yeah, it's really amazing. And as I mentioned before, I came from an SWL background.
Same here.
Sitting in on our Facebook groups and seeing people bringing down weather images from the NOAA, the GOES satellites and stuff. Yep. I mean, they're doing so much stuff that I didn't even know was possible. And
it's such an amazing community.
Yeah, being in those groups is really educational, because there's way too much stuff out there for us to be experts on all of it. I know we tend to have our own areas of specialty, but I mean, without the users out there going ahead and forging the road ahead, it would be very hard.
Well, also keep in mind, I mean, you touched upon the forums and the groups, and I'll just leave off with one thing. The SDRplay independent forum, the Facebook forum, you could post a question. It doesn't matter how simple or how technical it is, you will get help. The community is so open-armed there, it's amazing. It really is, and that's something I'm very strong about, is helping the community. And it's just such a good thing to see. And I'm so appreciative to all the different users in the Facebook group. It really is touching.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I say, it's as beneficial to us
as it is to the users.
The users. And we tend to be the people that just try and, collect all this information together and come out with some means of spreading it back out. So again, I'll echo your sentiment. I think the user base has been absolutely phenomenal. For the most part, they're well behaved and very, very helpful community. I mean, there's some really knowledgeable people there. I remember when I started off, I had a random wire antenna I was using, and one of the guys in the Facebook group was going through the various configurations of using a balun or an un or a balun, unbal or whatever, all the ways to configure it to get the impedance matching between a long wire and my 50 ohm feed line. So there's been all sorts of good stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. I 100% agree with you. And listen, there's people in the chat. I know that they're there. I mean, I could start picking them out random and start asking them questions. But if you guys have questions, we're here. We're here to help you. We're here to support you and tell you about the different things that our device can do. So please don't be afraid to ask. There's no such thing as a stupid question. So feel free to ask us.
One antenna? One antenna to rule them all.
Oh, okay. Wait, let me have a think. All right.
You didn't, because
yes, I am using one antenna, minus one of the videos that I did on the Inmarsat stuff. When you're doing satellite stuff, you can use an outernet patch antenna. There's an RTL blog patch antenna. That is a specific antenna specific for that band. When I'm doing everything else from DC, which is 1 kilohertz, all the way up to 400 megahertz, even though this antenna is not designed to do that, it does do it. I use a Bonito Megaloop FX, and it's at ground level. It's pointed northeast, southwest, and it's an inverted delta V configuration, meaning it's a triangle shaped upside down at ground level. And man, I post stuff on Facebook, all my logs and stuff that I'm picking up, and this, I'm a big firm believer in loops. So yes, I am using one antenna for 99% of these videos that you see come from me.
Yeah, we're all big loop fans. I know that John, he's also got a Bonito loop, but he's also got a Wellbrook. I use the MFJ receive only loop. I know, Mike, you've used the W6 LVP loop in the past.
I use the W6 LVP. I've used the MLA 30. And now the Bonito. But there's just one question I just want to answer, Ruben. Mike, you get Pacific DX on the mag loop. I absolutely get Pacific DX on the mag loop early in the morning. I start at about 6:30 in the morning. I get up and I start checking the bands at about 6:45 Eastern Standard Time, AM. I can pick up Voice of Korea on 11.710, no questions asked. I can pick up multiple Pacific DX stations. After about 12 noon, it starts to fade out. And then from then on, I'll go from 31 meters down, picking up Western European broadcasts like Voice of Greece, Radio Romania, Voice of Turkey. I'm a big shortwave listener. So yes, I absolutely do pick up Pacific DX. But for me on the East Coast, it's very early in the morning.
Very good. Okay, so Andy, do you want to move on to Panadapters now? Okay, so the next part of this, as I mentioned before, we don't have enough time to go into great depth, and I've got a lot of detailed information about Panadapters that's on the SDRplay website, available through the video catalog, the YouTube channel, and so on. But what I wanted to do was just give you an overview of some of the things you can do with Panadapters. And I know we've had a few questions came up in the chat earlier about some issues some people were having. So maybe this will be a good introductory video. And I'm just going to run the video and then come back live, and we can have a further discussion at that point. Maybe Mike or John can point out some areas I may have missed in the video. So, Andy, if you want to go ahead and roll the video and take my horrible face off the screen.
To implement a Panadapter. That allows you to visualize the entire band you're working and immediately see when any signals pop up. Alternatively, you can use the RSP to look at a totally different band, and again you can look for signs of activity before moving your rig over to that particular band. Even if you have a rig with a built-in band scope, you're able to implement a larger display using the RSP, and again you have the ability to monitor different bands on the external display to the one that you're looking at on the built-in band scope. And then finally, the ability to click to tune. You can tune on the waveform in the software and it will tune your rig to that same frequency. So there are many reasons to implement a Panadapter. Let's have a look at some of the implementations we've shown you so far.
Okay, go ahead and change the frequency, Eddie.
My first Panadapter was set up at the local HRO store, and it consisted of my portable notebook in conjunction with the Kenwood TS590.
There you go, yeah.
We're on upper side.
Of course, many brands of rig can be synchronized with SDRUno. I went back to HRO and set up an ICOM IC7300, another popular radio. Once we had the basic Panadapter concepts out of the way, I started making some videos showing you how to use some of the more advanced features. In this video we showed how you could work splits using the RSP as a Panadapter and the use of VFO-A and VFO-B. This was just one of several tricks that showed up in the video titled Panadapter Tips and Tricks. Up to 7.238, and you'll see that the rig has followed us down to 7.238. So now we're 7.233 on VFO-A and 7.238 on VFO-B. And if we now go over to the rig, if we press the split button, we can see our two split frequencies are set up ready for operation. I guess I'll turn the camera just a little bit. Yeah, and then you can see both of them. So it's not that hard to set up the splits on the rig itself, but using SDRUno just gives you another option to set it up. Let's just turn that off. And I showed how we're using switching between VFO-A and VFO-B and how that gets reflected on the rig. You can see right now we're on VFO-B on both. If I use the A to B button on the rig itself, not only does it move the rig to VFO-A, as indicated by this indicator in the display here, you'll see the VFO-A button is also lit up. And I'll do that again, and we'll go back to VFO-B, and once again we see that both the rig and SDRUno remain in sync. If I want to look... In one of the earlier videos, I showed how you could use multiple VRXs to monitor multiple bands in a Panadapter environment. It involved carefully setting the LO frequency to be midway between the bands you wanted to monitor. If, however, you have an RSPduo, the dual tuner feature makes it really easy to monitor multiple bands even if they're widely separated in frequency. It's just so much easier. So right now the master tuner rig sync button is active for this one. So as we change frequencies on this tuner, you will see that's reflected on the rig. I apologize for the reflections on the display there. Now, one clever thing, even though we run separate instances of SDRUno for each tuner, the sense of the rig sync button is transferred between the two instances. So for example, if I press rig sync on tuner 2, now we find that the rig is synchronized to tuner 2 as opposed to tuner 1, and I can go back and forth at liberty. So let's say we're using the tuner 1 here, we've synced up to the rig, and we just want to have a little look around on the other bands. We can freely go from one band to the next and just see what's going on. Not much going on there, that's for sure. Do some extreme things. So one of the RSPduo's party tricks is illustrated here, where we are monitoring HF on the rig while at the same time tuning to the 2 meter band on the second tuner in the RSPduo. The Kenwood, by the way, it's a 60 megahertz receiver, but luckily the RF out from the Kenwood is a pretty broadband signal, and that allows me to push on up into the 2 meter band and see what's going on there. I've also used it for airband frequencies and so on, and it works very well. The same would be true if you were using, say, a TR switch in front to split your antenna between the rig and the RSP. You could look at widely different bands. The only time you can't do this kind of trick would be if you're using IF out from your rig, in which case the only signals that the RSPduo could look at on either tuner would be within the IF bandwidth of the rig itself. So hopefully that's somewhere else on the spec. If you happen to be a Mac user, then you can certainly implement Panadapters on that platform also. Here we're using Cubic SDR, again synced up with the trusty Kenwood TS590 SG. Now we can have a listen. And there we hear WWV. Now that's listening through the speakers connected to the Mac. You still have the option to listen to the speakers on the rig itself. I'll turn up the volume. Now you wouldn't want to have both sets of speakers on at the same time, for the simple reason that the
Digital signal processing within cubic results in a delay in the audio signal from the analog receive signal you hear on the rig, which is fine if you're just scanning across the band and wanting to listen to different stations. But if you're on a QSO, for example, that delay may be a bit annoying, so you might be better off turning down the audio coming from the Mac and listening to the audio through the rig speakers. So having done that, what we can now do is we can change to a different frequency. Seems to be some sort of station going on down here. I didn't quite center it. We can do that up here. And we can listen. And there we hear that station. And we see that the frequency 9.265 is now reflected on the rig as well. Turn on rigs.
We can also combine SDRUno controlling a rig with other popular third-party programs such as Ham Radio Deluxe. In this particular example here, we show SDRUno with HRD and the rig, all three staying perfectly in sync. So 14.073 on SDRUno, Ham Radio Deluxe also 14.073, and as you can see the rig is displaying the same thing. I can tune on the rig and it will all settle down. 14.08181 again shown in both pieces of software and the rig, and of course I can tune within HRD as well, and everything stays in sync. There's no conflict. All HRD is doing is talking back and forth to Uno, and then Uno is talking back and forth to the rig. They're not both trying to talk to the rig at the same time. So at that point, you've got everything in sync, and it was all fairly easy, as I hope you can see. Normally, once you've done this once or twice, you can do this whole thing in less than 5 minutes. It's really not too hard. That last clip was taken from our most recent live webinar on the subject of Panadapters, and that's probably the most comprehensive look we've taken at the RF hookup involved with the Panadapter, and looking at the various places within a rig where you might be able to make the attachment and the pros and cons of each. So I encourage you to check out that full video, and that part of the planning process is probably the most important part of setting up your own particular Panadapter. That's about it for a quick look at Panadapters. We welcome any questions. Please type them in the chat box, and you can either address Panadapters.
Yes. Well, hi. Hopefully that was beneficial. A couple of questions came through while we were doing that. Question regarding the Uniden SDS200E, which I believe is a desktop scanner. I do not believe that has a traditional CAT port on the back, and I suspect what you may be trying to do is some form of trunking. The comment came back, do you have IF exit, which I think is IF out. And as you may have noticed towards the end of that video, and it was covered in great depth in our last live webinar on Panadapters, there are many different tap points within the radio. And I unashamedly will tell you, I do not like anything that's IF out. There are a number of reasons for that. Mostly in my case, because you are constrained to being able to look at only the IF bandwidth of the radio. So you can give up any idea of working one band and looking at a different band. So that's the first thing. So I like the broad RX out type outputs. I see we have someone here using the TS590SG, which I really love because the DRV output on that is wonderful, and it's good well up into VHF, and that's what I use on a daily basis here. If you don't have that ability, I would strongly suggest using an external TR switch. But in spite of that, I don't think for that Uniden scanner that it's going to do what you want, simply because it doesn't have a way to implement CAT control conveniently. If you are indeed wanting to do trunking, there are other third-party software methods that can be used. I don't think we've done a video on that yet. Maybe that's something I can look at in the future. Okay, were there any other questions I missed, guys?
No, I think that's it.
Okay, so again, I've got to stress that what we're able to do today is only a very broad brush look at this stuff to give you an idea of what the capabilities are. The full versions of all this are already on the YouTube video channel. Some of them, particularly for Panadapters, because people seem to have a hard time getting their head around it. We've got some written materials also available from our catalog that can be downloaded as a PDF, and you can refer to that as you go through the procedure of setting up your Panadapter. I think there was a comment earlier about offsets, which I suspect may be related to using IF out and wanting to superimpose an offset for upper sideband and lower sideband modes. That is very messy. And again, that's a case where I would say don't use IF out. You'd be much better off using a broadband output or splitting the antenna up front. So I think the next thing, Mark, no, whatever, I can't see how many zeros you got there. No, there should not be an error. If you are seeing some difference, you either have a communications problem with OmniRig, or you have set up some sort of IF mode within SDRUno. Panadapters are right on, and they will display exactly the same frequency in UNO that your rig is tuned to. There's no way it can do anything different, except if you're in IF mode, then the RSP will always be tuned to your IF frequency, and the displayed frequency in SDRUno will simply be a number that has been reported to it from the Cat port on your rig. So no, there is not going to be any error once you're set up correctly. If you think you have problems with the settings in OmniRig, the best way to troubleshoot that, assuming you do the basic stuff of checking in the main settings window in UNO, and you go to the ORig tab, making sure that it says it's connected to the OmniRig server and that the rig shows as being online. And then within the VRX, making sure you've clicked on the rig sync button at the top of the window and that you've checked the boxes that make the rig sync to the VRX and the VRX sync to the rig. So if it's set up properly, then I suggest you open up a support ticket, sdrplay.com, include as much information as you can, and preferably some screenshots to show what's going on. I very much doubt we can solve your problems in the course of a live broadcast like this. We had a request, I think, to change the order and maybe go back to Katie again next. Yeah, someone says they see. Yeah, let's go to Katie. Thank you.
All right, let's see. Well, hello out there who's saying, I can't quite see that, but how is everybody doing today? Thank you so much for joining us here for the SDRplay-awayday here with Ham Radio Outlet. I'm Katie, WI7YL, and I see a lot of folks, based on your questions, I'm guessing you might already have at least one of the different SDRplay products, but in case you haven't picked one up yet, here in the U.S., Ham Radio Outlet is proud to be the distributor and seller of the SDRplays, and we happen to have sale for you guys on this weekend. It's our Hamvention virtual sale, so you can get started with the RSP1A for just $109.95. And as you've been listening, and as you continue to listen to these sessions these days, you're going to find that is such a great deal for all of the different things that you can do with these SDRplays. As I've mentioned in some of the earlier stream today, I said I have the RSP1A, and I had no idea until sitting here in the sessions how many more things I could be doing with it. So I'm really excited to dive in and play around with it some more. The Duo seems to be one of the most popular items, and because of all of the different features, being able to use tool antennas and the various frequencies available. So, I mean, there's so much available to you. And again, Ham Radio Outlet ships worldwide. We've got all of our stores are stocked with all of the SDRplays. So you can get online or give any of our stores a call today because we're still open, and order up one today. And I got a message from my friend Steve, W7UDI. Hi, Steve. He said, I just got another one. I think last year at Hamvention he bought one. So he just decided to add to his pile and get some more. So Thanks for your business, Steve. We always appreciate it. And if anyone has any more questions, don't forget, we're going to continue on it. And we have another session today after this one is over. But we here at Ham Radio Outlet are very pleased and proud to be able to sell the SDR plays to the customers here in the States, and really pleased to be a part of this event today. And thank you so much to everyone from SDR Play. This has been fun so far, and we'll continue to be here for you. I'm here for you, and so thank you so much. And don't forget, this is a great way to stay radioactive. You can just tune around and listen to the world and do so many different things. So keep watching to learn about all the things you can do with the SDR Play. I'm going to send it back to you, John, I think.
Yeah, thanks, Katie. Thanks, Katie. That's great. And for those of you not in the US, of course, maybe I could just share the screen here and just show you our list of resellers around the world. Let me just... share the screen. Just takes a moment. Okay. Let me just share the screen.
We really shouldn't let you near computers, John.
Right. What?
I'm afraid it's just going to get worse as the day goes on.
You're stuck with me up there.
Hang on a minute. We'll come to you. Just share a screen. Okay, so.
Oh, now we've gone dark. That's good. Oh, awesome.
Okay, so just to echo back to what Katie was saying, this is the Ham Radio Outlook page, and you can just search at the top for whichever model. But for those of you in the rest of the world, let's take a quick look at our homepage here, and a bunch of interesting places to go. We've talked a lot about, under support, this thing here called the Applications and Support Catalog, which takes you straight into this searchable directory of all our videos and documentation on the stuff that's been covered here today, and of course a lot more. Under Community, you have links directly to the Facebook group, the Groups.io forum, and the new forum. We have over here under Distributors the list of our worldwide resellers, and a big hello to everyone around Europe and waking up. Well, it's a little bit early for Australia, but we have a lot of people providing local language support where English is not your first language, and here's a list of our resellers out there who are there to support you. And of course, you can purchase direct by putting in your country here, and we can ship direct from the UK. So that's the purchase page. So I think this live webinar, and you can also see what webinars are coming up in after this, and play back old webinars by going to the links on the webinars page, which again is under support. If you need to raise a ticket, then you click on the support tab. There's a few suggestions of other stuff to look at, but this is how the ticket system works. You can open a new ticket, and we really do try to answer those tickets in a matter of hours. It depends very much on the time differences, but we'll do our best to try and help you if you're having problems, particularly with our software and hardware questions. So I think that's all pretty good. I did have a little extra special demo here set up, which I'm going to try. It may go wrong, so I wanted to just actually demonstrate the diversity software on the RSPduo. So I guess can I just check that you're hearing my audio okay, everybody?
Sounding great, John.
Okay, so this is hopefully can you see a full window showing SDRUno. I've got an RSPduo connected, and I've got two antennas connected. So you can see up in the top, tuner 1, tuner 2. On tuner 1, I've actually got a G5RV antenna, about 20 meters, maybe 50 feet in the center. It actually is in the center of a tree. And on tuner 2, I've got a Wellbrook loop, not particularly high, a few meters high, sticking out of another tree, and they're not that far apart. And it's vertically polarized. And one of the things I want to do is a bit more experimentation. So this is a live demo. As I said before, the diversity function depends very much on the kind of conditions you have, and particularly under fast fading conditions, and it's coming up to twilight here. It's still pretty light here in the UK, but let's take a look at the principle of how it works. So I'm going to press play, and I've chosen a broadcast band rather than a ham band because hams tend to sort of come and go. Whereas the broadcast stations hang around hopefully a bit longer. So I'm going to pick one of these stations here. And up there in the SP2 window, you can see I've centered it, so the carrier is sort of centered there. Some kind of French-speaking station. And we are currently listening in single tuner mode on the Wellbrook loop. I'm going to flick over, still in single tuner mode, to the G5RV. Looking on the S meter, you can see the signal's kind of fading up and down quite a bit. So that's the G5RV. Lots of QSB. And the mag loop, it's a little bit weaker, but it's coming up and down quite a lot. I'm now going to go up here and click on diversity, and you'll see the rosette appears, and it's in automatic mode. This line here represents two things. Its position, as it's automatically trying to find the maximum ratio combination, will rotate, which is the relative phases of the two signals, and it automatically adjusts the amplitude, which is the length of this line. When it's in the inner circle, it's like now, it's exactly 1-to-1, and obviously one signal is more than the other as it stretches out. It's 2-to-1 on the outer circle. The end result, if we just listen for a minute, from an audio perspective, should be a more consistently listenable signal. We'll go back now to single tuner mode. The G5RV. So it's kind of hunting up and down between about an 8 and a just over the 9. So this is 15 megahertz. Now we're going to, that's on the Wellbrook loop, around this sort of 6 to 8, going up and down. We now go to diversity mode. And to be honest, there may not be enough diversity between these two antennas. But what we are starting to see, the trouble is the absolute differences are bouncing up and down, probably 10, 15 dBs. But more of the time, you will see a stronger signal and lower dips. The same principle can be used for noise cancellation, which I haven't particularly got this set up to do. But if you switch off the automatic MRC, you can then drag the end of this line. And if you go to absolutely the opposite of MRC, the overall, if there are noise problems, the noise level will reduce. Anyway, it's a very imprecise science at HF, and I've had a lot of fun, a lot of success with this, and other people have posted videos as well. Under some conditions, it doesn't seem to make any difference at all. And a lot of the fun is actually, now the better weather is here, is getting out there. I think, particularly if you have a vertical and a horizontal, then that's that kind of diversity is particularly good. Anyway, I hope you found that interesting. Let me just take a look at the comments here.
John, I think the other thing that's good with diversity, you said a horizontal and a vertical polarized antenna. The other one is to have like a mag loop, which picks up the magnetic field, and a more of a long wire antenna, which is the E field, and that helps a lot with getting rid of QRM.
Yes, I've had a lot of success with the little mini whips, which are more prone to picking up any electrical interference and subtracting it from the other one. But yeah, okay, let me just go back to right. Whoops, guys.
Yeah, you're sharing your screen, and now you're back.
Right.
All right.
Not quite sure what everyone can see now, but
we're all up on the screen now, John. So
look, that's good. This is a good time to just catch up with those questions. Yeah.
I didn't see a whole lot going on there that hasn't been answered already. I'll tell you one thing. Katie was mentioning, previous Hamventions, and I know that we normally have a phenomenal amount of traffic when we're in Dayton, and we normally have a bunch of demos going on with the HRO folks, and they normally try and keep me out of the way, and they send me over to the Kenwood stand, and I've normally got a Panadapter running there. But it's amazing how many people will come up at one of these shows, and it's not just Hamvention, but any of the other big shows around the country, and they'll say, hey, last time I was at one of these shows and I saw you, I heard you give your little talk, and I went and bought an RSP, and I'm thinking, oh dear, what are they going to say now? And they go, no, I liked it so much, I'm here, I'm going to buy another one. And I know they can be addictive. I was at the one in California, Pacificon, a couple of years back, and I was giving my talk, and some guy came in, he says, yeah, I've got 5 of them now.
Oh my goodness.
And what people tend to do is, I know because I've done it myself, is I have an RSP-1A that I've actually permanently attached to the side of the Kenwood TS590SG, and it just does Panadapter duty. And then I'll take like an RSPdx, and I'll try and hook that up to the longest wire antenna I can find, and see if I can find NDBs and stuff. And, I'm in Texas now, and I hadn't heard Radio 4 for years until I got my DX, and I was able to pick up 198 kilohertz on that thing, and I was shocked. That's the first time I've heard it in 40-odd years, And
Radio 4 is shocking, Steve.
Well, that's true, John. That's true. And then, then I've also got an RSPduo, which I'm still trying to experiment with the diversity stuff. Like John was saying, it's very imprecise, but it's a lot of fun to play with. So it's not unusual for people to have more than one SDR. And the thing that really struck me since I got back into it is the additional frequencies I can play with that I never even thought of before. I was primarily shortwave. There was a little bit of HF stuff I'd sometimes listen to, but now I've started exploring VHF, I'm exploring UHF, and doing all sorts of good stuff. So I miss seeing people in person, as we do at Hamvention, but at least we can meet virtually, and we don't have to wear masks, which is good. We've got the perfect hobby for social distancing. We can be thousands of miles apart, and no one's going to get infected that way, right? So
Very true.
A question just came in about 2 RSPs running on the same computer at the same time. For example, a Duo and a DX. Indeed.
Absolutely.
The answer is yes. When you have more than one RSP plugged into the computer, when you start SDRUno, a little box will come up and ask you which one you want to connect to SDRUno. You select one, and then you open up a second instance of SDRUno, and it will automatically connect to the second one. Unless you've got 3 hooked up, in which case you'll get a choice of the 2 remaining ones. The only time you'll get into trouble is if you have 2 of the original RSP1s connected, because the original RSP1 did not have a serial number and the software can't distinguish between them. But an original RSP1 and an RSP1A is okay. Multiple RSP1As, 2s, duos, DXs, yeah, very flexible.
Yeah, I mean,
I run
right,
4 here.
The RSP1s, it will still work, but it's a kind of a first come, first served basis. You won't know which one necessarily is.
You don't know which one's which, yeah.
Okay, so any more questions? There's a chance to do, last minute demos or talk through anything.
I want to point out that when I was at Dayton last year, and I was enjoying the sunshine, that there was a tremendous thunderstorm here in Dallas, and we had a lightning strike not far from the house, which took out a fair amount of electronic equipment here. And today, as I look out the window, I see the wind blowing, I see the rain coming down, I've been hearing thunder periodically. I'm hoping we don't get a repeat. But if we do, I redid the wiring for all my antennas, and I put spark suppressor things, or whatever they're called, where the feed lines come into the house. So I think I'm in much better shape this time than I was last time. Can one antenna be connected to 2 RSPs? Yes, you can split the signal. Problem with doing that, of course, is you do lose some signal, but it's certainly possible. In fact, that's what we did originally for demonstrating the RSPduo in the absence of having multiple antennas. We'd take one antenna, just split it, and feed it to the 2 inputs. Hi, Glenn. You're 2 hours south of me. Where does that put you? Waco, somewhere like that, I guess? I think someone else should talk.
Yeah. Okay, guys, girls. So any more questions?
I guess also
because
Steve, you could also use like an antenna distribution system as well, right? If you had one.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Sure.
Oh, sure.
There's
a number of ways to do it.
GX Engineering. There's Cross County Wireless. There's ELAD makes a splitter combiner. There's multiple options out there to take the one antenna like I'm doing and feed multiple units with no loss, because there's an LNA in the splitter combiner that will make up for those losses.
Okay.
Perfect.
I just saw a comment there from Charles about he's going to run the 2 on the same computer. Just a word of warning: when you're running multiple RSPs, just be aware of what USB subsystem they're going through, which host controller they're going through. You don't want to be plugging all the RSPs onto one host controller, because you'll run out of bandwidth very quickly. I use a freeware program called USB TreeView, and it shows a graphical representation of your USB system, and then when you plug an RSP in, it shows you graphically where it routes back to the host controller. So if you want to make sure you get the optimum layout for your RSPs, which that's a great little tool to use. It's a free download, and a very, very useful. I asked earlier about the SDRplay TCP server. Yeah, so we have an RSP TCP server, and we've updated it just recently to support the RSPdx, so version 3 of the API. So yeah, that's all out there. You can either go to our GitHub repository, github.com/SDRplay. Everything's on there, or go to our downloads page and you should be able to find a link to it on there.
Yeah, Andy, your point about the USB bandwidth's a good one. If you run an RSP at 10 megahertz sample rate, you're pretty much using up most of the available bandwidth on USB 2.0. So be aware of that, and also any other peripherals you have plugged into the same host controller that may be using substantial amounts of bandwidth.
Yeah, it's quite particularly what we get through on the ticket system is quite often where people say, well, I've got these other devices and they're all connected on the same host controller. What a lot of people don't understand is that the RSPs use, by default, they use a a USB transfer method called isochronous mode. Things most other SDRs and other devices like flash drives, memory sticks, any printers, lots of other devices like that will use a method called bulk transfer mode, and there's quite a significant difference to the two methods of transfer, and the isochronous mode is really for real-time high data delivery. It's a guaranteed bandwidth system. So before the RSP sends any data, the system makes sure that there is enough bandwidth to satisfy that connection for the duration that it needs. Whereas other devices that use bulk mode transfer, they don't do that. They throw the data at the USB system and let the USB system work out, can I send it now? Can I send it later? And so what you'll find is that the bulk mode transfer system, whilst it's used by things like printers and memory devices, they just need the data to get there at some point in time. They're not necessarily time-driven systems. But what you do find with SDRs that use bulk mode is that over time you can get an increased amount of latency, whereas you shouldn't find that with an isochronous mode system. There are other differences, but that's pretty much it, really. So you really want to make sure that the USBs, that the RSPs are connected correctly through the USB system.
Thanks, Andy.
As a kind of a rule of thumb, if you plug one in the front of your computer and one in the back, you probably will be using a different host controller. Not guaranteed, but it's a good, it's quite likely that they're using different host controllers. So you could do that if you had multiple RSPs.
And you can get an idea of what you got in your system by opening up Device Manager and having a look, although it's not as good as that tree software that you mentioned, Andy.
It's a cracking little application. It shows you graphically how your USB subsystem looks. In fact, I may try and include that in a stream or something, in a video, just to sort of show people how that works and why it's important. So that may be just a short sort of video that we could do on that.
Awesome.
A final question about USB 3, I guess, not in the short term with the current
well, the current hardware
is
the chipset is a USB 2 device, so it would make no difference. It wouldn't make any sense for us to put extra cost in to migrate that to a USB 3 system, because there'd be no benefit. There'd be additional cost, but there's no speed benefit because the host controller that's on there is USB 2. So right now there isn't, but I mean, what devices come in the future, I can't really say.
Yeah, well, we're always looking to the future, but there's really nothing to say at this point. But
will the Raspberry Pi 4 ever get SDRplay support?
Well,
it's here. I'm running RSPs. I'm running RSPs on Raspberry Pi 4 almost every day. Not every day, but almost every day. So yeah, it works, John. What we've said that we'll do is that we will be producing an image that you can download that will directly support an RSPdx. That's probably what your question was, but that will be coming.
Yeah. There is a current image for v.6, I believe it is, Andy, that supports everything except the DX and master-slave mode on the Duo. And that's really easy. I know it's really easy because I downloaded the image, I booted up a Pi, and I plugged in like an RSP1A, and it works. So that support is here. There'll be more in the future, going all the way up to the next major huge release of Uno, which will run natively on it, right?
Uno, not on the Raspberry Pi. No.
Not on a Pi, not with 2.0?
x86 only.
Oh, okay.
So.
Okay, x86.
Linux,
all right.
x86 and Mac.
Good, that answers that question. Well, as long as we got back, that's all I care about. You know that.
Okay, well, I think we're going to wrap it up for this session. We'll be back very soon in about 20 minutes with the next chapter in this event. Thank you all very much for your enthusiasm, your questions, and to all my colleagues and Katie for your patience and help and helping to keep us on track. And we look forward to being back here in a few minutes. So I think we're going to just show run through some product slides just by way of an intermission, but we'll be back very soon live again for our session at 2000. Well, I very much hope you're enjoying our shows here on May the 16th. It's certainly the time that those of us here in the UK would wish to be over in Dayton, Ohio, and meeting customers, old and new. But that's not to be this year. So we're doing the next best thing, and hopefully you're enjoying the demos. We've got live demos, and we're very pleased to have a joint effort here with HRO, and that's Katie over there on the right, who'll be coming back in a minute when we start up the next show. Also, you'll be seeing some of the key contributors here from SDRplay are over here on the left-hand side. There's Mike at the back there, and he's based in Florida. There's Andy over here in the UK, and Steve from Dallas, Texas. I'm John, and I'm also based in the UK. So we're your guides for the day, and as I say, we'll be back very shortly with more live presentations and a chance for you to ask your questions. So a little bit about SDRplay, and for those of you who perhaps have come across this for the first time, so SDRplay, we make an SDR receiver, and it's essentially a box which you just need an antenna and a computer to create a general coverage receiver which goes all the way from 1 kilohertz up to 2 gigahertz. Unlike some of the cheaper dongles, there's no up converters needed, and it also has a lot of built-in hardware filters to really minimize the kind of problems you can have with a wideband SDR. This keeps a lot of the sort of phantom signals away, and the key thing for those of you who haven't played with SDR before, I would say the biggest difference compared with a traditional radio is the fact you can visualize the signals. You can actually see them as well as tune to them and pick up the signals. So here at SDRplay, we make the radios, the RSPs we call them, radio spectrum processors, and we'll be talking in a moment about the different models available. So we provide the hardware, we provide the API software which controls it, and we also provide SDRUno SDR software. So this is the RSP1A, which is our value product. We've done everything we can to keep the cost to a minimum. Some of you may remember the old RSP1. This is a major upgrade to our original RSP1, which came out nearly 6 years ago. As with all our RSPs, they give performance from 1 kilohertz all the way to 2 gigahertz, and you can visualize up to 10 megahertz of spectrum anywhere within that range. So 1 kilohertz is right down at VLF, 2 gigahertz is up into microwaves. And if you imagine, you're basically able to tune into and look at any 10 megahertz slot within that spectrum. And with all our RSPs, you have the capability of using it as a serious piece of RF kit. A very popular capability, together with our RSPduo software, is the the ability to use it as a versatile RF power measurement or field strength meter. Literally, you can take a portable laptop, take any of the RSPs out in the field. With our SDRUno software, you can measure the absolute RF power being presented to the 50 ohm input at the RSP, and that accuracy is within around 1 dB. So you're within 1 dBm of the exact power being presented. This is great for comparing antennas, for looking at the signal strength out in the field. Another popular application is a totally separate spectrum analyzer software that we have available for all the RSPs. The DX version is imminent right now. If it's not there today, it'll be there very, very soon from the developer over in Australia, Steve Andrew, who's made a super job of providing this this software, which again it works on even the RSP-1A. Another popular capability is the GNU Radio, GNU Radio Companion software, which is very good for research, experimentation. It's popular in universities for learning about signal processing. And we have, again, via third-party collaborators, there are source blocks for each of the RSPs to allow you to just treat the RSP as the radio block and then go on to do all sorts of manipulations with the signal path based on the growing library of blocks available out there as part of the whole sort of GNU Radio effort. And now we come to the RSPdx. The RSPdx is a complete redesign of the popular RSP2, RSP2 Pro. Again, we get the 1 GHz to 2 GHz coverage with up to 10 MHz of spectrum visibility. But we have 3 antenna ports. To really do justice to the entire range from LF up to microwaves, it's not really practical to have one antenna for all those frequencies. So you typically need multiple antennas if you want to easily tune from one end to the other. And so the ability to switch between antennas using the software is very powerful. So we've come up with choice of 3 antenna ports. 2 of them are these SMA 50 ohm ports. There's also a 50 ohm BNC port, which is up to 200 megahertz. It's limited to 200 megahertz simply because of the performance of the BNC sockets at the higher frequencies, but also we've been able to make a slightly more rugged protection for those lower frequencies. There's enhanced HF performance compared to the older design of the RSP2, particularly for large signal handling, but additionally we've added additional hardware and software filtering below 2 MHz, specifically for the challenging conditions involved down at MF and LF. So this does give outstanding performance using what we call HDR, the high dynamic range mode, which, as I say, it uses a combination of the additional hardware filtering and also the software filtering within SDRUno. And the whole thing comes in a very, very rugged black steel case, which really feels very solid, as well as having the external clock input for extra accuracy using a GPSDO, which is typically useful up at UHF and beyond. So here's a little bit about the HDR mode for the RSPdx. So the way that works is in conjunction with SDRUno Windows software, which we provide, and there are band buttons, which are shown here in the software, which whenever you select a band below 2 megahertz, it will automatically put you into the HDR mode. And here you can see the bands provided, which are just different spans within that spectrum from 1 kilohertz up to 2 megahertz. And they're kind of useful spans, like the medium wave broadcast band, the long wave band, some bands for NDBs, and because there's a filter at 500 kilohertz, there's a choice of either having it kicked in or not, for extra resilience down at these very, very challenging LF frequencies. So this then takes us to our flagship product, the RSPduo, which is a dual tuner version of the RSP. Again, it has multiple antenna ports. This time, instead of a BNC, it has a high impedance port, which allows you to connect directly to either a wire antenna or a balanced feed. It just eliminates the need for one external balance. So that's the third antenna option on the RSPduo. But the key extra features embedded within the Duo is the fact it's 2 independent tuners. So if you remember, the other RSPs give you total visibility, or 10 megahertz visibility, anywhere between 1 kilohertz and 2 gigahertz. Well, you still get that with the RSPduo, but you'll see over here it's got essentially 2 tuners, duplicate banks of filters and 2 tuners. So this means that you can get up to 2 megahertz visibility in 2 different places in the entire spectrum. So you could actually be on down at 40 meters with one and up on 70 centimeters with another. I'll give a few more examples of where this comes into effect. Probably the next most exciting thing about the Duo is the ability to do diversity reception. Again, we'll talk about that in a moment. So here, just showing how the Duo has the 2 independent tuners, and of course everything goes through one USB interface, which is why we've had to limit it to 2 chunks of 2 megahertz, because otherwise you just can't get the throughput down the USB cable. But as I say, this gives the opportunity for signal enhancement and noise cancelling diversity applications, as well as monitoring 2 totally widely spaced bands as shown in this example. So you actually have 2 versions, or two instances of SDRUno running simultaneously and totally independently able to tune. In this example, we're looking up at the aircraft band as well as at 40 meters. Another great application is for those aircraft enthusiasts who want to simultaneously listen to the air traffic control transmissions down on 120 megahertz, the VHF AM transmissions, as well as doing ADS-B detection and looking at the telemetry data up at 1.09 gigahertz. You can have the 2 things going on simultaneously. When it comes to diversity, the key addition in the SDRUno software is this rosette display here, which allows you to control by dragging the end of this line here, which is representing the relative phase of signal on tuner 1 to the signal on tuner 2. And the absolute length of this line, if it's set to the center, you've got unity, you've got the 2 signals of equal amplitude, and you go to a 2-to-1 ratio if you go fully out, and half to 1 if you go the other way. So this, again, this is just for the RSPduo. This won't work with the single tuner 1A or the DX. And the way this works is once you select tuner mode and diversity mode, it will automatically give you the ability to get maximum ratio combination for signal enhancement. So the software will do real-time measurements on the signal and try and compare and maximize the two together. Now this works very predictably up at VHF and above, where the type of signal paths are much more direct, where and tend to be fairly stable, apart from sporadic events and very nearby big aircraft. But down at HF, it's where it comes into its own is to combine fast changing signals from, say, a horizontal antenna and a vertical, or two differently oriented horizontal antennas. Obviously the spacings get quite big down at HF, but it's really impressive to see and hear the effect of when the two signals are fading in and out rapidly. You can actually maintain and hear a very good, much easier to read signal. And then the next capability is interference rejection. And when it comes to using RSPduo diversity for cancelling like local interference, then you have on one tuner, you typically have an antenna set to pick up the best possible signal, and then the second antenna, as long as it has some of the good signal, it needs some of the good signal there, but is perhaps picking up all the noise. The two together can be used using diversity in manual mode to phase away the unwanted signal. And again, this is very, very effective. So anyway, let's just recap on the three different models that we have: the RSP1A, the RSPdx, and the RSPduo. This chart, which is, again, it's available on our website, really highlights the basic features you get for the RSP1A, which gives you all the core capabilities. It then goes on to show how the DX has the extra rugged metal case. It has the external clocking capability. It has this special mode for below 2 megahertz. So that's the RSPdx. And then on top of that, the Duo brings you dual tuners, simultaneous processing of two completely separate parts of the spectrum, along with the ability to do diversity tuning. So that's those are the RSPs, and then of course the software is constantly evolving. So if you get an RSP today, the capability you'll get with the SDRUno software will be evolving over time, new capabilities coming in, and a lot of the third-party software is improving as well. So it's constantly being refreshed. So this is what SDRUno looks like: a lot of separate panels which automatically tessellate onto your size of Windows display. This looks particularly good if you put it on a big HDMI monitor. You have a main control panel, which is your main interface to the RSP itself, and a lot of drop-down options. And we really encourage you today to take time to ask questions if you're already a user and want to understand more. If you're thinking about using SDRUno, to ask questions. But the look and feel of SDRUno is to mimic traditional radio. Here's the receiver control panel with the frequency readout in the center, and you can control all these the frequency with the roller wheel.
Luck.
Well, hello. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to the third and final session of our SDRplay-awayday. This was a time, and first of all, let me just welcome those of you in Australia who normally would be tuning into the Eurovision Song Contest right now, live from the UK, but, you know, that wasn't to be, so you'll be joining us for our SDRplay-awayday. Normally at this time of year, Katie, we'd be over in Dayton.
Yes. So
I'm John G4ABQ, one of the SDRplay team. Katie is, well...
I'm Katie, WI7YL, here in pardon me, Sundance, Wyoming, inside my shack, representing Ham Radio Outlet today. And I'm very pleased. This is our third session, as John mentioned, and it's been a great day of learning. So I'm very excited to see what comes up for our last session here today.
Indeed, because it's been a great team effort the last few years. SDRplay, together with HRO, we've been together in Dayton for Hamvention, and of course this wasn't to be. So this is really the next best thing. And through the day, we've had a lot of fun, a lot of good questions from many people, and we hope to continue that now. And we're going to just run through a slightly different sequence this time, but we're going to start off with some really jumping quickly to look at the kind of tools that you can use, and we'll show some demos, and then we'll come back and change gear and really start to address your questions, and hopefully we can do some bespoke demos to answer questions that you have. So, and Katie will be telling us all about the special offers from HRO this weekend. So, okay, over to Steve.
All right.
Hi, everybody. This is Steve, KI5ENW, located in Dallas, Texas. But as you might tell from the accent, I'm still an English boy at heart. We're going to kind of jump in the deep end a little bit in this session. Once you've received your RSP, as I'm sure many of you already have or you're about to, you're probably going to download some software to enjoy it. For example, SDRUno will feature strongly here. And once you've gone beyond listening to the normal HF bands and you're listening to AM broadcasts, FM broadcasts perhaps, upper sideband, lower sideband, what a lot of people like to do is take advantage of having an SDR to start exploring some of the additional capabilities you get. And by that I mean the many digital modes that are now available, which never used to exist when I was an SWL guy many years ago. And there's a lot more you can do with it. So Mike's going to show us some demonstrations of that type of software later on. But before we get to that, I kind of wanted to talk about what I call the software toolkit, because this is an area that often confuses people when they're trying to get started with digital modes, is how do you interface between SDRUno and your RSP and the third-party software you're trying to use? And it turns out when you look at it, there's a fairly short list of standard software tools that you'll be using over and over again. So what I'm going to do is give you a little overview of that and stress that it is just an overview. We don't have time for a full-blown tutorial. And but I'll also point out that there are full versions of everything you see here available in our YouTube channel, in our video catalog, or in Mike's ham guides. So for that, I'm going to turn it over to a quick pre-recorded video just to kind of set the background here on this software toolkit. So if Andy...
One of the most popular... The chances are one of the first things you did when you received your RSP was download one of the popular SDR software packages. Here we see SDRUno, but perhaps you also tried SDR Console or HDSDR. When any of these packages are used in conjunction with an RSP, the result is an extremely capable general coverage receiver with a very wide operating frequency range. Built-in capabilities in this software include standard AM and FM modulation techniques and things such as upper sideband, lower sideband. However, the airwaves are used for many other functions these days in addition to this. There are digital modes, weather satellites, weather fax, many different things going on in the bands, which are now accessible to you and your SDR by using third-party add-on software packages. Some of these were previously illustrated by my colleague Mike Ladd. Now, one thing in common, regardless of which of these packages you use, is there is a need to seamlessly tie them together between SDRUno and whatever third-party package you wish to use. And what we're going to look at here are some of the most common software packages. I call them a software toolkit, which tend to get used over and over again as you experiment with different third-party software. First up, let's take a look at OmniRig. OmniRig is primarily used for rig control. Its function in life is to act as an interface between your SDR software, in this case SDRUno, and whatever rig you happen to have in your shack. OmniRig allows you to specify a connection for up to 2 rigs, and within the program itself are initialization files for a very large number of rigs that are out there with Cat support. Once you've got it set up, it allows you to point and click on the waveform in SDRUno, for example, and your rig will immediately retune to the corresponding frequency. Alternatively, you can turn the dial on your rig, and that will cause the settings within SDRUno to track it as well. So it's an incredibly useful piece of software, and it's fairly easy to set up and really enhances the capabilities of your rig, especially if your rig does not have any form of band scope already built in. But synchronizing rigs is only one of the functions of OmniRig. It can also be used in other applications. For example, the third-party program CW Skimmer uses OmniRig to sync with a rig, and can be used in that case to synchronize CW Skimmer with SDRUno. Another interesting application I've illustrated before is using OmniRig as a means of synchronizing the 2 tuners in an RSPduo, whereby when you change the frequency in one tuner, it will cause the second tuner to follow to the same frequency. This is extremely useful if you're comparing 2 different antennas connected to the 2 antenna ports on an RSPduo. Another method that's commonly used to transfer control information back and forth between third-party software and SDRUno is the use of virtual COM ports. They just look like any other COM port to your PC, which may be the result of plugging in some peripheral, but they're implemented entirely in software. In this particular case, we're looking at one called CommoCom, which is free of charge and generates basic COM port pairs. Other packages are also available, 2 of the more popular being VSPE and VSPD. However, in some cases they will require the payment of a license fee. Up until now, we've looked at transferring control signals back and forth between third-party software and SDRUno. In addition to that, when it comes to wanting to decode signals, we also have to have a way of sending signals from SDRUno into our third-party decoding software or other processing software. And the way to do that is by the use of virtual audio cables. And I'm going to show a couple of examples here. First up, we'll start with VB cable, which is a very basic, straightforward method to do it. Another popular choice is VAC, virtual audio cable. It has the ability to generate multiple virtual audio cables, and you have much more control over the settings within the package. But once again, a license fee may be required to unlock all the features. So that's what I regard as your basic software toolkit. If you have these pieces of software in your arsenal, then you can interface SDRUno and your RSP to just about every piece of third-party software that's out there. And once you grasp the basic principles of each, you'll be able to use them from one software to the next with relative ease. Of course, if you need any help with any of this, we have an extensive catalogue of both videos and written application notes showing you how to use these tools with various pieces of third-party software. The chances are one of the first things you did when you received your RSP.
Well, hopefully that made some sort of sense to you. We kind of, like I say, we jumped in at the deep end, and I'm going to try and put up on my screen now one of those slides we had near the end, and let's here we go. I'm hoping you can see that. That's different people will have their favorites. Yeah, okay. You might change the size of me in the box. So, sorry, I think we had a technical issue there, and you may have lost my audio. So I brought back this slide from a few minutes ago, where to show you the basic elements in my software toolkit. Rig control is fairly straightforward. OmniRig is a very useful tool for that. But it's also used by some third-party software, for example, CW Skimmer, as a way to interface with SDRUno. The virtual COM ports for sending control signals back and forth between SDRUno and third-party software. My personal favorite is ComOCom. It's very simple to use, doesn't have the capability of some of the others like VSPD and VSPE. You don't need all of them. Pick whichever one works for you. And similarly with virtual audio cables, my colleague Mike is a big fan of VAC. Personally, I use VB cable. It's free. It's basic. Either one of them will allow you the ability to monitor the audio data that's going from SDRUno across to the third-party software. But once you've got the basic hang of using these tools, you will find it much easier to set up any third-party software you care to use. For example, just last week I downloaded WSJT-X for the first time, and because I was already familiar with virtual COM ports and virtual audio cables, I was up and running in about 10 minutes. So next we'd like to show you some examples of what you can do with these tools and some of the more popular third-party software packages that are out there. And for that, I'm going to hand it over to Mike down in Florida.
Thank you, Steve. Hello, everyone. I'm Mike, KD2KOG, part of the technical support staff here at SDRplay. I'm going to show you a few demos. First one is going to be DMR. I'm using SDRUno with VB cable, and it's taking the demodulated audio from SDRUno and piping it into DSD Decoder, and DSD Decoder will decode DMR, D-Star, Yaesu System Fusion. It will do NXDN. It will do P25 phase 1, phase 2, but non-encrypted. It will not demodulate encrypted comms. And in this demo, I'm just keying up my local hotspot on my Anytone 868. This way I can get a meaningful signal for this demonstration. And within DSD Decoder, decoding DMR, I'm going to get the color codes. I'm going to get the DMR ID. So if I'm trying to get some information about a DMR repeater, I can use my RSP to sit on that DMR repeater and get the information that I need. This way I can program my radio, or if I want to listen to the transmissions that are being demodulated within SDRUno piped into DSD Decoder. And as I said, in this demonstration, this is doing DMRs. If I tune up and down the band, I don't need to change the mode in DSD Decoder. It's going to automatically detect the mode that's being used, if it can decode it, and start demodulating the digital audio for me. Okay, in this video, same principle. I'm using VB cable with SDRUno. I'm taking the 20-meter FT8 transmission from 14.074, and I'm piping that into WSJT-X. And WSJT-X is going to take that transmission and decode it. And one of the really cool features about WSJT-X is that I can send that information to PSK Reporter, which is loaded up on that second screen with the map, and I can tell the PSK Reporter to show all transmissions that I received on 20 meters. So I put 20 meters in. I told it that it's using FT8. I told it that I'm a receive-only station, and I put in my call sign. And it's going to give me a map of all the transmissions that I just picked up within WSJT-X. So I use this basically to gauge propagation, to see where the strongest signals are coming from, just where I can take that information and apply it to another function I like to do in SDRUno, which is shortwave listening. So I know if 20 meters is open, most likely 15 megahertz, which is above it, is going to be open, and possibly all the way down to 9 megahertz, 30 to 31 meters would be open. So I use it as a tool to gauge propagation. And plus, it's fun to see all the different stations being decoded real time using this software. Okay, in this demonstration, I'm decoding Gero transmissions, which come off Inmarsat satellites. It's ACARS transmissions, almost like traditional ACARS when you're decoding transmissions from the airband within VHF. This is over Inmarsat. Inmarsat are geostationary satellites that are geostationary around the Earth, but they're about 22,000 miles away. And I use an outernet patch antenna with an external LNA, low noise amplifier, and the RSP1A is powering that LNA off its bias T. And I point it towards the Inmarsat satellite. I tune to 1.5 gigs and load up Gero, and I'm decoding basically Inmarsat ACARS transmissions from space. It's mixed mode. There's some ground station transmissions, and then there's almost like digipeated, almost like APRS. When you digipeat, it's going to rebroadcast it over Inmarsat. And when they're transmitted over Inmarsat, they're coming from space. All right, we'll have another video coming up. In this demonstration, I'm decoding slow scan TV, and there's a lot of amateur radio operators still actively sending and receiving slow scan TV. Now, it's not only the amateur radio operators, also the International Space Station transmits pictures using slow scan TV, and I use SDRUno to tune that frequency using virtual audio cable or VB cable, and sending it into the decoder to demodulate and decode that signal. I'm sorry, not to demodulate. It's basically decoding. It's taking the demodulated signal into its decoder, and it's producing the image that you see on the screen. And it's just a fun mode to see what's being transmitted out there. Like I said, all these different decoders I use as a tool to gauge propagation. So if I'm in South Florida in West Palm Beach, and if I'm getting VK stations, I know that that's Australia, or VE, which is Canada. I have a pretty good idea of where the band is going to be open. All right, in this video, we're using a third-party decoder called Tekmanoid, which is, it decodes Inmarsat transmissions, which are called STDC. And there's two types of messages. There's EGC and there is LES. EGC is Enhanced Group Call, and LES is Land Earth Station. And what this is doing is it's getting a bunch of packets. If you look in the decoder on the right side of the screen in a moment, you'll see a bunch of messages pop up. When Tekmanoid has enough information to compile a meaningful message, it will display it. And some of the things that you'll see on Inmarsat is, well, not Inmarsat, a lot of things that you'll see decoding these STDC messages are maritime messages, man overboard, distress, all the way up to military live firing range exercises to stay out of certain vicinities of the water. It's a fascinating mode that you can decode using these third-party decoding applications. It's really phenomenal. And if you just give it a moment, you'll see some meaningful messages pop up, and it will show. Is it a urgent alert? Is it an active alert? It's just really fascinating, the different things that you can do with the RSP and SDRUno using virtual audio cable and third-party decoders. Okay, in this video, I'm using the DSP, the actual digital signal processing power of SDRUno to eliminate wideband noise that I have here in South Florida. I'm not immune to noise, but using the wideband noise blanker built into SDRUno allows me to take the signal and kind of manipulate it to null out the noise. It's not the same as diversity of reception using an RSPduo. It's removing that noise and allowing me to hear a meaningful demodulated signal. And it's all done within SDRUno. You would click on the noise blanker within the RX control panel and make very, very slight adjustments to the noise blanking slider within the EX control panel. It's an orange slider that you'll see on the screen. And I make ever so slight adjustments. And the good thing about using SDRUno is that I'm seeing the change visually. So I'm using my eyes, because that's what an SDR is. You're using your eyes, and I'm using my ears to hear the change. So I don't want to just make unmeaningful adjustments all the way to the left or all the way to the right. I just want to do it a little bit at a time and see if I can recover that audio the best that I can using the DSP features built into SDRUno. Excuse me. One thing is, a lot of people will leave the noise blanking function enabled and make an adjustment, and they'll lose their signal. Just make sure that you don't have that noise blanking function enabled unwillingly. So if you have an issue, just make sure that that's not enabled and you don't have the noise blanking slider adjusted incorrectly. And in this last video, I'm decoding whisper transmissions. I believe it was on 20 meters. It could have been 20 meters or it could have been 30 meters. But I use whisper because it's a weak signal mode. And what I mean by weak, it's milliwatts. I mean, very, very low power transmissions that you won't even see in the spectrum. It's really below the noise floor. And I'll use whisper to gauge propagation, and I like to see where signals are coming from. So I'll start decoding whisper transmissions, and I'll go to not APRS, I'll go to whisper's map feature, just like WSJT-X, and I'll see these spots come up on a map real time. And at the end of this video, it's not very long, you'll see the map of the United States and all the different whisper transmitting stations that I'm picking up real time. Now, just a note, when you're doing these FT, JT, and whisper modes, you want to make sure that your PC clock is set accurately, because all of these modes are very dependent on having an accurate clock, and that goes for transmitting and also for receiving. So you want to make sure that the clock is set as accurately as possible, so this way your decodes are correct. There's a plethora of third-party time synchronization applications. You can use MultiPSK, you can use 4D. They're a good majority of them, 99% of them are free. And if anybody has any questions about these videos that you've seen, please ask in the chat section. I'll do my best to answer them. Any questions at all that you guys might have.
I guess one thing that I might point out is this was very much a quick overview, and Mike has prepared extensive videos showing you how to get each of these software packages set up, and they're available from our video catalog at sdrplay.com.
Yes, you can get them from sdrplay.com/ in the support section. There's the apps catalog. There's a ton of videos in the official YouTube channel, the same channel that you guys are viewing this in. You can click the SDRplay Software Defined Radio Receiver name, and then click on videos, and you'll see all the videos that have been produced and watch them at your leisure. Or you can go to SDRplay Ham Guides, where I have a good catalog of videos that walks you through the various third-party software applications, setting them up, setting up SDRUno, and really getting the best use out of your RSP and using SDRUno. I'm always open to comments, criticism from the community. It just makes things better. So if you guys don't have questions right now, but if you have a question in the future, I'm always available.
Oh, okay. I can't see any more questions there. So, yeah, I thought we'd just go back and take. There were some questions came in just during the short break we took before 2000. Although I think do we want to maybe just go back and address those? I think that was next up. Oh, Mike. Yeah. So, Mike, do you want to just make a few comments before you go?
Oh, sure. I just want to thank everybody that did come to our SDRplay day. It's been an absolute pleasure to see my colleagues again from home. We're all working from home. And like I said, if anybody has any questions, comments, criticisms, or requests, you're more than welcome to open up a support ticket or leave a comment in one of the previous videos that I already have up. I mean, I'm here to help you guys to the best of my ability. If I don't have the answer for you, we will get the answer for you. And thank you all for watching.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
That's great. Okay, so I think next up we're going to go back and just catch up on some of the live questions that have been coming in. I think just going back, Michael Hirsch had quite a few questions around the Duo. So perhaps Andy, you would be able to just comment a little bit on the first question was, he's been trying out his Duo, and he wondered if there's any way to have the knobs or sliders so that that the phase and gain can be manipulated independently. And I know that's something that we have talked about in the past, Andy, but any thoughts? Is that something that is possible on the roadmap?
So we're talking about the sorry, I was just manipulating the graphics there on the screen. So we're talking about the diversity controller. Was that right, John? Yeah.
That's right. I think Michael's got an RSPduo, and he's been playing with diversity, and he's just thinking, at the moment the sliders are kind of set, and wondered if you can.
Yeah. So in the first iteration of the diversity controller, the line that you can drag around, you can change amplitude and phase together, and once you've got the amplitude or phase just right, there wasn't a way to lock either of them. So in 1.4 you can do that now. So you can lock either the amplitude or the phase, and then you can just make the other adjustment without adjusting both at the same time. So yes, you can do that now in 1.4.
Okay, and also the amplitude ratio, when you're on the inner circle, as I understand it, we've got exactly the same amplitude between the two signals.
Unity is the inner circle, and then up to 2 times on the outer circle. And this is the difference between the two signals.
Yeah. So that's it. And obviously you can extend a bit outside that.
Yeah.
Direction
was, when you go to the outer circle, I think he asked whether that was 3 dB difference. 2x.
So that will be 6 dBs of power, I guess.
Not sure what the answer is.
I think it is. I mean,
3 dB. Yeah.
3 dB. Yeah.
I believe it is.
I mean, the kind of improvements you're getting are of the order of 3 to 6 dBs of versus doing nothing. So that's what you're getting. It's a lot easier to demonstrate this up at VHF and UHF. I was a bit bold earlier when I did a live demo showing an HF example, only because it can be quite dramatic on HF in combination with fast changing conditions, as well as the advantages of the true diversity that's going on. It's we really encourage people to sort of try and see what they can achieve with it. And most people are finding conditions where it's working noticeably better than independently having the single tuners. So in terms of direction lighting, that is something that we did say that is on our roadmap. In fact, we're just about to do some trials with some of the radio amateurs over in Cambridge, England. And we're just working on, in fact, the software as well. I don't know, Andy, if you want to say it, but obviously we'd love to do a plugin and have a fairly turnkey solution. There are some challenges, a bit more work. It's certainly, not a year away. And unless we hit a brick wall, it should be, a few weeks into a few months. But it's very, very dangerous for us to pay hostage to fortune here, but it's something that we are actively working on.
There was also a question about 4, 6, or 8 antenna direction finding, which I don't think is possible.
Did I miss that one? Was that earlier on? Or...
Yeah. It was from Michael also.
Okay, Michael, I'm sorry I missed that. We are looking at solutions to effectively be able to handle multiple antennas, more than just 2. But it's a little bit early to say anything on that. But obviously, that would give additional capability. Okay. So, any other questions that we've missed? 0 IF and low IF modes. So ZIF is 0 IF, and if you think of a traditional radio receiver, that's like direct conversion, where you directly convert down to a baseband signal, whereas low IF is going through an intermediate frequency. The main advantage of the low IF modes is that you don't have a center spike and the need to keep the local oscillator and the VFO separate. I don't know what... I guess the other thing is that 0 IF mode is needed to get the full bandwidth of the RSPs. I don't know if you want to add to that, Steve?
No, not really. I think, people get very confused between the two. And one thing we determined early on was for most uses, LIF is less problematic. And 0 IF is mainly used when you want to have the maximum bandwidth available, the full 10 megahertz bandwidth out of your RSP. But, the problem you mentioned with the DC center spike, which is characteristic of 0 IF, has now been addressed in the forthcoming version of UNO, and I don't want to take away Andy's thunder because he's going to be talking about that later on. So ultimately,
it should be pretty transparent, and it shouldn't really matter which you're in. there'll be some specific characteristics of one or the other.
Well, the nice thing from my point of view, and again, I don't want to get into what you're going to discuss later, John, is that if I use the band select buttons to select which band I'm going to use, then all that selection's already been taken care of for me, so I don't have to worry about it.
That's right.
But there is still the possibility at any time you can go in and manually change modes and set your own sample rate and decimation values if you so wish.
Mm-hmm. And hi to Mersey Radar, welcome. I'll say a little bit about the company when I go into more of a kind of a quick update on the products and in a few moments. But I think before that, we thought we'd just, let me just check where we are. I think we're going to...
I guess it's, is it Steve?
Maybe pass it back.
You want to give it to me, or John, do you want to do your introduction? It's up to you.
I think it's probably a good time to do the introduction. So let me share my screen. Let's just come over here. This is where it gets fun. So everyone has to stand by their beds because you get a brief look at all our faces.
I'm putting up my slide, don't you?
Okay, am I now sharing a screen okay? Okay, so let me say a little bit about SDRplay. We were formed in 2014, and we came together, quite an eclectic bunch of people. My background was in semiconductors, working in Texas Instruments and CSR. And I had the good fortune to meet some very innovative guys who had been working with Mirix, who had developed chipsets for the cellular phone and for the computer market, basically SDR technology. And driven by another group of enthusiasts, it was clear that we had the makings of a pretty powerful SDR receiver, but it needed a lot of work to ensure that you could cover a really wide range of frequencies and with minimum effects from all the types of problems you get from interferers, strong transmitters, and from intermodulation. And those techie guys put their heads together and came up with the RSP1, which launched nearly 6 years ago, and allowed us to really sort of try out the market and to get a lot of really good feedback and to realize that quite quickly we needed to have our own software. And that's when we took over the software from Studio One, and we've moved on from then. And in a moment, you'll just see a summary of obviously the products we've got today. Now, we are a UK company. We're registered in the UK. In total, there's 5 of us kind of full-time here in the UK. We've got Mike and Steve in Dallas. We've got and Florida. And we've got a kind of network of support technical people who have provided and continue to provide additional innovation. So we kind of run lean and mean, and we subcontract as much as we can, and we subcontract the manufacturing, which is a very significant activity, to a couple of UK subcontractors in the UK who do an absolutely outstanding job working with us. We develop the software for the automatic test, and that all goes on here in the UK. So it's particularly at this tough time through the coronavirus era, we are getting product being built, and all our supply chain is working. It's really outstanding. We subcontract fulfillment, and we have this fantastic network of third-party of resellers and channel partners like HRO. And HRO, we've kind of grown together over time. And as I say, we'd normally be together over there on their biggest stand, in Dayton, and each of their shops is more and more able to answer basic questions around the SDRs, and it's just been a great way to work, and we're still evolving. So I hope that answers the question there. Just a few minutes just on the RSPs for those. I know quite a few invitations went out to people who were kind of new to SDR, or maybe they've just used a dongle in the past. The key thing about our RSPs is wide coverage and no up converter needed, and a bunch of extra hardware to ensure the integrity of the received signal. And of course, you can visualize these signals. That's true of all SDRs. The big difference compared with simply tuning and listening with your ears. And of course, as we move more to the kind of digital modes that Mike touched on, you're going to be needing a computer anyway. So having a better optimum split between hardware and software moves you in the direction of an SDR. And the other thing you kind of get for free, the way we've partitioned stuff and the attention to detail that's gone into the hardware design, means that you can actually use your RSP, even the basic RSP-1A, as a really powerful lab tool. It's got a calibrated RF power meter or field strength meter. And we've got this third-party software from Steve Andrew in Australia, which is a very respectable spectrum analyzer, Windows software again, but it runs totally separate from SDRUno as a spectrum analyzer. And Andy will give a short demo of that in a while. So we have 3 products in production. Just whistle through them very quickly. Before I do, at the SDRUno, there's 2 things in particular I've brought out, which are truly unique. And one of them is this band framing that Steve mentioned, which, and this is great for returning hams who are maybe late in years and very familiar with the ham bands. And if you just take a dongle, it's quite hard work to work out what center frequency do I need, what are the band edges and so on. We've taken that all that difficulty away. You have band buttons, and the example you see here, if I just bring up the pointer, you press on one of these band buttons. The example here is the 20-meter band, and everything is sorted out. You're in a low IF mode. You've got everything spanning the 20-meter band from 14 to 14.35 megahertz, optimized for tuning around 20 meters. So band framing is one feature that we're particularly pleased with. And the other is the integrated scanner, because many other popular SDR software have promised scanning capability, or there are some scanning plugins for some. But we have a truly integrated scanner at the heart of SDRUno, and visually here you can see you get a control panel allowing you to choose from a set of preset ranges, or you can set your own start and stop frequency, the step frequency, how long do you want to hang around on each signal. You can set this threshold level to make sure you don't get false stops. You can choose to wait on the signal, and you can actually save all this data, all the found signals, to a memory panel, which you can then store. And of course, you can develop your own memory panels or import them from friends or websites to scan particular frequencies of interest. So this is an extremely powerful scanner. But and I think we'll be showing a demo of that a bit later. So quickly on the RSP-1A, this is our value product. We try to keep the cost to a minimum. So it is a plastic enclosure, pretty rugged, and it's lined with a metallic surface to minimize interference. It runs from 1 kilohertz to 2 gigahertz, as do all our RSPs, and gives you the 10 megahertz visibility. So it's a good all-rounder, and has one single 50 ohm antenna port. The DX is really moving up to, in terms of a nice rugged black painted steel case. It's got an external clock reference in if you want extra alignment to a GPSDO reference, for example, up at VHF and above. One of the key things is it's got multiple antenna sockets, because really you can't do one or make use of one antenna all the way from 1 kilohertz to 2 gigahertz. Typically, you would need 2 or 3. Maybe it's a magnetic loop down at LF and into shortwave, and then maybe something for VHF, and then maybe a patch antenna or something you're doing up at the gigahertz. So the ability to software select the antennas without having to undo and redo antenna connections is very popular. So you've got these software antenna ports. The other thing that the DX has rather special about it is for below 2 megahertz reception. So this is basically MF, LF, VLF, people who like searching for NDB beacons and so on. Those conditions are really challenging. Not only is all the big interferers there, the broadcasters, but also just the dynamic ranges. And so to cope with the extra large signal handling below 2 megahertz, we've got this high dynamic range mode, which is a combination of hardware and software filtering. And that just gives it an edge for below 2 megahertz. So that is rather unique to the RSPdx. And then our flagship product, the RSPduo, as well as giving you that 10 megahertz visibility, you can, it's actually a dual tuner. There are 2 independent tuners, and so we've doubled all those filter banks at the front, and you can independently be up on 2 meters at the same time as monitoring 80 meters. So you can actually see 2 totally different parts of the spectrum at the same time. Or you could even be using the same frequency, 2 different antennas, and comparing in real time how they perform. So that's very powerful. And then the exciting thing, as Michael touched on, with hopefully direction finding longer term, but right now you can do diversity reception using SDRUno. Here's an example showing 2 widely spaced bands being looked at simultaneously, 40 meters and the aircraft band. For those of you into aircraft spotting and tracking, then you can simultaneously be listening to the air traffic control on VHF at the same time as picking up the telemetry data at 1.09 gigahertz for dump 1090, the ADSB system, where you can see all the flight information data coming through. Now, this is actually a great example when Andy comes on to talk about plugins. At the moment, these are all separate software you have to kind of load and keep track of, and it's a little bit, cumbersome to set up. And over time, we're going to have one plugin where you basically have these combined using a duo as a single application, effectively using the 2 tuners. I mentioned diversity tuning, and here's the rosette, which Michael mentioned in the chat, and this is what he was referring to. This is the indication of the length of this line is the relative amplitudes of the 2 different signals, tuner 1 and tuner 2. And when this line is on the inner circle, it is the same amplitude, and it is 2 times the amplitude when you have it this far, and half the amplitude if you go halfway down there. This is what we're talking about at the moment. When you're in diversity mode, you click on this button, and these sliders are locked together until you go into manual mode, and this is something that's coming. So there's 2 ways of using this. There's maximum ratio combination, which is signal enhancement. That's the automatic mode. And in the case where you want to remove unwanted signals, if you have one antenna perhaps has the interference more strongly, and your best antenna is doing its best to pick up the weak signal, you can go into manual mode, and then you can actually deliberately cancel out the unwanted signal from the good signal and get an uplift in that way. There's several really good demos linked to our catalogue, so I do encourage you to look at those. Also on our homepage of the website, there's a comparison chart that summarizes the difference between all these RSPs. Obviously, I know most of this audience is very much a ham radio audience, but increasingly I think people are straying into other parts of the spectrum and having a lot of fun downloading high-resolution images, the kind of stuff Mike was touching on earlier. And again, this is a really powerful tool for doing things like EMC detection, which is a growing problem. I mean, we've all got more and more gadgets, switch mode power supplies. We've got broadband DSL in many countries polluting chunks of the 80-meter spectrum. And, if you really want to home in on what is causing this, you can just take a laptop, an RSP, and a simple antenna and go searching for it. You can data log it if it's at funny times of the day, and then you can maybe figure out what might be causing it. So that's added capabilities coming not just from SDRplay but from third parties all the time, meaning that your hardware today gets to do more and more over time. We've mentioned already this catalog, the searchable catalog, which you find under the support tab. There's this YouTube channel. There's Mike's informal ham guides channel, which is where you can post comments and he will just create another video on a topic of interest to a community, engaging directly with him on this ham guides channel. We have a Facebook news page where we post upcoming releases and information. And probably the most powerful thing is the community. I mean, it's just incredible. From the early days when Paul, NN4F, our great friend over at ELAD, discovered our first RSP1 and created this user group, it's now grown to over 13,000 members. And whilst a lot of people don't like Facebook, you can join Facebook with, just your first name, maybe a rough location, minimum. You can maximize your privacy. But the great thing is you then get a very free and friendly, open discussion with these other 13,000 members, and very, very fast real-time response to any thoughts, questions, and comments that you have. Rick King over here in England has done a super job of setting up this SDRplay users .net forum, which is starting to sort of grow in numbers. And also, some people really like the groups.io forum. And new this year, we had Ruben set up this relatively new group. So these are all places you can go. But on top of that, there's numerous other forums dedicated to all aspects of SDR antennas, Raspberry Pis, and so on. When it comes to support, HRO, they've got technical people in all their shops. Around the world, we support our distributors and resellers, often in local languages, are providing excellent service help. And in a moment, I'm going to just show you the list of worldwide distributors that we have. But it doesn't matter where you get your RSP. If you need help, we can provide technical support specifically for our hardware, our API, and SDRUno related stuff. And we'll do our best to help when you're using other third-party software. But you can get a personalized reply by going to our support center. One common problem is that very often, people say, we never heard a reply. You must check your spam folders. We do as much as we can to come over not as spam, but unfortunately the spam folder, because there's so much spam there, our responses sometimes don't make it to your inbox. So check your spam folders if you raise a ticket. If you haven't had a reply in 24 hours, there's something wrong. And the other thing is send screenshots. If you just send a screenshot, we can quickly determine the nature of the problem much more easily. I'll just flash across to...
Can I jump in on you for just a second?
Yes, do, Steve, yeah.
Going through the ticket system, another sad thing that happens sometimes is people don't check that they put the correct email address in there. So we will send a reply and it gets bounced back. And sometimes we can kind of guess what the typo was. Other times we've just got no way of contacting the people whatsoever.
That's a very good point, Steve. Yeah. So here, looking at our homepage, the main bar along the top has the most important thing, support, with links to support center for raising a ticket, the software and documentations download page. Let's just take a look at that. That's the same as if you go straight to downloads. This is the most important page when you get started in terms of where the software is, and there's different tabs here for Windows, Linux, Mac, Raspberry Pi, and so on. And Andy will be talking more about software in a moment. So that's where the software is. The community is links to, whoops, that's the old forum. The community links here take you to those various Facebook groups, groups.io forum, the new forum by Rick. So that's where to get to them if you don't find them directly online. And then if you want to purchase direct from us, you can purchase pretty much anywhere in the world directly. Obviously, you may have to pay some duties. You also have different shipping charges. And if you want local support in your language, then obviously this worldwide list of distributors for many countries of the world, we can recommend some really good partners there with local language who can help talk through and guide you on and help you with support. So that's I just wanted to show that, and then just hang on. That's about it. So let me just check if I'm missing any. Okay, some questions about scanning. Okay, someone's had some questions answered in 6 minutes. Wow, that is that is good.
That must have been a slow day, John.
That's right.
By the way, early on you talked about the band framing. And since Mike has left us, I can talk about the delights of band framing. A couple of features of band framing that you didn't actually mention was not only does it fit the entire band in the main spectrum window, it locks the LO. So people like me don't go twiddling the wheel and end up outside the band chasing signals that I shouldn't be. And the other thing is it also selects the mode for you. So if you're on 20 meters, it selects upper sideband. If you go to 40 meters, it's lower sideband. So if you're an idiot like me, it takes care of all that for you, which I think is really cool.
Yeah. There's another question. What is the best setting for scan with AFC?
I think the question there was related to the threshold level.
Okay, so the threshold level, you actually have to pick it a little bit higher than you would think, because sometimes the peak energy, even for a very, very minuscule bandwidth, may be enough to just trigger a stop. But with trial and error, you soon get a sense of where to place it.
Yeah, we have a video that talks about setting the threshold for scan. Ideally, what you would do is you would tune to a quiet part of the band and see what the noise floor is, and then make the threshold, I think it's like 10 dBs above that. So it's doesn't necessarily visually correspond with what you're seeing in the spectrum, because that's distorted by virtue of the width of the bins and the FFTs and all that complicated stuff. So what I normally do is I'll set the threshold roughly where it needs to be. If the scan doesn't pick up anything, then I'll lower the threshold. If it stops, as in the case mentioned here, if it stops twice on the same signal, perhaps on the, you know, at the beginning of the frequency, and then again on the far side, then that tells me I need to move the threshold up a little higher.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know if we can actually do a live demo here. It's a bit bold, but let's kill that. And
it doesn't select a band, but lights. I'm not sure what button we're talking about there.
Oops.
Is it the megahertz button or something? I'm seeing a question from Alan about a button in band framing that doesn't select a band but lights up momentarily. Not sure what that is.
Yeah, I'll maybe come back to that later if we have time. But I was going to just try and give a quick.
Tell us which button you're talking about?
Do you mean that little green light that tells you which band you're on, Alan? I wonder.
I don't know what happens when you hit the one that selects which, you know, ham upper, ham lower. I don't know if that momentarily lights up when you click it or not. And I think there's also isn't there a megahertz button in there too? I never use it.
Is there a don't panic button?
That's what we need. Well, no, if you do that, it puts up the number 42 on the screen.
Right.
In North America, can SDRUno play HD radio signals? I believe the real answer is no. Those are in-band on channels using a proprietary ubiquity format, which technically you have to license. I think, you know, some hackers may have some solutions, but we don't really know anything about that.
Yeah, there's no way to do it with SDRUno. I believe there's a solution for dongles that are out there, but you're correct, John. You're supposed to pay a license fee to Ubiquiti for a decoder, and we have no intention of doing that. So.
Okay, so
John, can you pull up your Uno and tell us top left?
Hang on.
What
do you want to look at?
Band select button. Oh, the decimal point one? Can you click on the decimal point? No, in the band select buttons, John, to the right.
Oh, this one. Oh,
that one. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. All right, let's just...
Does that answer your question, Alan, I hope?
Oh, okay. So, Alan, that is just part of the keypad, that little orange button that we just found what you meant. Yeah. It's a decimal point. Just a decimal point. Okay, let's just see what's coming up next. As I say, we're very happy to adapt and try and fit in additional demos or answer questions. But we have coming up as part of our what we've prepared here is a bit of news from HRO and Katie, and then we're going to have Panadapter demos, and then move through a real look at the software, SDRUno, what's coming up with version 1.4, the roadmap, and look at some of the non-Windows platforms. So that's how it's looking. So with that, I'd like to hand over to Katie.
Well, thank you, John, and hello again, everyone. And this has been a terrific day so far. And I'm here for Ham Radio Outlet because we are the distributor and reseller of SDRplays here in the United States. And it is a Hamvention weekend, although we're all only here virtually together. But we do have a virtual sale for you at hamradio.com, or if you call our stores that are open. We have sales on all of our SDA products, SDR products, sorry, I just got distracted by a chat there. Our SDRplay products are on sale. And of course, lots of radios, and there's a variety of different things. So if you just visit our website at hamradio.com, you'll see what we've got available for you. And we also have a show that we're doing now that's live streamed on YouTube and Facebook that I had Steve as a guest a couple weeks ago. It's called the HRO Shack Chat. I do it every Friday at 17:30 UTC. Would love to have you join us. Talk about a variety of different ham radio topics, and I bring in guests. And as I mentioned a couple of weeks back, we had Steve here from SDRplay. So I hope you guys can join us for that. We're also on Twitter and Facebook. Just search for hamradioutlet.com. And I've seen some folks here in the chat room that said they've already taken advantage of the discounted price on their SDR plays this weekend. So please do go ahead and take advantage of those deals, because I tell you what, grabbing some of these SDR plays for $20 or $40 off, you can't go wrong with that. And this is a terrific weekend of learning here on SDRplay's website, and we here at Ham Radio Outlet are really appreciative of the opportunity to partner up with our friends. We normally are all together at Hamvention, as John mentioned, and are at the big booth, and usually I'm tripping over Mike and Andy as I sneak behind the booth to get something for someone, and Steve is always usually providing some Panadapter demonstrations, which I think he's going to do here shortly. So I'm really glad that I could at least spend part of a Hamvention weekend with them here virtually. And again, if you have any questions, certainly throw something into the chat for me here or for any of us, and we're here to help. And really appreciate everyone joining us this today for this day of learning with the SDRplay-awayday with SDRplay and Ham Radio Outlet. So let me pass it back to you, John, for the next segment.
Okay, well, next up is Steve and Panadapters.
Okay. Thank you, John, and thank you, Katie. Again, continuing the theme of broad brush, we certainly don't have enough time to go into detail on setting up a Panadapter. But what I put together were a few highlights of some of the things you can do with your RSP, SDRUno, and setting it up as a Panadapter. And if you've been playing with that and you have any questions, we can get to that at the end of the little video we're about to show. So, Andy, if you could roll that for us.
One of the most popular applications for an RSP is to implement a Panadapter. That allows you to visualize the entire band you're working and immediately see when any signals pop up. Alternatively, you can use the RSP to look at a totally different band, and again you can look for signs of activity before moving your rig over to that particular band. Even if you have a rig with a built-in band scope, you're able to implement a larger display using the RSP, and again you have the ability to monitor different bands on the external display to the one that you're looking at on the built-in band scope. And then finally, the ability to click to tune. You can tune on the waveform in the software and it will tune your rig to that same frequency. So there are many reasons to implement a Panadapter. Let's have a look at some of the implementations we've shown you so far.
Okay, go ahead and change the frequency, Eddie.
My first Panadapter was set up at the local HRO store, and it consisted of my portable notebook in conjunction with the Kenwood TS590.
There you go, yeah.
We're on upper side.
Of course, many brands of rig can be synchronized with SDRUno. I went back to HRO and set up an ICOM IC7300, another popular radio. Once we had the basic Panadapter concepts out of the way, I started making some videos showing you how to use some of the more advanced features. In this video we showed how you could work splits using the RSP as a Panadapter and the use of VFO-A and VFO-B. This was just one of several tricks that showed up in the video titled Panadapter Tips and Tricks. up to 7.238, and you'll see that the rig has followed us down to 7.238. So now we're 7.233 on VFOA and 7.238 on VFOB. And if we now go over to the rig, if we press the split button, we can see our two split frequencies are set up ready for operation. I guess I'll turn the camera just a little bit, yeah, and then you can see both of them. So it's not that hard to set up the splits on the rig itself, but using SDRUno just gives you another option to set it up. Let's just turn that off. And I showed how we're using switching between VFOA and VFOB and how that gets reflected on the rig. You can see right now we're on VFOB on both. If I use the A to B button on the rig itself, not only does it move the rig to VFOA, as indicated by this indicator in the display here, you'll see the VFOA button is also lit up. And I'll do that again, and we'll go back to VFOB, and once again we see that both the rig and SDRUno remain in sync. If I want to look... In one of the earlier videos, I showed how you could use multiple VRXs to monitor multiple bands in a Panadapter environment. It involved carefully setting the LO frequency to be midway between the bands you wanted to monitor. If, however, you have an RSPduo, the dual tuner feature makes it really easy to monitor multiple bands, even if they're widely separated in frequency. It's just so much easier. So right now, the master tuner rig sync button is active for this one. So as we change frequencies on this tuner, you will see that's reflected on the rig. I apologize for the reflections on the display there. Now, one clever thing, even though we run separate instances of SDRUno for each tuner, the sense of the rig sync button is transferred between the two instances. So for example, if I press rig sync on tuner 2, now we find that the rig is synchronized to tuner 2 as opposed to tuner 1, and I can go back and forth at liberty. So let's say we're using the tuner 1 here, we've synced up to the rig, and we just want to have a little look around on the other bands. We can freely go from one band to the next and just see what's going on. Not much going on there, that's for sure. Do some extreme things. So one of the RSPduo's party tricks is illustrated here, where we are monitoring HF on the rig while at the same time tuning to the 2 meter band on the second tuner in the RSPduo. Of the Kenwood, by the way, it's a 60 megahertz receiver, but luckily the RF out from the Kenwood is a pretty broadband signal, and that allows me to push on up into the 2 meter band and see what's going on there. I've also used it for airband frequencies and so on, and it works very well. The same would be true if you were using, say, a TR switch in front to split your antenna between the rig and the RSP. You could look at widely different bands. The only time you can't do this kind of trick would be if you're using IF out from your rig, in which case the only signals that the RSPduo could look at on either tuner would be within the IF bandwidth of the rig itself. So hopefully that's somewhere else on the spec. If you happen to be a Mac user, then you can certainly implement Panadapters on that platform also. Here we're using Cubic SDR, again synced up with the trusty Kenwood TS590 SG. Now we can have a listen. And there we hear WWV. Now that's listening through the speakers connected to the Mac. You still have the option to listen to the speakers on the rig itself. I'll turn up the volume. Now you wouldn't want to have both sets of speakers on at the same time, for the simple reason that the digital signal processing within Cubic results in a delay in the audio signal from the analog receive signal you hear on the rig, which is fine if you're just scanning across the band and wanting to listen to different stations. But if you're on a QSO, for example, that delay may be a bit annoying, so you might be better off turning down the audio coming from the Mac and listening to the audio through the rig speakers. So having done that,
What we can now do is we can change to a different frequency. Seems to be some sort of station going on down here. I didn't quite center it. We can do that up here. And we can listen. And there we hear that station. And we see that the frequency 9.265 is now reflected on the rig as well. Turn on rigs.
We can also combine SDRUno controlling a rig with other popular third-party programs such as Ham Radio Deluxe. In this particular example here, we show SDRUno with HRD and the rig, all three staying perfectly in sync. So, 14.073 on SDRUno, Ham Radio Deluxe also 14.073, and as you can see the rig is displaying the same thing. I can tune on the rig and it will all settle down. 14.08181, again shown in both pieces of software and the rig, and of course I can tune within HRD as well, and everything stays in sync. There's no conflict. All HRD is doing is talking back and forth to Uno, and then Uno is talking back and forth to the rig. They're not both trying to talk to the rig at the same time. So at that point, you've got everything in sync, and it was all fairly easy, as I hope you can see. Normally, once you've done this once or twice, you can do this whole thing in less than 5 minutes. It's really not too hard. That last clip was taken from our most recent live webinar on the subject of Panadapters, and that's probably the most comprehensive look we've taken at the RF hookup involved with the Panadapter, and looking at the various places within a rig where you might be able to make the attachment and the pros and cons of each. So I encourage you to check out that full video, and that part of the planning process is probably the most important part of setting up your own particular Panadapter. That's about it for a quick look at Panadapters. We welcome any questions. Please type them in the chat box, and you can either address Panadapter issues or anything else you want to discuss, and we'll do our best to answer them for you. Thank you.
Was beneficial to you. While that was playing, we had a few questions came through on the chat. In particular, Jim Gretham, you asked about the IF output on the Elecraft, and I think what's going on here is it's because you're using IF output, and what happens when you use IF output, the RSP will always be tuned to whatever your IF output frequency is, and in fact it doesn't ever stray from that. And then the actual frequency displayed in SDRUno will be the frequency that's reported to it from the rig via OmniRig. And what happens in HD SDR is I believe there's a facility in there to specify an offset. And that facility is not included in SDRUno. It may be something that we adopt in the future. However, I'm unashamedly opposed to using the IF output. There was a slide towards the end of the video we just showed that shows the different tap points in receivers and where you can connect your RSP. And the reason I don't like using IF out is simply because there's not very much bandwidth there. And if you can get to RX out, or indeed if you use an external TR switch to feed the RSP, you can still tune the RSP over the entire bandwidth that it's capable of receiving. And that, to me, gives it a lot more flexibility. You can be working one band on your rig, and you can look at other bands and see if there's any activity going on. So, you know, Jim, I'm not intimately familiar with the Elecraft, so I don't know if there are some other settings within it that that produce that offset. But I would suggest looking at maybe doing it differently. But of course, you're absolutely not nuts at all. I'd also like to mention that there are several Panadapter videos available on the website that John mentioned earlier. So you can go into the video catalog, you can go into the YouTube channel, and We show you how to set up a Panadapter. We show you how to do various more advanced features with the Panadapter. And I'd also like to point out that the live webinar we did a couple of weeks ago, I did go into some great detail on picking a tap point on the rig. Now, not all rigs have tap points. Some people buy the third-party add-on boards to generate taps. But it's important to understand, where you're going to tap the radio and what that means in terms of what the Panadapter capabilities are going to be. So I think that's all I want to say about Panadapters at this point. I see another question came in about frequency tuning knob. What normally happens with tuning knobs is they're usually USB. Some people have made tuning knobs by dismantling a mouse and turning it into a tuning knob. There are some commercially available knobs that are out there. I think Griffin PowerMate is one. The Contour Shuttle is another one. And of course, there's the TM2, which is very high price, but it's got lots of great capability. Again, if you go to the video catalog and do a search, I believe my colleague Mike did a video on that some time ago. And I'm not 100% sure, but I think in the files section on the Facebook group, there are the settings for using the Contour Shuttle. So there's lots of information there. If you need further information, just come into one of those public forums and ask us. And as Mike mentioned, he's there all the time, so I'm sure he'll jump in and answer your question. Okay, Jim, you love your Duo and you ordered a DX. Well, in that case, I love you too. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoy playing with them as much as I do. And they're certainly a lot of fun, and I don't think you're ever going to run out of capability. We could be in lockdown for probably 5 years and I'd still only scratch the surface of what you can do with these things. Okay, no IF output on the 756 Pro. What I would do if you have, like I say, I don't like IF outputs. What I would use is an external TR switch, and my preference there is the one that MFJ makes, the MFJ 1708B-SDR, and it fulfills the function of splitting the antenna signal. So half of it would go into the rig, the other half goes to the RSP. It isolates the RSP when you transmit, so you won't damage it when you're transmitting. And the nice thing is you can also listen. The receive circuitry in your rig will be active at the same time as you're listening through SDRUno. So you have both receive channels open to you when you use it. And I'm going to turn this over to John, I think. No, I'm going to turn it over to Andy, who's going to talk about all sorts of good stuff upcoming in SDRUno. And for Jim, for Alan's question, I'm going to type you a part number in the chat window while Andy's explaining about all the great things that are coming up in SDRUno 1.4. And thanks again. I appreciate all of you guys that are watching. I appreciate your enthusiasm for our products. I'm sorry that we're not meeting face-to-face in Dayton this year. And I don't know when we'll get shows going again, but I hope to see you in person soon. Until then, I will see you on the weekly live webinars we've been doing. So again, thanks to all of you, and I'll hand it back to Andy.
Thanks, Steve. Okay, so we're going to talk a little bit now about SDRUno. So let me just pull up some slides here. So SDRUno 1.4 is our next release, and it'll be out sooner than you might think. We've already talked a little bit about this in the previous sessions, but for those that have just come for this session, the brand new thing that's going to be in SDRUno 1.4 is our plugin system. It's a way for developers and end users alike to get a lot more out of SDRUno than has been possible so far. It's going to create a lot of opportunity for people to be able to write or specify for others to write plugins that can take full advantage of the power of SDRUno and maybe interface to other applications or be an end application in itself. we're going to provide, along with the plugin system, we will provide a template source code for a plugin, so it'll be easier than you think to get up and running, and it's a fully documented system, and you'll have access to the input IQ data, the demodulated IQ data, as well as all the powerful post-processing capabilities of SDRUno, and anyone can develop a plugin. So there's a couple of things to say about our plugin roadmap. So with 1.4, we have a DAB Plus player that's available now, and we've also got an audio recorder. It's a very simple but very effective plugin that allows you to record the VFO that you're tuned to in either a PCM WAV format or MP3 format. I can give a very quick demonstration of those here. So I shall move myself out of the way, and so if I fire up the audio recorder plugin, so you'll notice that now SDRUno has this new plugin control panel, and if I load up the audio recorder, a small window appears. You can specify the folder by clicking here. You can specify where the files are saved to, and you select the format that you're interested in saving, either MP3 or WAV, and then you just press the record button, and it'll record into that into a file into the specified folder, and that's as easy as that is. And then we've also got the DAB plugin, which I can load up, and as soon as it loads up, you'll notice that it goes straight to my DAB signal. I'll put this over here. So I've got a number of multiplexers available to me, and you'll see it's tuned to the one that I had last selected, and here are all of my frequencies that are on this particular multiplex, and I can select any one of them, and it will start to play the audio as well as display any RDS text that is being sent by that DAB channel. So it does DAB and DAB plus as well. It's a very light CPU load application. Very good. So they're the couple of plugins that we've got that are available right now. And obviously, and more will be coming. So move myself back out of the way. So just a little bit on that, we are for ourselves, we'll be developing an ADSB plugin. So that'll remove the need to, at the moment, if you want to run dump 1090, it's run in a command prompt away from SDRUno. It's a separate thing. So we're going to present ADSB in a plugin window. A DX cluster. We're going to do a little plugin that'll display call signs in the SP1 display based on the recent frequency history. An MPX output. So basically, this is taking the MPX output from Uno and feeding it into RDSPy. Now, the interesting thing about this, in fact I've got a screenshot here that I can just show you of that running. So this is the MPX plugin that's running inside SDRUno right now and interfacing directly to RDSPy. So this is an example of where the plugin isn't an end application. It is literally an interface between SDRUno and something else. And so that's if you think about what virtual audio cable does right now, it's an interface between the audio output of SDRUno into a digital decoder. There's no reason why we couldn't have plugins to make that whole integration and interfacing a lot easier. So just give some ideas as to the sort of applications that we could end up with. And we'll also be doing a direction finding application to work with the RSPduo and so that's something that we will be developing. So those are the ones that are on the horizon for us right now, and we're very interested to see what the community can do with. So like I said, once 1.4 is out, you'll have all the plugin information to hand, and you'll be able to create plugins almost immediately. So it'd be interesting to see what people want to do. Sorry, is there I don't have my is there a question for me? Sorry, I'll put your microphone on, John. There you go.
I guess Hazim was asking, is it possible to try the beta version? I guess we're now so close to this.
Well, funny you should say that. The next slide, but one, will come on to that very point. Right.
Yeah. So I think that's coming up, Hazim.
Yeah, we'll cover that in a second. Just to finish up on what 1.4 is. We've obviously got the plugin system, which is a big part of what 1.4 has been, but we've also got quite a lot of other features in there as well. We've got an auto LO mode, so when you're in 0 IF mode, right now if you've got an AM signal, for example, you need to make sure that the carrier, so the VFO carrier, is not coincident with the LO. And at the moment, that's something that we have to tell people to avoid. So now we have a system, and if I quickly go back to SDRUno, I can very quickly show you. So I'm in 0 IF mode, and I'll go down to HF, and you can already see. I'll go down to medium wave, and you can already see there's no LO displayed on the right hand side. I'll move myself out of the way again. So there's no LO displayed on the right hand side. So that is all taken care for you. Up in the control panel up here, there's a setting here, and you can specify what the offset is. And Uno always maintains the offset between the VFO and the LO automatically for you. So we've got some other nice cool features. Let me go back to. So we had an issue where the stereo wideband FM audio would be distorted when you turn the volume above 50%. That issue has been addressed. That's all fixed. A number of people saw that, so that was a good one to get resolved. You can now start SDRUno with a WAV file, with an IQ recorded WAV file, pre-recorded IQ WAV file. So you can record IQ data from maybe there's a satellite going across and you want to record all the data. You can then take that IQ file and use that in Uno somewhere else without an RSP. So previously you've needed an RSP to even start SDRUno, but that's no longer the case. We've got auto start on the stream, so when you start SDRUno, the stream can automatically be started for you. That's been very useful for people who are writing cat commands, cat applications. So they wanted the ability to have the stream started straight away. So that's in there. We've really improved the squelch functionality. So previously the squelch was dB full scale, and now it's dBm. So it now has some relevance. It has a lot of relevance to the actual power measurement that's been made in the that's shown in the SP1 display. Don't get fooled by matching up the numbers on the side, because the squelch. Make sure I explain this correctly. The power measurement is made in the SP2 bandwidth, the audio bandwidth, and so when you refer that back into the SP1 display, some people don't always get the fact that the numbers are slightly different, and the power measurement will vary depending on what the bandwidth you've got set in the SP2 display. So when you're using the squelch, the new squelch feature, there's a line that appear in the SP1 display. When you're using that, use that in conjunction with the power measurement, not with the values that are on the side, on the y-axis. We've got 2 extra levels of zoom in the SP2 display. Now, because to actually get that functionality, the FFTs are now having to be increased significantly. So when you are looking at that SP2 display, and for people who really want that sort of very, very, very small frequency difference that they're actually looking for, you might see that the SP2 display updates quite slowly, and that's just because of the sheer amount of data that is now being processed. The FFTs have had to increase significantly to get that functionality. So there's nothing wrong there, it's just the way it works. And the status bar, we've improved the way that the status bar looks in the SP1 display. It was before it was a kind of a white bar that was kind of obvious. Now it's a lot more subtle. It's still there and it still provides very valuable information. In fact, there's more information in 1.4. There's more useful information, human readable error messages, which is kind of a strange thing these days, but we're very keen. It helps us as well as it helps you. So we're very we've been putting a lot of effort into improving the error messaging in Uno. So that's all, another big part of 1.4, and we've done a lot of bug fixes as well. So there was another feature. I think we did cover this in a question. But the diversity control had a it's got the ability to tune the phase and the amplitude at the same time with a dial control, and now we have the ability to lock either the amplitude or the phase. So when you're adjusting one, you don't have to necessarily adjust both of them. So that's definitely an improvement as well. So it was asked just now, when can you get your hands on 1.4? Well, next week. What we've decided to do with this release, normally what would happen, we get to this point in the development, and now we would go into a very sort of deep period of beta testing in an internal way, and we would sort of make sure that it's as good as it could possibly be. We don't like to put software out there that's not we would consider not to be finished. We've decided this time we're going to take a slightly different approach, and we're going to release 1.4 as an open beta. So that will go out next week, and we'll still leave 1.33 in the download section, so people can use one or the other. You can't use both together because they use different versions of the API. So if you want to use 1.4, install 1.4. If you want to use 1.3, install 1.33. Don't think that you can just flip between the two, because that won't work. Is there some way of installing 1.4 beta without uninstalling 3.3? Yeah, I think you mean 1.33 by putting it in. The only way you can do it. So the service is set up by the installer. So what will happen is when you install 1.4, is it will install version 3.07 of the API, and that will set up the 3.07 service. To be honest, anybody that's wanting to keep continually flipping backwards and forwards between 1.4 and 1.33, just stick with 1.33, because that's not the purpose of what this is about. The idea here is that people will move forward to 1.4, and if 1.4 works, which it should do, there's no need to go back to 1.33. So you won't need to kind of keep going backwards and forwards. But if you find that you need to go back to 1.33, that's fine. Go back to 1.33 and stay on, and I would advise you to stay there until 1.4 is released. I really wouldn't advise people to keep going backwards and forwards, because that's not what this is about. We'll provide a way for people to provide feedback to us on the 1.4 open beta, and we will, depending on how that goes, we'll either we probably won't do releases, interim releases for things like cosmetic changes, but if there is a functional change that somebody finds that is needed, then we'll probably do more beta releases until the final release. We'll just have to see what feedback we get and what people find. But yeah, so that's the big thing. So that will go out next week, as a 1.4. Will 1.4 work with the RSP TCP server? No. 1.4 doesn't have remote server client support. That's coming in 1.42, as John just said. So how good the SDRUno running in VirtualBox? I do a lot of testing in VirtualBox. I test different OSs in there. I test, Windows XP. I think Steve's run Windows XP, Windows 7. So a number of people, and including myself, do a number of testing in VirtualBox. So obviously, depending on the amount of resources you give VirtualBox, will depend really largely on what you can do. There's not much point giving VirtualBox one core and then expecting it to be able to do 10 megahertz of spectrum. So adjust your expectations according to the amount of resources that you can actually give the virtual machine. And the very important thing when you're using virtual machines is that you understand what's happening from a USB point of view. A number of people will start up the VirtualBox and then say the RSP isn't found. Well, you need to make sure that the USB subsystem is set up when you set up the virtual machine, and you need to make sure that the RSP is passed through from the host to the virtual machine, because you can't use the same hardware on both the host and the virtual machine. Sometimes people start up SDRUno under Windows 10 and then they start up a virtual machine and then they go, well, the RSP isn't available. Well, it's not available because it's already in use. So as long as you understand how USB subsystems work within a virtual machine environment, then I think you'll have no problems at all.
That's good. I saw
just a little bit on the SDRUno roadmap. We've talked a little bit about the remote server client, which is going to come in 1.42. This will be the server will be cross-platform. It'll be on all the platforms that we support the API on, and it will you'll be able to use it obviously both LAN and WAN. It will work on both environments, and SDRUno will work with an RSP remotely just as it does locally. Just before that though, we're going to do 1.41, which is a generic, I would call it an event scheduler. It's not really a recording scheduler. It's going to do more than just recording sort of multiple recordings. You'll be able to set up multiple events, and an event could be setting up a radio for recording or decoding a certain type of signal. You may want to fire up a plugin, for example, at a certain time to do maybe an audio recording. So some of that system will be possible with a scheduler, but it's a generic multiple event scheduler. So that's going to come in the next release. We've obviously got, as I've just said, we've got 1.42, which is the remote server client, and then 1.43 we're going to have some changes to the memory panel and the scanner. They kind of go hand in hand really, because the scanner can obviously scan through memory panel frequencies, and so we're going to do things like having individual thresholds for given frequencies, and it'll be and there'll be some scanner improvements. We'll do things, well, not so much improvements because the scanner is very efficient the way it runs at the moment, but some changes to the way it runs, and some of the information that is output. A number of people have asked us for statistical information, so it'll produce that as well. So that's all going to come in 1.43, and then when we have that done, then the push to 2.0 is really on full steam then, and we're going to do Linux and Mac. Mac possibly will be first. It depends how things work out, but we've got to do a number of things. Obviously there's certain things in Uno that are Windows specific still. OmniRig is Windows specific, so we're going to need to have a different rig control system. So it's not you know, it's not trivial, but it's something that we're committed to, and it's something that we have a plan to do. So yeah, so we're all looking forward to getting that cross-platform. So Windows, Linux x86, and Mac OS. And just to let me just stop SDRUno for a minute. So just to round up on the software, unless there's any Uno specific questions before we move on.
There was a little question earlier just from Dick Christenbrun, just asking how about an AM stereo plugin? I guess that's one to add to the list.
Doesn't mean synchronous, it's not.
I think this is the evolving AM stereo standard that's emerging, isn't it? And I think that's one we'll add, Dick, to the list, because what our job is really trying to marry up developers to our new plugin capability. Once it's there next week, we can start to go out and find out who's doing what and show them, look, this is how you might just interface. So we'll make a note of that one, Dick. Thank you.
Just to touch on what Hamvention, I think Hamvention may have had. Oh, okay. So he wants to use SDRUno 1.33 in one environment and then 1.4 in a VirtualBox environment, or vice versa. So okay, well, you could do that. You need a lot of resources. I'm just saying that you need a lot of resources for if you're going to run well, obviously you need multiple RSPs, and if you're going to do that at the same time, and also if you're going to have an RSP running or SDRUno running on the host, and then you're going to share some of that resource to a virtual machine and have SDR running in the virtual machine at the same time, you just need to have a machine that's got quite a bit of resources that you can separate out for both of those events to run.
Unless it just means that at the same time they will coexist and you can go from one to the other, but not simultaneously.
Well, you can do that. I mean, you still have to. I guess with the virtual machine, I would still make sure it's got a decent amount of resources assigned to it. By default, if you go and create a virtual machine, by default it doesn't give you hardly any resources. So you need to actually make sure you have a decent amount of resources to do that.
I'm not sure why you'd want to run both at the same time. To me, you'd be better off downloading 1.4, and if you didn't like it, then just download and install 1.3 all over again.
Well, that's the way. I mean, what I would recommend is that for people who want to try out these new functions of SDRUno 1.4, that's great. Install it. In an ideal world, that's it. You'll never have to move back, and it will all just work. And if you find an issue, if it's something that is functional and it stops you from using 1.4, then obviously you can report it to us and then go back to 1.33. But the idea is that people move forward and don't have to continually keep moving backwards and forwards. That's really my point. We'll just sort of finish up talking about the other software. So Steve Andrew Spectrum Analyzer has been a very popular application, and it's been he's been working on the version to support an RSPdx, which is here. So I will just share that quickly for you to see. Oops. Finger trouble. There we go. Okay. And move myself out of the way. So this is running on an RSPdx right now, and I haven't really used Spectrum Analyzer software a great deal, but this has averaging, peak detect. It's got all the usual trace functions, all the usual sort of maths functions and that you'd find in a normal Spectrum Analyzer. You can do wideband sweeps, so this version is is ready. It supports the RSPdx and the RSPduo master-slave version, and it'll be out very soon. In fact, it'll be out on Monday. So we'll get it out released on Monday, and we'll let everybody know via social media and our website on where they can download it from and use it. But that's been a great success. Has been the spectrum analyzer software. I didn't mean in the same time. At the same time, I don't mean to work same computer better than reinstalling it. It's certainly one way to go. All I would say is just make sure that you allocate a good amount of resources to the virtual machine, and don't expect it to like run with one core, etc. That's all. 1.4 is using API 3.07. 3.07 is been out for a little while. It's got some bug fixes and some other things in it, so yeah, we'll be using that for version 1.4. So we've got the spectrum analyzer software that'll be out on Monday. We've got the Raspberry Pi image that I started work on making an image that will support the DX and the Duo in master slave mode. That work kind of got put to the side when SDRUno 1.4 to get 1.4 finished. So when 1.4 is out in beta, I will get back and finish the image, and we'll get that out to the out for download. We've just got to finalise what software's on there, because not all software that works with the old API will work with the new API. So we'll have to make a decision on what software stays on the image and what doesn't. But we'll work all that out, and we'll have an image pretty soon. And just wanted to touch on a couple of applications. So a guy called Franco Venturi has done a great job with SOAPy SDRplay. He's moved it from API 2 to API 3 so that it has the RSPdx support. Works well. It's still in development, still in testing. So if anybody has any feedback on that, that'd be great, because we really want to kind of get that finished and done. And we're also going to be doing GNU Radio source blocks for the RSPdx. So when I say we, I mean we as a community. It's a community development. A guy called Frank Werner Krippendorf did the source blocks for the other RSPs using the old API. So now both Franco and Frank are great guys, and they're going to help us push this forward and get this done, so that we'll have GNU Radio support for the RSPdx, the RSPduo master slave mode, and all the other RSPs in GNU Radio. So yeah, lots to do, and that's kind of, I think that's it. So I don't know if there's any other questions. You can have two VFOs per virtual receiver, but it's a virtual receiver orientated system. So yeah, only 2 VFOs per virtual receiver. Yeah, that's right.
Which is really cool.
Yeah, sorry Steve, I had you muted there. Sorry, you were saying about the VFOs.
Yeah, I said that the VFO-A and VFO-B in each VRX is supposed to directly map the way it is on most rigs, which also have VFO-A and VFO-B, and that they do both sync across OmniRig between a VRX in SDRUno and the rig. It's very seamless. I think it was in the little video I showed earlier.
Okay. Shall I go back to the Teams page? That's,
yeah, I think that would be good. Just a real chance to get any last further questions that people have. So like I say, we're set up here. We've got the software loaded. We've got antennas connected. It's always challenging to do an ad hoc live demo, but we'll definitely try if it's possible. If there's anything anyone would like to see, just like to give the prize for longevity and stamina to Claude Camara, the guy who runs the French Facebook group, who commented earlier. He's been with us for the whole sort of 8 hours from when we started this morning. So congratulations there. Once again, thank all of you for the interest, the questions, the enthusiasm, and the really friendly comments there. Like I say, this is what we miss by not being at Dayton. And I don't know, Katie, if you want to say a bit, because you've got these regulars you see year after year, and they come back and they always want to know what's new.
Oh yeah, Hamvention especially, because it's a worldwide audience that descends on Ohio every year. Upwards of 30,000 people, and it's amazing how many people you get to know when you've been going for so many years. I've been going almost every year since 2006. And just have met so many people that this is your opportunity to get to see your friends, because a lot of times you only get to see them once a year at these events, especially those that come in from around the world. And it's a great chance to, like I said, check out what's new from various manufacturers, of course, pick up some great deals. And for us with Ham Radio Outlet, we've always got some great specials happening for our customers during Hamvention. And we had a lot of questions coming up to this week saying, are you going to still have some, Hamvention deals? And yep, we've got the Hamvention virtual sales for everyone. So just check out our website at hamradio.com, and you can see some of the sales broken down by Yaesu, Kenwood, ICOM. There's even some really great deals on the D-Star repeaters. And then when you look at the HRO side of things, you'll see the SDR plays. We've got all of them on sale. And so it's a great time to be able to pick up something. And as we've seen a lot of people mention in the chat, because they've been at home because of the COVID-19, they've been finding it's a great opportunity to spend some time with their SDR plays and spend more time in the shack. And we all wish we were together, but I'm really thankful that we've had the opportunity to partner up with SDRplay today, still, even as we would if we were in person, but we're doing it virtually. And it's been a great day today. I've learned a lot, and I think, based on what I've been seeing in the chat, a lot of people have as well. And it's been a really good day so far. And again, just check out, hamradio.com, and you'll see all the great sales happening. And now's the time to grab some of those items that you've been thinking about, and you can't go wrong.
I hear there's a bit of an echo again, Andy. Dan says there's a bit of an echo on our feed.
Yeah, there was when we started this section, but it's fine now.
Okay,
great.
That's good. Thanks, Katie. And it's a real point. There's a lot of lonely people who are vulnerable, particularly the older people who are isolated, maybe on their own. And one of the great things, if they ever had any interest as a youngster in radio before the internet era, a RSP1A, if they've got a computer, a length of wire, they can rediscover the magic of radio and actually bring back some returners to the industry. And even the youngsters who may be locked up, they've got a Raspberry Pi, they're kind of getting bored, what could they do with it? Get them an RSP1A. And, the only bad news is you get to train them over the phone, but it's a way to bring people together to have a focal point, a remote hobby. And in some ways, ham radio is a bit of a remote hobby.
Right.
So it's ideal in that respect. So think about that. And I just want to go back and say again, if only we were at Dayton, we'd be meeting. I mean, every year I meet new faces, famous faces in our industry. Tom Witherspoon, 2 years ago. And people like Rob 741, who's been joined us on this session. Hi to him. Great YouTubers who have done a lot to publicize and help guide people in addition to the videos that we do. There's Dave Kassler, who is Steve's lookalike. Hey. I always think I had to get that in. And you know, we have such fun when these people come up to the HRO stand and to our demos, and it's difficult to mention everybody, but I know there's a lot of you that we wish we would see.
Okay, Gordy's knees.
Oh, Gordon West, right?
Yeah. Mr. Howcraft. Lots of good people we won't be seeing this year.
Yeah, and the guys at particularly Yasu, Kenwood, I mean, they're just so friendly, and you know, say they're kind of fighting. Let's, you know, come and do a demo on our stand.
Yeah.
So it's really good.
So I guess the other thing, John, is we've still got the weekly webinars, and today's been kind of a broad brush deal, but each week we're picking topics and going into them in much more detail.
Yeah, so we need to get the calendar published for the next 2 or 3 weeks. That'll be coming up on the webinars page, basically sdrplay.com/webinars. And again, a call out for all the rest of the world who've joined us today. Take a look at the distributors page from our website to see local language support, which we really struggle with. We Brits are renowned, personally, for having no language skills. And I can do a bit of French, Claude, but
certainly no software skills.
Oh my goodness!
All right. Okay.
You know, it's the end of the show and everybody starts picking on each other.
Yeah. So there's still a chance to do some last minute. Oh yeah, Tim. Hi. Nice to see you.
Did we answer the question about is V1.4 using API V3? Okay, yep. And the language for the plugins?
Yep.
C++. Okay. So that's about it for the questions, I think. I didn't see anything else go through. Did anyone else?
No, I can't see any other comments. But look, thank you all for joining us today, and hope to see you in person next year.
Sure. And again, from Ham Radio Outlet, thank you so much for inviting us to participate in the SDRplay-awayday. It's been a great time, and we sure appreciate your partnership and the opportunity to be the U.S. retailer for your products. And we love carrying it. We always love hearing from the customers how much they love it. And I've learned a lot today, and I'm going to dive back in and play with my SDRplay a little bit more, because I've learned about so many more things that I could be doing with it. And I hope that the folks that have watched today or that have watched or are going to be watching after we've been live, you know that you've got great support from SDRplay and Ham Radio Outlet. And thank you, everyone, so much. It's been a lot of fun.
Indeed. Thanks, everybody. You stay safe. Have a great weekend. And hopefully see you in person next year.
Okay, for sure.
Take care, everybody.
Okay. Bye, everyone.
73.
73.
73.
Bye, bye.